What is up, everybody? Good morning. Thank you for tuning in for day 2 of our full weekend event. It is Valentine's Day, and with it comes our 2020 Fall High School Overwatch Play-In Tournament. Well, I am Po'okela Dekaimwana, joined by my co-caster, Spencer Ultravox Cameraman. Spencer, how are you doing on this lovely day? Pun intended.
I'm doing fantastic. Stayed up real late working on my Valentine's gift, but I'm very, very excited to be here casting Overwatch after some exciting Rocket League yesterday. Overwatch, something we haven't really been on in a while, so it feels good to be back, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, man, Overwatch has definitely been one of those games where we've always had a love-hate relationship with it, and I think over the past quarantine, at least it's become like a very, very good game. So It's nice to be back, I would say, on the Rift, but it's not the Rift. It's nice to be back on the maps. Nice to be back casting and all that good stuff. Today we do have Sonora Blue versus SMCHS, which I have seen neither of. So I honestly have no predictions for you, Spencer. But we have seen the meta kind of in general just be whatever you want it to be. Players are playing comfort picks. Players are playing, heroes that they feel like would work in the moment, depending on the other team's play style. What is your take on Overwatch lately?
I agree that people are mostly playing what feels comfortable. There have been a few stand-up picks, specifically the Echo that got tuned down recently back in January. Dive Comp has also been really good, although they are messing around with a few things on the experimental to put Winston in an even stronger state than he is right now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of viable compositions going on, and I feel like that allows player skill to especially shine through, because when you're allowed to play what you're good at, when it's viable, when it's good, that means that you can express yourself as a player much more easily. If you're a Pharah main or you play Soldier or whatever, it's a lot more of a fun environment for everybody involved and more fun to watch too.
I totally agree. I mean, I think there's a lot more opportunity for pop-off plays, a lot more opportunity for just outplay in general. And so, like you said, it's like some form of like self-expression, right? Like you see this thing and you just want to do it and you can. And I think that's really cool that the game really allows that to be more flexible and more viable than in the past with GOATs. Which was just a bunch of wait till they all use their ultimates, and when they all use their ultimates, nothing happens.
Exactly. It's almost like a completely different game in that you're allowed to kind of draft your team comp more reactively now, instead of having to play whatever's strong and having to play it better than the other team. You have more routes than just, being the more mechanically skilled team. You can win through better coordination, and you can win through better game decision making via the increased viable character pool. And I think that's really great too, because they're also important aspects of the game.
Totally agree. It's like three-dimensional rock, paper, scissors, right? You have like a lot more elements to it. It makes it a lot more interesting, a lot more fun. I'm really excited to see what teams bring out today. On the contrary, though, I did want to talk a little bit about, what do you think about these high school teams so far? Because, I mean, we haven't really seen much, but, how have you been feeling about high school overall, Overwatch, throughout this entire fall season?
I gotta say, high school Overwatch has been getting cleaner and cleaner every time I watch it. It seems like the general skill level of NASEF has been just slowly climbing over the past 2 years-ish or so since I've been a part of the program. And it's been really, really cool to watch. The teams are very good at setting up their players for success. They understand that you can't always have high school players that can perform at the absolute highest pro level. So when you have to play with the hand that you're dealt, right, really puts you in some constraints, but also allows you to shine through and making that work and making your team composition, functional around your players.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a lot of maturity develop within these schools' esports programs, especially when, we had those in-person events back in the past with League of Legends and Overwatch. I remember like about a year ago, we did the Overwatch finals at the Santa Ana Esports Center, and the players over there were just crazy, right?
Yeah.
And it's been really cool to see this maturation of players in NASEF overall just, create a group of really talented esports. I don't know, do they call them esports athletes, esports players, no matter what, esports teams.
They're cyber athletes.
Cyber athletes, e-athletes. But yeah, just this new like wave of talent coming out, and now starting to trickle into the collegiate scene. So we're seeing students who are in NASEF go to these good colleges with good teams, right? And they have like all these really talented players, and they're competing with players who maybe didn't go to a college team and then went straight to semi-pros, or just some sort of land team or something like that. So it's really, really cool to see.
Yeah. NASEF is 100% a good track. I will continue extolling the virtues as we move on to the first map here. It's going to be Lijiang Towers. And we do have MCHS on the blue side this time.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what teams pull out on here. The last time I saw a very exciting match, I believe, was when we watched Bon Me Boys and that crazy Pharah play a little while ago. I don't know if you remember that one, Spence, but that was a very, very fun game. I think I'm hoping that we'll get something like that. I am always a fan of getting a Genji or some sort of Bastion thing. Really don't think Bastion will work on, Lijiang Tower, but hey, to each their own. They might work. We never know.
Maybe on one of the more closed off maps. This one, though, the name of the game is air superiority. You got your mercies running around your teams. You got to find ways to move them around the map. Fair is always a good option. Echo, pretty good. Not as good as she used to be, but still very, very good. Looks like the teams are going to be running out without either of those picks, though. And it's going to be more focused on a dive-esque comp for MCHS and the classic Rein Zarya combo. Oh, there's the Echo. They just use the Symmetric for the teleporter, of course, gain some extra ground. Now the Echo will enable the Mercy for that air superiority I was talking about before.
I really love the fact that we have a Winston. I really love the fact that we have a Winston, because I miss the days of dive meta. I guess it doesn't really matter though. Winston is going to be taken out, and it looks like SMCHS is going to start off this game pretty strong.
Yep, they just basically walked onto the point and captured it. Very difficult for the other team to contest. The Reinhardt Zarya combo is one that is just able to plant itself on the point, stand there, and then move forward and roll over the enemy team. So very, very difficult to deal with. Got to see how MCHS is going to adapt to this one. They've already switched out the Winston for a Reinhardt of their own.
Yeah, I actually stand corrected. This is Sonora Blue playing the red team. How ironic. SMCHS on the re-aggression, down 25% now, coming into point. Just showing off the skills. Hello, fun man. That's a nice 3K to get things going for the team. And look at that. Match is now, for some point, equalized.
Spicy. You love to see it. Fun man with a nice little pop out there. Nice little triple kill. And now he's almost got the Echo ultimate available. If he's able to steal an Earth Shatter, that's going to be real good. Graviton also going to be doing a lot of work if they choose to pocket that as well. Whole lot of good ults in the availabilities for Fun Man to take. Meanwhile, we are approaching the Earth Shatter for Kamer, so let's see if they're able to turn it around. He's shielded.
Yeah, Sonora Blue looking for a good engagement. Looked like Orion was able to charge all the way back in there. High noon down! Oh, trying not to yell so loud in the first game, but that play deserves a little bit of love right there. MCHS kind of taking that and going down, and it looks like Sonora Blue is going to be able to take point off their aggressive push.
Yeah, Beta's able to keep his team in this, even after Fun Man stole the Reinhardt form there. Great Deadeye to keep his team on running. And although Kamer's Earth Shadow got blocked, everything ended up okay in the end, so no harm, no foul. Now, 50% on the clock for Sonora, but a lot of ults coming up for MCHS here.
Yeah, hold the Rhine Shatter. Unfortunate that ACM was able to get the grab off. Doesn't matter though, now it's here. Sound barriers out as well. More ult coming out too, and we have a lot of clashing right here at the choke point. Who will come out of it on top? MCHS starting to take momentum in their way, and Sonora Blue just cannot handle this push. It looks like MCHS will clean things up, and man, Spencer, this is a very, very competitive game, especially for the first in the series of best of 5. Like, wow, so close.
Yeah, it's back and forth. They just wiping each other non-stop. One team's got the ults, they're gonna use them. The other team's got the ults, they're also gonna use them. In that last fight, JCSE and Shinfu combined forces both went Super Saiyan to win the beam battle there. And, you know, the Reinhardt Zarya combo is working out for both sides, I'd say. So I really like to see that. Flux has a shatter still in the bank. Tamer's got his as well. And
All right, Flum, I see you.
very, very nice. Yeah, just gonna show the enemy team what's what here. Keep on staking out this point, 75% to a solid 81 on the other side. It does look like Sonora might only get one more push here, and that's a little bit harrowing for them. All they've got left in the bank is one single Earth Shatter, so might have to do it all off the back of just one more ult. Things are gonna heat up here.
It is definitely that 86% rule, Spence. Last push, you gotta do it now. Unfortunately, Flum gets booped in the air and the Shatter's able to land, but it doesn't matter. MC High School are able to clean up. They are just on point with everything. No one really able to take down that front line. It's gonna give them the first point in the first map.
Very, very nice. You love to see it. Great performance from both teams, but it is going to be MCHS coming out on top. A little bit of a better ult management there. Plus, I really like the Moira pick in this composition a lot more than the Mercy. I feel like even with Echo, Moira's going to be doing a lot of work just by the nature of Reinhardt Zarya. Everybody's clumped up into this little death ball style, you know, formation in which they're just going to go forward. You can hit them all with the Moira Febreze, keep them all healthy, keep them all moving forward. And I feel like that's doing a lot of work.
I've never heard that before, the Moira Febreze.
Yeah, you just gotta give them a little spritz, and then they're all good. Doesn't matter if it's yellow, don't worry about it. It smells good. Anyway, Funman rolling out with the Echo once again after setting up his team for success. This time, Shinfu is going to be on the Baptiste. I like this as well. The Immortality field always puts in a lot of work, depending on team state, but kills are gonna be rolling in.
You know, this is actually some really solid positioning. Funman actually went uncontested there. I thought they were going to be able to pick off the Reaper, but it looks like Sonora is actually going to be able to grab that first kill.
Yeah, Betazen just popped off right there to help his team secure the first point. And they are going to be sitting very nicely on that one. They've got the Wrecking Ball for the environmental kills, and also Reaper is fan favorite for just pressing Death Blossom in the middle of the point. So let's see how this works out. They're getting pushed in on.
Yeah, this is one of those awkward positions that you don't want to get caught in if you're Sonora, but if you're able to fight out of this... Oh, big shatter right on time, and that's going to be really good for MC High School if they can just continue to keep pushing, but the sustain from Sonora is just really strong. That being said, Massive County, you know, pretty much cleanup duty here. Nice little card right there to finish things off.
Yeah, I think Kamer actually dropped his shot, his Earth Shatter there in just desperation, and I feel like that's a big mistake. You're already losing the team fight. You might as well just commit to having it wiped up and give it another shot with that Earth Shatter in your back pocket. But now without that, the only ults they've got are Chroma and Generic Force, and it's going to be a lot harder for them to make some ground here.
Also, one thing I want to point out is how quickly you can get re-engaged on this part of the map. Like, the spawn is so close that if you have even a Lucio or something, it's just like you need a setup right away or else you can get caught, right? You can get caught off in a really bad rotation trying to take some sort of high ground on this map, and that's what we almost saw here from Masic. Definitely these high school players are a lot better than that, so I doubt that they'll get caught off guard as much as, you know, me and Gold. But that being said, here comes the next engagement. Lots of ults coming out. Shinfu looking to shred someone here, but kind of wastes a lot of resources, gets a lot of pressure here. Reinhardt pushing for Massive County, able to take a lot of space. DPS following up for them as well. Mercy goes down, Res not quite worth it. And the Reaper and the Wrecking Ball are going to go bye-bye. Looks like Massive County takes this fight yet again, bringing the score to 66% to 35.
So, Sonora committed both support ults there, but neither of them are used especially well in a purely offensive setting. Sound Barrier and Valkyrie are both ideally used in a defensive way to keep your team alive while being pushed in on, rather than trying to force something of your own. I feel like the lack of ult economy from the beginning really did a number on him, but not done yet.
Yeah, a little bit of a spicy play there, Spence, while you were talking. Honestly, just ult trading like crazy. But it was a nice fire strike that Flum was able to drop. Or Flumex.
I'm just gonna take down as well. Not even an overtime here. And NASEF is going to take the first map. Very decisive win on that second round there. And, you know, you love to see it. These guys are putting up a good show, and I want to see if Sonora is going to be able to contend with this and come back in the next round. Maybe King of the Hill isn't their best type of map. Maybe they're going to do better on some type of payload. Something where you can just continually fight rather than having to find fights in waves and reset with your, you know, different ult timings and everything.
Yeah, and sometimes I kind of want to just... Oh, I kind of want to go back to Flumex kind of dropping a ton of Earth Shatters. You can see 9 stuns, 8 kills. Pretty much, if you get at least 1 guaranteed kill with those shatters, that's more than good enough. And Flum, you know, dropping plenty more than just that, right? At least 2 per shatter, and that's something that you need as a team. And I think in the end, that was kind of the difference between Sonora and NASEF. Not quite much of like a skill difference. It was more of like a, you know, who made the better play at the better time. We'll kind of see. But what do you think about Sonora's comp? Are they, you know, is it working? Did they adjust mid-game well enough? What's your perspective on that?
I like the Reaper pick in an effort to curb Flumex's just nonstop swinging. Flumex, he's been able to find a lot of opportunities to just left click, and this is partially enabled by the Zarya, but also Sonora needs to put a stop to this by just breaking down the shields, being super aggressive and bursting him down. Maybe something with more CC might help them. But I do like the Reaper in an effort to shield break and just leave the Reinhardt a little bit more vulnerable. Maybe a Mei would be good. You can kind of freeze him down, trap him with the ice wall, just really you know, ruin his day. Also pretty good on Lijiang Tower too, so that could have been good. I think the Mercy needs to be changed up though. Without an aerial hero on the Sonora squad, the Mercy, a lot of the Mercy's strengths kind of go to waste. You have your mobility, you're able to fly around the map and provide your big damage buff to whoever's in the sky. But without that, it's really losing a lot of the point of picking Mercy. A lot of healers have better throughputs and can be more effective.
Yeah, and I was going to say, you know, I've seen a lot of pro teams actually run the Mercy, but I have to agree with you, right? Like, if you're running a comp against a team that can get more viability or flexibility out of their supports, someone like Mercy, even though she does have Peel, even though she does have daisy chaining with her ultimate, even though she does have the ability to really stay away from the fight and still provide support, you still need someone that can really add on to the tankiness or sustainability, and Mercy kind of does that, but not as effectively as someone like a Moira or someone like a Lucio can, because the ultimate, that sound barrier, and the coalescence from Moira are just so strong, you know?
Yeah. I wonder if Baptiste would have done well, because I feel like the lamp would have been especially effective in countering some of the very ultimate-centric engages that MCHS had. You know, if you have that lamp, you're able to buy yourself, your team a little bit more time when you're getting hit by that Graviton or when you're getting hit by that big Earth Shatter. So I wonder if that could have made a difference. But let's see on this map, as we have MCHS rolling out with a lot of the same. They've switched out their Zarya for a Diva, and now Funman's on the Mei. Just an extra defensive pick here. Pretty standard for King's Row defense.
Yeah, definitely classic Reinhardt Lucio, you know, on this map. Definitely Junkrat is also a classic. Gotta love the ability to just toss your, you know, Junkrat tire in there and blow up an entire team. But I'm excited to see a little bit of Diva play here. Fuck, heck, my goodness, it's still on fire, but sheesh.
So many explosions, yeah. Looks like MCHS going to be taking this first fight pretty decisively here, and they're backing up. Maybe they want to bait Sonora into moving forward a little bit more. This is an interesting strategy.
I'm as confused as you are. Looks like they're playing a slight bit of a retake. Mei was able to get her wall out early and completely on this left side, completely shattering kind of this push right here. Although the shatter does go down as I say that word. Sonora quite not able to find another opening to engage with, and that Mei wall yet again is going to make it so difficult. Mercy here in the back line. Flumex looking dangerous now, pushing the front line, and they're able to take down that Reinhardt again, staving off this re-aggression and this push from Sonora High School. That's already a minute and a half down off the clock, Spence.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sonora can't quite find their footing. Flawless Shatters are just giving them a little bit too much trouble, and now we're about to have 5 ults in the bank for MCHS. This could be a very, very difficult game for Sonora if they're not able to get through this. But here comes the boost, here comes the grab.
Yep, Defense Matrix combined with the High Noon could be pretty gnarly. Unable, unfortunately for Sulian, he's unable to get a kill with the ult, but who needs the ult when he can just headshot people? Sulian in this backline slightly getting pressured by the enemy Junkrat, but the front line for Massac County is doing so much work. Tire now coming out for Sonora County, won't get them as much as they really want. Diva Bomb here to zone people out, and now the fight has really become that mid-fight sort of scrappiness that you see after a couple people go down, but nonetheless, Massac County still holding off Sonora, like, really effectively.
Yeah. What Sonora was doing there... Oh, hold on. They're still on the point. They're still going to be fighting here. Here comes the shatter from Cameron, though, and things could be turning around in the favor of Sonora. The bomb going to be coming out. Actually not, but here comes the Blizzard in an effort from Funman to retake this. Still holding on. Sonora finally winning a fight, though, and they've got to be feeling pretty good about this. They're still going to be shooting some bombs.
Hey, it only takes one, especially to get the rest of this map going. But yeah, that was a little interesting. You know, I think the whole retake sort of strategy that Massac was using worked really well. Don't get me wrong, they shaved off a lot of time off the clock, but I think in the end they didn't realize they needed to fight that, you know, awkward scrap because of the spawn. You know, the spawn is so close. At the same time, you don't want to just feed ult, so interesting.
Yeah, it was a very, very unorthodox fight between Sonora trying to extend it after they lost their tank. Oh, hold on though.
Yeah, Shatter now down to start the fight off, and a huge grab. Oh, that could be really big. ACM unable to really get his team to follow up, though. That is a perfect invulnerability field. That is what you were talking about earlier, Spencer.
Exactly.
The map piece has so much potential to just carry with one ability. And yeah, and it worked out, just as you said.
And when your team isn't able to DPS down that invulnerability field from the Baptiste, you know, you're not going to be putting chunks into anybody. They're just going to be all living, all still on trucking. So I would have really liked to see something like that in the last game for Sonora, but MCHS still pulling off the strats as intended here. They're still looking very, very clean despite having lost the first point. Maybe they have it on purpose to hold here in this choke point. I could definitely see that. This is an ideal spot for May. You run a huge risk moving forward of just getting ice walled behind you exactly like this, and now Cable's gonna be going down here. Look at the dead eye. Look at the moves.
Suli quietly getting 2 kills with the High Noon right there. Really nice stuff. But, you know, Spencer, it is a great place to hold until the Junkrat tire comes out. And that's exactly what Sonora has right here. And I don't know if Massac realizes it. Maybe they don't care. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know, but we'll see how this unfolds.
Yeah, I like how Sonora's holding the ults now. They were trying to extend fights, committing them more before. There's a nice Roadhog hook to start things out. Let's see what they're able to do here. Cheese Puffs has assumed the Reinhardt form. Building Shattered.
Oh, there's that wheel we were talking about. Manages to grab a Lucio, so Massac County downing for the fight won't have as much sustain, especially with this Roadhog kind of running around rampant. Will they be able to get some kills? Man, if they keep just fighting in here, there's going to give Chinfu so much value, and Sonora just didn't take advantage of the one-person advantage. And now we're here, 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, they could not make it happen, not even with the Echo Reinhardt stolen ultimate. That's very, very unfortunate. Now you've got a minute left on the clock. You've really got to be starting to make some moves here. MCHS giving up a little bit of ground to make sure they can regroup, but still holding strong.
You know, I think that's like the 4th Baptiste ult we've seen this entire game, which is kind of crazy, and that's a cool wall as well. A lot of work coming out between Flum X and Funman right there. Flum X, you know, taking up so much space has just been so good for the team.
You respawn just in time. Save the Mercy, but gonna get hammered doan as well. Flumix just holding down that W and mouse key, swinging that big old hammer, putting some dents into people. Now, 20 seconds left on the clock. It's the last chance for Sonora to make some moves here. Funman has just been so consistent on these walls, and I have no doubt that it's going to be a wall that decides this game, probably preventing Sonora from moving in.
Oh, this could be a big shatter, Spencer.
Oh my God.
5 people caught in it. Oh, Massac County deciding to press W into that, but they aren't able to quite follow up in the way that they wanted to. Not to that it matters, though. They're just going to get the fight anyways. Overtime bar now starting to tick away, and Sonora is just playing the respawn game. Can they get any kills? That is not likely. Sound barrier now out, wall is up, and the overtime bar will tick away, giving Massac County a solid lead after the first round.
Very, very clean game from MCHS. It was a little bit of a questionable strategy to me at first to kind of move back and allow Sonora to move in, but ended up working perfectly in their favor. They knew exactly what they were doing and exactly how to take advantage of Funman's Maywalls. Very, very well executed in the end, and overall very hard to overcome if you're Sonora. It's got to be feeling tough. It's got to be feeling almost impossible to get past this May. And so maybe they're going to fare a little bit better on defense. I'm excited to see what they're going to pull out, if they're going to try to go for the Echo Sky plays again, or if they're going to try something else. Maybe we're going to see the Bastion.
I would like to see Sonora come out with something a little bit on the edgy side. Given that, that wasn't that's not the furthest push you could really want to make on this map. So you got to have something that's kind of a little crazy. But then again, you don't want to pick any comp that can just get super hard countered by just another comp, right? So if you pull out a Bastion, you could get super hard countered just by a specific rotation or by some sort of dive. And Massac has like a lot of time to adjust, right? They're in spawn, they can change, they don't have to run a long way, so it'll be tough.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to be able to do. Sonora has almost no choice but to full hold here. They didn't get very far. Ooh, and once it's just going to be running in to get walled off here.
Yeah, that was really confident from FlumX, but he's just trusting the supports to drop all the utility when necessary. And that D.Va just able to eat basically all the damage that's trying to go on a FlumX. Oh, literally gets one. And that's a perfect Maywall to top things off. Shatter now up for FlumX, gonna be used sometime soon just to clean things up for this fight, as Massac County is looking to close this map off and get a stop.
Wow. Chinfu and Twilight putting in the actual saving grace, helping FlumX stay alive there, even when he's staring death in the face. That is just fantastic team play. FlumX has so much faith in his teammates. The fact that he's able to just run on forward, slam himself in there, and say, deal with it, speaks volumes to MCHS's confidence. And now, there's very little that Sonora can do. The card's going to be rolling in. They have basically one last chance with this Wrecking Ball. Let's see if they're able to make it happen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure FlumX is going to go for the 4-person Shatter right now, but it gets blocked. That's actually pretty funny. Unfortunately for them, but looks like Massac County definitely got the space they needed. That threat from the Shatter was too big for Sonora to give up, and they are going to take the second map in this best of 5.
Yeah, MCHS, fantastic showing from them. The coordination that they have proved in this match will make them almost certainly a tournament favorite. I like these guys. I like how they play. Very aggressive, very confident. It's exactly what I want to see in NASEF Overwatch. So, excited to see how they're going to do as they progress. On the other hand, though, Sonora, definitely nothing to sneeze at. Great job, guys, putting up a good fight. GG's all around, and honestly, good clean game for both sides.
Totally agree with you. I think it comes down to a sort of decision making in the game. Not that either team is bad, it's just one team had a better idea or like a more effective idea than the other. And that's what it comes down to, is these really small things. And these really, really, I guess micro decisions that snowball over time, whether it's deciding to push up now or putting up the shield and letting the D.Va defense matrix soak up damage, right? It's just those little things that you see that Massac County has more coordination with that Sonora can't quite take advantage of or get the most value out of, and I think that's what's really deciding these fights.
Yeah, and despite all my blustering, this still is a best of 5. There is an opportunity for Sonora to come back. We've seen tougher reverse sweeps. They can start to claw this one back, but it will require a lot. Kings Row, not their map. May is a little bit too hard to contend with, but maybe they can find some success somewhere else. I'd also like to see Sonora having a little bit more coordination with their ultimates. I know it's difficult to keep up with Flummox and how aggressive that he's being, but calling out the target focus, making sure your ultimates are synced up, and you're not just spacing them apart in these fights, trying to extend it, will do a lot of work for you guys. And honestly, being able to find an explosive fight might just be the only thing that they need. Wiping Massac County just one time could have turned the game around, but we'll see how Sonora is going to be able to do as we move on to our next map. It will be Hanamura. So another tight defense map, another ideal playground for May. Very, very interesting.
Another ideal playground for Bastion, you mean, Spencer? I hope we can get something like that. Like I said, I'm always just a fan of seeing crazy things in these games. I doubt we'll get that. Seems like these teams are actually very fundamentally sound and textbook and don't require chaos to just win a game. So we'll probably get something a little bit more standardized, a little bit more solid and more safe. But nonetheless, you never know. It's Hanamura, and people do a lot of fun things on Hanamura.
People like to play wacky stuff. You usually see teams take the Symmetra just to teleport at a spawn, but people actually are using the Symmetra to teleport straight on the point. That isn't a T-pose assert dominance play, teleporting right in the middle of the enemy team, then I don't know what is. That's definitely in MCHS's playbook, and I'd like to see it happen on offense, but unfortunately they will be starting out on the D. This time, we are seeing the May again, a lot of the same from Kings Row. We do have a little bit of a change up though, JCSE on the Sigma this time. Like this, you have the opportunity to block out the top right window if you are the defenders facing the gate, of course, with your Sigma shield. So pretty good for blocking out some cheeky flanks. I like it.
Yeah, and we'll kind of see how things pan out here. It looks like Sonora's still running that Mercy, but I mean, man, the confidence that Massac County is probably feeling right now is really high. This is going to be sort of who's the smartest with their aggression, because Flummox definitely wants to challenge things early, wants to get out there and really smash the faces of Sonora's, for lack of better terms, quite literally, because he's Reinhardt, but
if you're Sonora here, you gotta respect the wall. Great bait from Sonora, and they're gonna start to make this thing happen.
Yeah, that push definitely starting to develop for them, but unfortunately they lost a person or two right there, and that's gonna stave pretty much the entire tempo that they had. Getting that tank down early was super good for Massac County, and if Sully can take a lot of pressure off his backline and put pressure on their backline as McCree, that would be very worth it. Looks like Sonora hasn't quite been able to get onto point yet, and Massac County's still on fire.
JCSE also with a very early flux, able to build it incredibly fast and make sure he's able to hold the push for his team. Losing a few members ended up being pretty disastrous for Sonora. They won the initial fight, they took down Flummox, but they just could not move into the point due to the lack of manpower that they had. Now, there's going to be a lot of ults in MCHS's war chest. Let's see who's going to be able to use them better. Both teams are starting to approach that critical mass of 4 or 5 ults.
Yeah, and it seems like MCHS's backline, like Sully and May, just have a really good read on Sonora. Like, they know what they're going to do at a certain time based on how they're, playing. And that's been really the key for Massac County to just win these mid-fights, right? Even though they're down a person, they're able to get a quick kill or a quick elimination in response, just because they can see, maybe an exploitation in the offense or just a mistake that Sonora made, while Sonora still has to figure out how to get rid of this backline quickly.
Yeah, that's right. A little bit of a stalemate here, but the Flux might come out and break this, lifting them all up. Suli's going to be playing some duck hunt here as he takes down 2, make it 3 here. And Flummox somewhere is swinging that hammer as well. Big team kill for MCHS.
That's some solid work for MCHS right there. They were able to see that Sonora was sort of just tunnel visioning, and the Sigma went up behind them, JCSE, and just was kind of like, yo, I got a note for you. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day. Let me lift you up. You're my world.
Let me lift you up.
Yeah. What? Here comes Sonora's opportunity.
Wow, Sound Barrier now out, as well as a Shatter and a Grab and a Blizzard, but not very many kills to follow up with, just showing some maturity from these teams. They know how to, you know, mitigate the effect of these ults, but I don't think that really matters at this point. Sonora is kind of stuck in a corner, getting pushed back into spawn, unable to really respond to this front line from Massac County.
Yeah, that's right. It's very hard for them. They need to regroup, use these ults they've got. Only 35 seconds left in the tank. So, this could be their final push. They do have 4 ults still. I believe in them. I believe that they can make it happen. Kamer's got to get this Shatter going. Here goes.
Good Shatter coming up, but didn't catch the base, so the wall is there to perfectly stave off the slew of ults that Sonora had planned to use. Suli, in the meantime, responds with a 2K in the high noon, and now the Sonora push is slowly getting dissected by the defense from Flum X and Massac County. They are just putting a lot of pressure on Sonora, and they gotta go now. 2 seconds, 1 second left on the clock. Sonora makes a go for the point. Sound Barrier down, Shatter as well misses, but looks like Flumx is gonna be able to land on the shoulder. Soldier's gonna go down, and now Massac County has a lot of control into their points. Sonora's push getting thinned out by the minute, and that's gonna be the overtime part, ticking away. Massac County holding Sonora to 0.
What if you wanted to get onto the point, but Fun Man said no? That's a really tough situation to be in. They're not able to circumvent the main. They can't play the long range, they can't find the angles or the dive to get around this. Instead, they're trying to match the Mei head on. And if you're not able to bait out the wall, you will just be stopped in your tracks. Very difficult for Sonora to deal with. And maybe they're going to take advantage of it themselves on the defense. However, you can only assume that since MCHS is adept at playing the Mei, they also know what counters it. They also know the weaknesses. That's what they say. The best way to know the weaknesses of a certain aspect of a game is to play it yourself. So they're able to circumvent the Mei themselves. I like the Genji. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You can get around. You can be distracting, be annoying. Have the Pharah also make things a little bit harder. Mei's weakness is that she's not very good at hitting aerial heroes. So something like that, something you just distract, rain down from above, could have also been good for Sonora as well, but did not come out. And now they're in pretty dire straits as they have to take the point full hold the point till the end of the time limit.
I think it goes back to what you said earlier, Spence, about, you know, the Mercy not being able to really pocket anyone in the air or get the vertical, you know, advantage that she provides for her team. And I think that's kind of what happened last game, you know? They had a Mercy, but they had no one in the air, and then Sigma kind of just floated above them and ulted, you know? So it's just going to be that kind of thing. But now we got Massac County still on fire. There's a nice wall here. Push is starting to come in. Sonora's backing up, but they don't really have good positioning to surround Massac County. There it is. Reinhardt swinging a hammer away, and now Massac County finds himself onto point. Sonora unable to really respond, and that's going to be 1 tick away. Massac County looks like they're going to take the map and the series, taking it 1-0 in a sweep.
Yo, did they just walk up and down smash? They just pressed W, got onto that point. 0 cares in the world given, and MCHS taking this one home. Play of the game going to go over to JCSE with a game-defining Flux in the early game. Really set the tone for this match here. It looks like MCHS going to be taking this set completely uncontested with the last match. Very good coordination. And gotta respect the aggression. These guys do not slow down. There are no breaks on this train.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like these teams are just so good at taking advantage of their momentum and their advantage and just really exploiting it in terms of whether they're going to try something new that they haven't tried yet to throw the other team off, or whether they're just going to keep doing the same thing because they know it's working, right? So it's just that decision making in the middle of the game, that shot calling between these both teams that really made the difference at the end of the day. I think that, like you said, Spencer, a couple good analytical points about verticality play and not taking advantage of it kind of came into the results, contributed to the result, I guess is a better way to say that, and that's what we saw.
Yeah.
Massive County really taking advantage of what they had.
When your entire team relies on moving through one singular choke point, and May is able to just block that off and halt your entire push, that's definitely not a good situation to be in. So, like to see some change up there. Like to see what team is going to end up being the immovable object to counter Massive County's unstoppable force. But that remains to be seen. We will be taking a short break before the next match, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Okay.
Welcome back from our quite long break. We are coming back at you with some Overwatch action. It is still me, Pokello Takai Moana, joined by Spencer Ultravox Cameron. We just watched Massac County play a solid game against Sonora, and now they're coming back here against GDS Salmon. I really want to say Salmon a lot this game. Spencer, what are you feeling? We look like we're going to head into Oasis as our first map.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this one is going to play out. Oasis, a famous King of the Hill map. Massac County just busted out of the gates in their first game that we just saw. Just all-out aggression. These guys had 0 breaks on their push forward. So I want to see if the Salmon are going to be able to stop them in their tracks. Are they going to be able to put up a solid defense versus the just raw offensive power, the raw confidence that Massac has? I think it's going to be super exciting to watch, and I'm very much looking forward to this match.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if Massac comes out with some new tricks, maybe some cool things that we haven't seen before. I think we saw a Genji at some point last game, but they didn't really play it. So I really want to see if their confidence kind of snowballs into this sort of experimental, aggressive sort of play style that we see a lot of teams usually bring out, especially like yesterday in Rocket League when we saw teams like Unit 5 get super confident and start doing crazy cool things. I want to see teams like that just get on the same page and start playing some really good Overwatch. I think we're going to get a good game here. But I want to talk about the fact that they're Salmon. I don't know. I just want to say Salmon a lot today on the stream.
It's one of the more interesting mascots, but we here at UCI, the Anteaters, I don't think we can really talk, you know? It's about on the same level, I'd say. I got to really respect the hustle. You know, Salmon are pretty strong animals. They have very strong swimming power, able to survive in harsh conditions, even if they do get preyed upon by bears. You know, it's a tough life out there. The Salmon really make it happen. So I'm fully expecting the GDS Salmon to embody the power of their natural counterparts here, and you know, really show their strength. I'm gonna go ahead and get into the game very shortly right here. Now, in terms of team compositions, we saw the May pulled off exceedingly well by MCHS, and I'm very excited to see if that's going to get pulled out again. Funman had some amazing walls, and the first point on Oasis, this one right here, is going to be another ideal playground for May. The central choke points are perfect spots to put the walls up, trap the enemy team, and try to get some early picks for your team.
Yeah, I'm really want to see how Massac kind of adjusts to this sort of map, because it is one of the more enclosed ones, and I know they were running kind of a death ball-y sort of snowball-y comp, but I think that maybe they will try and take a bit of advantage of the verticality here. Kind of doubt that, though, considering they were playing really well with the Ryan Zarya as well as the Ryan Diva, and we might get somewhat mirrored comps, but I like the Reaper pick. I think Salmon definitely did their research last match. They probably just checked out to see the comp that this team was running, and I think they're going to go for some sort of counter here.
Yeah, let's see what it's going to be. I like the Reaper once again. This is good shield break. The Ana is something new that we're going to see as well. Nano Boost Reinhardt, always in season. Never gets old. Plus, Zarya is a great target for that too. They have a really good core for nano boosting. We're going to start clashing forward. It's going to be the Salmon who rush on the point first.
Yeah, nice little engagement here for Massac County. They definitely have a good position, but it looks like Twilight's going to get that first kill. I actually thought the Ryan was going to go down for Massac County, but he didn't. Beautiful Maywall yet again. We just see Massac always tossing out those really deadly and provocative Maywalls, able to give themselves space, able to give themselves an extra kill even, and put a lot of pressure on the positioning of the other team, and they're up 4% to 0.
Yeah, unbelievable. Massac already farming their ults out. Chin Fu has the damage booster ready to go, and they're just taking an aggressive stance, fully prepared for the Salmon to push in here and try to make some moves. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. There's the wall.
Wow, a beautiful wall to start things off. Rhines clash into each other, but getting that Rhine knocked down without any support is going to be huge for Massac County. And just textbook Overwatch Spencer, they're still on fire, even with a 45-minute break. Massac County showing us the good stuff.
It's a full team wipe right there. Massac County doing a fantastic job of receiving the push, utilizing Funman's walls very, very well yet again, and being able to run down the remainder of the Salmon thanks to the Lucio speed boost. They weren't, oh sorry, yeah, thanks to the Lucio speed boost, they are not in much danger here, able to consistently hold this, and now the Salmon are trying to take the flank route, but there's the shatter.
That's a nice shatter right there, and it's going to give a large opening for Massac County. Looks like they just know how to fight literally anywhere on these maps, Spence. Even with the anti-nade on them, they are not afraid of what Salmon has got for them. They are holding this point 70% to 0.
Yeah, it's so tough for the Salmon right now. They're down in ults, they're down in time, they're down in just about everything at a huge disadvantage at this point in time. 80%. They've got roughly 1 push left, and they've got to be able to make it happen. Almost having every ult in the bank. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Here's the grab.
Yeah, grab now out. Unfortunately, nothing really happened with that for both teams. That's not exactly what they want. Oh, a failed Reaper ult in the back line of Massac County is going to give them the ability to get up 3, 4, 5 picks. High Noon coming out as well for GCD Salmon, but it's not going to do enough, and the overtime bar is going to take away. Massac County about to hold the point 100% to 0, taking the first point of this round.
Massac County once again exploding out of the gates here, able to take hold of the point, and they don't give it up for the remainder of the match. Very, very dominant performance right there. A lot of the same stuff that we were seeing earlier versus Sonoma, and it's just still working out so well for them. Able to use Flummox, just this big, hulking man in position, keeping his team safe alongside the divisional power from Funman. It's such a tough comp to beat. Looks like they might be changing it up this time, though. I like the Echo pick. I like that they're going to use the Mercy combo, and I feel like the Salmon are going to struggle against this one. They don't have a hit scan anymore. They changed it out for Hanzo. Going to be up to the Kremet to hit these shots alongside with Koi. Are they going to be able to do it? We will find out as Massac rushes on the point once again here.
I'm really loving this Winston pick here. They're going to go with a dive comp, Spence, and I'm super stoked. This is what I was talking about. I want to see Massac County come out with this kind of stuff. Sully now in the back line, putting a lot of pressure on both of the supports and starting things off, but Salmon has no problem responding. They're going to start getting picks and take some momentum for themselves, I think, for the first time really strongly in this match here. And I want to see some good play.
Yeah, but Massac going to clap back here. Even though they lost Flummox, they were able to get a few kills for themselves, maybe just one. But they've already taken the point here. Funman and Chin for the dynamic duo are going to still be alive and kicking. And it doesn't seem like Salmon can make much ground here. To be stalled out, even in the face of a much less stalwart composition, a lot squishier one. They can't manage to find the space that they need, and they're going to just get tripped up in this choke point while Sully harasses the back line.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that big outplay moment, but you can see the Ana got low, and that mispositioning is not going to do them very good. A lot of pressure from Sully. Was able to give the front line for Massac County just a lot of time and space to do damage, and it's working really well for them right now.
Yeah, GDS have got to find their footing. They've got to figure out their plan of attack, whether it's going to be rushing onto the point and trying to take advantage of the less defensively empowered composition that Massac has, or whether they're going to try to focus on the flankers first and try to get a pick there before they're able to push on in fully, because they don't want to leave their backline exposed either. Kind of a rock and a hard place situation. But they do have to start moving decisively. If they continue to just stall out in this little corridor right here, it's going to be bad news. There's a lot of AoE damage. You're at risk of getting wiped out by a pulse bomb. And time is ticking the entire time, 71% already. Nano boost coming out.
Yeah, Flummox right in there, and the offense for Massac County is just doing so much work. That's a 4K, make it a 5. They're about to clean things up here, Spence, and I really didn't think dive was going to work so well on this map, especially given the current meta, but man, they are doing a very good job at running it.
Yeah, it turns out if you sit in a little corridor, you will get gunned down by AoE. the Nano Winston, probably an enormous amount of DPS right there. And look, the Reinhardt gets gunned down before he's even able to step on the point. Poor little Moonlight. Now the Graviton doesn't let anybody pass.
And this is just textbook play right here from Massac County. Combo ults, you know, taking space at the right time, picking off people in bad positions. That was textbook fundamentals. Massac County takes the first map in the series, still undefeated on the day, making it 4 wins for them in a row. Spence, what do you think the adjustment for Salmon here is?
Oof, okay, for GDS, it's really tough. I would have suggested a dive comp or something to do with flankers in this first round right here, just because of the way that May is able to split teams up. If you intentionally split your team up, it's not as effective, and you're able to kind of get the drop and split the focus. But because they're trying to do the death ball thing the same as Massac, they're just going to get rolled over by the mate. They're just going to get cut off and divided, and it's not going to work out for them. Meanwhile, on the second map there, the second round, they needed to just be more aggressive and move on to the point. The Winston is not going to have as much sticking power as the Reinhardt. You need to aggress onto that. You also need to find your hit scan to be able to take down the Sky duo of Echo and Mercy. The fact that there was no hit scan really put a damper on the ability of GDS to deal with the composition that Massac presented them, and they were not able to find too much success at the end of the day.
That's a very good point. I didn't even think about, you know, hit scan versus not hit scan right there.
Yeah.
The thing that I kind of noticed though a lot was that Salmon couldn't quite figure out how to rotate into a good spot to engage onto Massac County. They kind of, like you mentioned throughout the match, just got themselves stuck in like a corner kind of area. Even though those places are more shielded to get to, it was really hard to just push out of one choke point, especially when you have Massac County, who had no problem running some sort of dive comp, which was able to give them like a lot more space and a lot more pressure on angles that are not necessarily easy to guard or comfortable to guard for GDS Salmon.
Yeah. When you're, like I said, when you're stuck in that little corridor right there, you're just inviting the Zarya boosted Winston or the Zarya bubbled Winston to jump on into you and start wreaking havoc with this oversized taser gun. He opens up the pathway for the rest of his team to kind of pile in. You got the AoE coming in from Echo as well. It's not a good time to just sit there and be rained down upon, be at the mercy of the effective enemy team in such a situation. So finding out some better team rotations, I would definitely agree, would do the GDS team some good. They got to figure out their coordination as well and their target focus. Sure, you're getting dove out, but if everybody shoots the Winston at once, he's eventually going to die. I think it's a big credit to the healers, though, from Massac, the fact that Flummox is still able to pull off these kinds of plays. Chinfu, Twilight, always putting in the big work, doing a great job at supporting their aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, and I want to see how this kind of plays out. It looks like the teams have decided on the map, and it's going to be King's Row. Actually, that was GDS Salmon that decided that. But I am curious to see maybe Massac County falters here. They played this map earlier today against Sonora and, you know, held them really, really tight. So we'll see that really weird, or maybe not weird, but uncommon retake sort of play style that Massac County was running on defense. They would play on point, disengage, play on point, disengage. GDS7 might not be expecting that, and considering how the last match went, they might like it a little bit more though, because it'll give them time to take space that they weren't really given on last map on Oasis. But nonetheless, you know, we'll see how they play.
Yeah, this could just be an unfortunate choice for GDS. I feel like Kings Row, one of the best maps for May. Again, so many opportunities for Funman to place down those walls and split up the enemy team, allowing for Massac to just take advantage of that window, pick off the frontline tank, whether it be Reinhardt or somebody else, and put GDS at an enormous disadvantage off the bat. GDS have got to figure out a way around this. If they pick a ground-based team that solely uses that gate as the only entry point into the point, they will probably get demolished yet again. You can't underestimate Massac when they've already shown such a strong performance in this situation. They're going to be GDS going to be starting off with the Hanzo this time. I like the Reaper for the flank. You know, you can try to get behind the enemy, try to get that shield break as well if you want to just go through the front. But still not as flanker focused as I like. Moonlight most likely will get picked off.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. Pretty much on all fronts right there. That's the little smiley face.
Fun man.
Yeah,
He's having some fun, huh?
I am really curious to see though, Hanzo Reaper, how does that play into Masic?
Yeah.
Masic's gonna come out with that sort of, you know, aggressive first, I guess, encounter on defense, first contact play, and then they're gonna play retake.
Yeah, and now GDS are doing a smart rotation here, making sure that they're shielded by the Reinhardt before they move up around the top, not going through the first point. Wall is gonna miss this time.
Yeah, the Kremet trying to get a kill, but man, that Lucio is just so fast. Just cannot get around to killing him. Oh, the Kremet unable to really shove down that Reinhardt, and the rest of the team from Masic County just rolls on top of GDS Salmon right there. And look, now we're going to see them rotating off site. It's really interesting the way they play.
Yeah, great use of the speed boost right there from Twilight, making sure that the entirety of Masic can get on top of the GDS squad. I like the rotation, but they just weren't able to make it much further. Now they're going to be trying the front door. See what Flummox and the squad are ready to go. He's already charged up the Shatter. He was just able to free swing before. He's ready to go.
Yeah, this Shatter could be pretty nice. Pretty big. Oh, unfortunately gets blocked for Flummox, who's down to 27 health, but manages to get the kill. In the meantime, though, GDS Salmon make good work of Masic County, able to get a couple picks, bringing up the numbers advantage for them in the fight. Mercy with the res should be good for them as well. The long spawn will make it really difficult for Masic County to come back in time and defend this point. And looks like GDS able to pick apart the defense that held so strong earlier against Sonora Blue.
Yeah, GDS doing a much better job being aggressive there. Flummox ended up getting foiled by his own teammate though. That's really gotta feel bad. Funman put the wall up just as the Shadow was coming down. He was not able to reach the majority of the GDS squad, and as a result, did go largely to waste. So GDS taking advantage of the situation, able to fully cap the point. Now they've got a few ults of their own. Graviton into Dragons looks like.
Oh, huge Graviton combined with the Dragon, but the Baptiste ult is there in time. Doesn't matter though. Moonlight has a fat hammer and doesn't mind swinging its Shadow coming down as well. Gonna clean up the rest of Masic County, and that is a clean push if I've ever seen one, Spence.
Oh yeah, perfectly executed there. Even though the lamp was used to great effect, it was not enough. You can't stop Moonlight from coming down, bringing down that hammer. So GDS doing a fantastic job utilizing their ultimate combos. This is exactly what I want to see versus a team like Masic here. You got to take advantage of your ult economy. You got to put them on the back foot when you can. Now, they've gone past the checkpoints, but here comes the other flood.
Yeah, there's a Graviton kind of in response to the last one, and Masic County said, hey, we can do what you do, but also just as good as you can. That's going to be a nice stop for them right there.
Yeah, the Graviton Surge doing tremendous work for both sides. You know, this is just another typical Masic team fight. Use the ultimate, you know, just trade back and forth. It seems like this might be the name of the game. Whoever can charge Grav first is going to win the team fight. Maybe it's GDS's turn next, if they're able to get it up in time, but Flummox does have the Shatter here, and ready to try to use it.
Yeah, shields and bubbles and all of the sort are coming out. Reaper ult there, but it's gonna get canceled by Flummox. Solid positioning from him. Sully here trying to make work though of the backline, gets caught out in an awkward position, and the Zarya is just gonna delete him from the map. GDS, even though they dropped the Reaper early in the fight, was able to just work their way through that and clean things up, bringing themselves to the second checkpoint.
Yeah, Kremet doing a lot of work, following up on the damage from Tarek, and able to finish off some of those kills very early on. It made it so that the Shatter from Flummox didn't matter as much, since they were already able to get a few early picks, disabling the majority of the Masic backline. Now, Funman's got the Blizzard. This is the ideal time for Masic to hold here. They've got to start committing some ults before the cart gets around this corner. Deadeye's coming out.
Yeah, kind of a quick high that came out there. Grab, though, combined with the Dragon Strike. Solid stuff coming out from GDS, so the Blizzard is there in somewhat of a response. Sui trying to make something of this mid-game fight, but it's not going to be enough. There's just too many members from Salmon still alive, and now the payload is closely approaching the last checkpoint, kind of putting Massa County on the back foot for the first time.
Yeah, GDS on their own tour de force here, ready to close out this map. No ults left to do it, though. They're probably just going to be sitting on this cart, scrapping for a while, unless they can make something big happen with the Valkyrie. Nice move from Twilight, though, to start things off. Forces GDS to start retreating.
Yeah, GDS was not expecting that as much, and so they kind of got caught off. That's actually a really, really nice main wall right there. If you had a lot of ults, you would go in on them, but it's not worth it considering the clock.
Yeah, very true. Now it's time for GDS to regroup, rethink their strategy. They need some more ults to make this happen. But Salmon with the pick, look at that. Suli getting taken down.
That was such a quick re-engage. I actually wasn't even expecting a nice down barrier coming out from Mastic County, giving them a lot of sustain. But look, there's a huge grab. Does it get comboed with anything? The defense matrix is now out for Mastic County. They're trying so hard to stay alive as possible. And JCSE able to carry that one, and that's going to be just ever so close to the end, and Massac County still holds on. 2 minutes left on the clock.
I do not believe it. This match is incredibly close. The Salmon inches away from finishing out the map. Now with no Graviton, that's one of their best tools that they can no longer take advantage of. Flummox on the defense has the Shadow ready to go. The ideal defensive ultimate of Moonlight almost has his as well. Gonna just jump forward and use it.
Unable to really convert that kill as quickly as they wanted to, but nonetheless it does stave off that push just a little bit longer. Flummox though, I think they want a little bit more out of that, but it's still not terrible.
Yeah, not the worst. You're gonna buy yourself some time. You don't need to fully team wipe to take advantage of it defensively. You just need to buy yourself some more time. So, minute 20 left in the bank. GDS have a few more good pushes in them. Looks like they're not gonna be slowing down either.
Yeah, they do have the Reaper ult as well as
the
Shadow. Oh, the Death Blossom, but it's not in time! Oh, it is! Baptiste was there to keep a little bit of sustain for Massac County, but that was just too good. The combo of the wall and everything from GDS Salmon couldn't be handled by Massac County, and they're going to start trudging the payload down into the point. It is now crazy spawns happening, and they gotta delete some Massac County members. GDS Salmon putting the pressure onto them.
Oh, the Blizzard.
Blizzard is now out here. They are able to get 2, and JCSE carrying part of that fight. GDS Salmon is running low on resources.
It's just such chaos on the point. They still got 3 members left. The Graviton going to be holding everybody at the bay. GDS able to close that one out in such a crazy team fight. Look at the ultimate usage. Look at how they were able to Death Blossom, take down the remainder of the Massac squad, and then finish it out with just the non-stop pressure. Able to finally build up the Graviton and close out the deal. Very, very well played from GDS Salmon. Able to stay calm under pressure and finally take down the Massac squad. This is like we haven't seen before today.
I totally agree with you there. I was really happy to see GDS pull that one out because Massac County has kind of went almost unchallenged for at least most of their matches today. I mean, they were 7-1 coming into this game, right? And now they're 8-1. So they're really fighting for this best of 5 to go in their way. And it speaks volumes to the fact that GDS is able to really catch them off guard and compete really well. They are no joke of a team.
Yeah, very true. But Massac did hold them off for quite a bit of time. Only 28 seconds left on the clock at the end of the day. And that's pretty good. Even if you're not able to prevent them from reaching the end of the map, there's just very little time. If Massac is able to pull off a very aggressive play like this and finish with more time, they could still end up at the advantage and could still end up taking the map at the end of the day. Just remains to be seen. Keeping Tarek on the Reaper on the defense, I'm not sure if I quite agree with this decision, but we'll have to see. They did use the Death Blossom with great effect. Now Massac not slowing down.
There's that Maywall that's so dangerous to play against, and GDS Salmon navigates that pretty well. I mean, they didn't lose anybody. Or I lied, they did lose one person, but that mitigating that damage was pretty good. Yeah. Another main wall now coming out though, and this push is just ever so deadly. Massac County wants their money back. They are not satisfied with that last run of the mill, and now they're going to take first point really early in this push.
Yeah, exactly like we saw in the previous set versus Sonora. They are just going to walk in and take this point. So much time left on the clock. It's going to be very difficult for GDS Salmon to hold if this play pattern continues. Siamese has the nano boost ready. They could unleash the roided out Moonlight, but he's got no shatter yet. They still have to play on the back foot here as the Massac squad continues to charge their own ults. Deadeye and the damage booster are going to be up. Quite a potent combo indeed.
Yeah, I want to see how Massac really approaches this because it seems like GDS is playing really solid. Oh, that's a great entrance right there. Defense matrix, but using on offense. Solid stuff from Massac County. They're now starting to engage. It's a huge shatter! Oh my goodness! Massac County showing us the good stuff again. These teams are just going at it so much, Spencer. Back and forth all game with great plays. That is some solid work.
Yeah, I do not believe how massive that was. Flummox, the key that opens the path for the remainder of the Massac squad, resulting in an all-out massacre. It's perfect. Massac continues to charge forward here, pushing the cart up to this second checkpoint. They're going to be able to take that with plenty of time left in the bank. So many ults in the war chest as well. Can GDS stand up to the all-out assault?
And if you're Massac right now, you really want to push this snowball advantage. You have the D.Va ult. You have good positioning. The payload is pushing forward. You know GDS is low on resources. There it is, the Blizzard D.Va Bomb combo. Able to grab one out of there. Suli flashing and picking off the Reaper is just going to start this fight off to a great start.
Yeah, taking down one with the D.Va Bomb is really all you need. After they're down with the healer, they have much, much less staying power, especially with only the Mercy available for the healing. You're at a significant disadvantage. Now, Flummox has moved up to the spawn door, but starting to come out the other side. Cart's approaching the finish line, but respawns have come in for GDS. They have both tank ults available. This is where the game is decided.
5 minutes left on the clock. Grab now out. Will Twilight able to boop off, and wow.
I do not believe it. Wow, Massac cut through GDS like a hot knife through butter, charging that cart straight through the point. 5:29 left on the clock. No matter what happens, a minute compared to 5, that just feels bad.
And yeah, and if you're Massac, I mean, you needed that, right? Not that your egos got knocked off a little bit, but you were playing so hot, and then if you let a team get that much on you, you really want to get that back, right? And for them, the morale, for the momentum, for them to feel, continue that high level of confidence, that's the kind of push you want. If you're GDS Salmon, it's not ideal, but it's not impossible either. You still got to stay in the game, and you really have to focus on figuring out how to get the most out of this 1 minute you have in the bank.
Yeah, that's right. They're going to need some type of all-out aggressive play, just like the one we saw from Massac on that first push. You basically have to walk in and capture this point on the first push, or else things are looking very, very grim. If they do get full held, that's okay. They just have to full hold right back. They might have to pull out some cheesy stuff, but it is doable. The game certainly is not over. It is just very, very hard to win at this point. GDS going to be continuing with the same type of composition as well, keeping the Hanzo, trying to get these cheeky picks here and keeping Terry around for some shield break power as well. See if they're able to execute here, taking a little bit of a slower start around the statue.
This push is really critical. They don't have a ton of time on the clock. Massac County looking to re-engage, but such great positioning here by the Reaper. Sierra unfortunately gets pretty much deleted from the map, though. Massac had a great read on the DPS trying to flank around the wall, and it looks like they're able to just stop this push in its tracks, and that is going to be tough for Salmon. They're going to have to come back really tough.
Yeah, wow, Massac treating this whole thing like one big booby trap. You let them believe that they've made it onto the point, and then right when they do, boom, clamp down on him. Don't let him get any further. The Maywall gonna cut him off. Down once again, Grief. No.
That large misplay. The wall blocked the shatter, and that gave GDS maybe the opening that they need, though. There's a Lonely Reaper on point. He goes down to 1. It has to stay alive for them to really have a chance, but not going to be enough. The Kremen here on the right side trying to do a lot of damage. A soldier that hits again could be pretty good for them, but they can't quite get the kills fast enough. And GDS is slowly running out of resources while NASEF is really coming here with a ton of them. Slowly jumping off, getting the flash down and the kills. But I spoke too early, Spencer. GDS able to fight their way out of that one, coming back and getting a team kill.
Oh my lord, that just feels awful. NASEF this close to shutting out GDS, but the Maywall, it giveth and it taketh. You might win some pushes off its back, but turns out you're also going to lose some pushes if it blocks Flummox's shatter. That is not good for NASEF here, but luckily they found their way to their favorite spot. This is where they're going to set Kremen on the bastion.
Alright, so we got a damage-boosted Bastion, and NASEF is not ready for it. I guarantee you NASEF is not ready. Here we go. Double shields. Lots of damage being shredded out onto the NASEF defense, but they have the ult advantage. There's a Diva Bomb on top of everyone, and JCSD? Oh, wow.
Look at that. The Blizzard combo along with the self-destruct. Great coordination right there, making sure the Bastion can't move. They were ready for it. They actually knew just how to answer the Bastion. If he's sitting still, freeze him in place, let him sit still even more, and then drop that Diva Bomb right on his little robot face, blow him straight to Kingdom Come.
Yeah, and that just shows you NASEF's experience, right? Even though, I mean, they probably knew the Bastion was there. They probably pressed tab like fundamental players. They are, but it's just one of those things, right, where despite the change in comp, they didn't really need to change their plan because they knew how to adjust and be flexible. And that's some solid play right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd also like to thank Ren for his beautiful art gallery showing right there. Really lightens the mood between rounds. Thank you very much. Now, let's see what is going to happen here on the defense. Tarek, this time on the Junkrat. This could help curb the aggressive play. You have a lot of disruption tools available. Large shield break power as well. Could curb Flummox's very aggressive push, perhaps with the bear trap, perhaps just displace him with the explosive mine as well. I like it as a changeup. You know, the Reaper's not quite working out, so you always got to see something new on the horizons. But meanwhile, NASEF running with the old reliable. Seems like the same old time the Lucio speed boost in. Just get on in there.
And this is much more aggressive than we've seen them in the past. Maywall now up, everybody in on point, but the Kremen finds a great angle, able to trade early kills. GDS Salmon looking super strong right now, and they have enough sustain to get through this fight, but I spoke a little bit too early. The shield goes down, and now NASEF has no problem getting aggressive in the back line. There's a Lucio putting a lot of pressure onto Salmon. Salmon gets the kill. Trades are happening for both teams, and NASEF's push is actually getting whittled down little by little.
Yeah. Even if they continue to trade member for member, it's going to be NASEF that wins out at the end of the day. Their respawn is much closer. They're able to get in there, and they're going to be able to capture the point very, very quickly once again. Now, with just a little bit more time before the Diva Bomb is up, right now, JCSE could be the key player to close this one out. Salmon changed onto the Hamster, try to stall this one out, but there goes the self-destruct. Gonna buy some time. Cart's rolling around the corner.
Yeah, that's the zoning potential that NASEF is really looking for. There's another good Maywall. Hainu now out. Suli able to get a kill in the middle of all that chaos. And now they're up a person. The Dragon Strike comes out too late. That would have been beautiful if it did land. But nonetheless, NASEF County takes the second game in the series. Still undefeated in maps on the day with 5 wins.
Yeah, let's look at the play of the game. Moonlight this time. This was a fantastic shatter play. I remembered this on the offense here. Just goes to show you, you know, can't sneeze at either side. I'd say that GDS put up a fantastic fight, almost winning out this map. It was such a competitive game, so close in the end. But NASEF with their Maywalls proves to be too difficult to overcome. They do have one more chance here. We're approaching match point. It's 2-0 in this best of 5 in favor of NASEF. Will they be able to close it out with their all-out aggression? Or can GDS find their footing? Can they stand up to the aggression from NASEF County?
Yeah, and it's all about positioning, Spencer. People are just not ready for the tempo that that NASEF plays at. They're just not prepared. And so by the time you realize NASEF is playing super fast, it's over, right? You're in a bad spot. NASEF County, NASEF County is able to just go in and just pummel you because you weren't ready. And it's not that, that they're not making plays at all, but NASEF County is just able to take an advantage or gain themselves some sort of positional advantage and just capitalize on that. They're being clean with their fights. They are isolating certain team members, certain roles from the fight. So, for example, like it was a Lucio versus Zarya. Zarya doesn't need to really be on a Lucio, especially at mid-range, right? Because that's just not what Zarya is good at. And so that takes away the ability for Zarya to bubble someone, bubble herself, get charged, challenge that front line. And so it's a lot of little intricate things here and there that we saw NASEF County do so well against GDS Salmon. And GDS is going to have to adjust to that.
Exactly, yeah. Not to mention, another thing that NASEF County is able to take advantage of is the lack of verticality from these teams. Once again, you basically are playing entirely on the same y-axis as the rest of your team entirely when you're GDS. Your Hanzo's down on the ground. Your Reaper can't get anywhere. Your Junkrat's also pretty much down on the ground as well. Both tanks are. You're not taking advantage of the high ground. You're not able to find good angles when it comes to this wall. We saw the Kremit pull it off just a little bit towards the end there, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. Trying to take advantage of some of these different avenues that the map would offer could end up doing some good for GDS Salmon. And I know Dorado also has a lot of that opportunity available, particularly on the first push on the high ground right there before the cart enters under the little tunnel. That could be the ideal place to kind of hold out versus NASEF and really put a stop to their Maywalls just destroying your team.
Yes, someone's got to counter that May. I really don't know how that would work. I mean, obviously, I would be a proponent of using Reaper, but Reaper can't really get into the back line. I really like the Reaper McCree lineup they got going, but it's just the shields, right? Who's going to shred the shields? Maybe you go for an Orisa here. Maybe you go for something that is a little towards more countering the support for the DPS, right? Because the DPS are the problem, but also the other issue is that you're not really taking away the support that the DPS have, right? So they're getting shields, they're getting heals, they're getting all that stuff. I didn't mean to rhyme, but I did, right? It's just those sorts of things that I think GDS is going to have to adjust for. We'll see if that really happens. But as you said, getting into a good position on Dorado could win you the entire map in a landslide, right? Dorado's one of those maps where, like, even if you are landsliding, like, one play changes the entire flow of the game. And if you can hold from that position with your ult economy and the way you're positioning yourself, I mean, the other team just doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, you're right. You know, it will be tough. I don't know if we're going to Dorado for sure. It looks like we're actually going to Junkertown here. That's largely the same story. You have some high ground still. You can still play with that verticality. Honestly, on this map, I want to see a Widowmaker if they're able to play it. Pharah is also an ideal pick as well. You're able to take advantage of the long sight lines, get some good damage off, try to pick off the back line before they can put out too much healing, too much support to the aggression, and support that push. So if GDS is able to play it, then I think that would be great.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think we're just agreeing on everything today, Spencer.
We're in sync, perfectly in sync.
Perfectly in sync. No caster curses yet. Unlike yesterday, we caster curse basically everything.
Yeah.
Yes, and I believe with that, we will take a quick break. Some of the players are going to the bathroom, so we will catch you all back in just a second. Stay tuned for the rest of this best of 5 NASEF County up in the series. Thanks for all who stayed tuned, and for everyone who's just joining us, welcome. We just came back from a small bathroom break, and we are ready to get into the next game in this best of 5 between Massac County and GDS Salmon. Now, Spencer, Massac County is up 2. We were kind of talking about the adjustments that Salmon has to make. What do you think they are going to do now that we're coming out onto Junkertown?
Okay, honestly, I will not be surprised if they keep the Hanzo. Oh, but there it is. Teasing us at the start, the Widowmaker. That's exactly what I want to see on this map. Once again, taking advantage of the long sight lines, trying to pick off the back line, since you're not likely going to win in an all-out death ball brawl versus Massac. They've just proven themselves too many times. They're too powerful to be contended with, and you need to try to find an alternate strategy. So whether that be trying to pick off the back line with a sniper, or abusing of verticality with another aerial character, something like that will be doing the Salmon a lot of good, and I like what we're seeing so far. It's a little bit harder on the offense to pull off the Widowmaker Junkrat type composition, but it might just end up being what they need at the end of the day.
Yes, and now we'll actually swap back to us really fast, just going to get some production things going out of the way. But yeah, something that I'm hoping to see, maybe, I think you mentioned verticality for a second. I was kind of reading the production messages, but Farah Echo double pocket. I don't know. That'd be kind of interesting to see. I'm pretty sure that doesn't work. Otherwise, people would do it, but that'd be cool. Yeah.
That's the thing. It's
dream.
Destroyed by double hit scan, so you can't really pull that off too reliably. So yeah, maybe not pulling that out at the start. We are just kind of seeing a little preview of the team comp still. On the defense, the tank line from Flumix and JCSE is going to be Hammond and Sigma respectively. This is another little cute combination here. You have the disruption. Sigma's basically, a half a DPS as well. So bring up the front line and the damage as well. Sully and Fine on the Tracer and the Ash, able to provide some more disruption as well. And having Chinfu on the Mercy is a little bit of a strange choice, but I do like it on this map. You're able to kind of fly between the different vantage points where your teammates could be set up. The damage boost also going to help out Funman a lot, help him land those headshots, and just really dish out a lot of damage. So let's see what's going to happen as the sidelines collide here.
Yeah, I really thought the Ash was going to get picked off right there. But it was a nice angle played, by Funman right there. Though the treatment, or excuse me, the Kremet, the treatment. Kremet does get pressured off right there. And we're off to a, pretty fundamental start. Nice pick, though.
Very nice.
From the Zenyatta onto Schooly.
And now Twilight's got to put some healing into the rest of his team. Madison's been largely forced back here, and this is good news for the Salmon. With Orisa, you're able to very consistently hold on to your positioning, and you make it very difficult for the retake. Now Kremet going for a jump shot here, trying to find the Tracer, able to land the body shot, not much else.
Yeah, the Kremet definitely in some really powerful positions right here. If you catch somebody from, Massac County off guard, it just really opens up the entire fight for you. But Sully kind of popping off a little bit with 3 kills. Dang, opening up the floodgates for the rest of the team. Massac County starting to clean things up, and it's just textbook from here, Spence.
That was absolutely insane. Sully dodging the Widowmaker shots, able to take down half of the enemy team. Beautiful Tracer play, and it's playing much into Massac's MO here. They let you push in, then they collapse on you and play defensively, able to jump down from the high ground and kind of get the drop on you. A great flank from Flumix at the end of the day too. I was a little bit worried about his positioning, but he was able to make it work. It's a minefield too.
Yeah, that's really good for Massac right there, especially because they're able to split. You see the Orisa right here kind of just on her own, not really anyone there to completely support her 100%, and everyone just kind of takes advantage of that one lonely Orisa, everyone else is split. Massac County, as I said, just textbook here. They are just taking apart this defense by doing everything that they should.
Yeah, now Kremet switched off of the Widowmaker and back onto the Hanzo. if they don't feel confident winning out the sniper duel versus Funman, then it is a good play. You're able to provide a little bit more consistent DPS and provide some more standard value to your team. But here comes a
wow, what a nice catch. Salmon able to grab that Winston out, that Hammond out of the way. And that's going to open up a good opportunity for an engage for Salmon right here. There's some ult coming out as well. And that's going to start giving a little bit of momentum towards the way of GDS.
Salmon popping off right there. Able to get a fantastic flux alongside the massive damage from his Sigma Spheres. Now, the last-ditch effort from Flummox to stall out the map will be coming in. Able to get a little bit more time, which is exactly what you need on the defense. Brings down the clock to about a minute, but the capture brings it right back up to 3 minutes 30 seconds. Inside of the gates could be where NASEF finds their footing, though. They've shown themselves to be very adept at taking advantage of choke points and places that force the enemy into a single area. So maybe being able to rain down some damage as the cart traverses through the alleyway will be where they're going to start to take back this map. Funman, he's now not on the Ash, back onto the Echo. Gonna try to team up with Chinfu yet again, though.
And see, the tough thing, though, right, is you saw GDS switch from the Orisa to the Winston, right? And that's just gonna make it so tough because now they have to focus on an almost a good stuck, though. Koi gets taken out, but now they don't have as much ult percentage. The ult economy is not gonna go in their way, but I guess that doesn't quite matter. GDS is able to get a few kills, and they're pushing point with a lot of pressure, being very aggressive right here. Kind of forcing NASEF to make some positional mistakes. They were really, taking advantage of the fact that the Tracer was by herself in the backline, and my goodness, Spencer, GDS just kind of pushed without almost a contest.
Yeah, Sully able to pick up a few kills here and there, but ultimately not putting too much of a dent in the offensive power of GDS. They're still able to consistently stick onto the cart. Now that they've taken out Sully, they're able to push onto the second checkpoint largely uncontested, once again giving them another 3 minutes and 30 seconds. This is going to be... Yeah, go ahead, sorry. Okay. This is going to be one of the hardest choke points to push past, though. If it's not time for the main now, I don't know when it will be. Funman probably just wants to ult and then switch off, but I recommend switching to the Mei as soon as is convenient.
And I was just going to say kind of the same thing, actually. But this is a little bit uncharacteristic of NASEF to kind of retreat so much, but then again, we haven't really seen them play on a payload-only map, right? Then again, as I say that, they are cleaning house right now, basically eliminating everyone off the field. And maybe we'll see NASEF try and just hold this choke point here. We haven't really seen them contest more than they really want yet.
Yeah, right. Now, this is where NASEF themselves are actually taking advantage of the verticality, putting McCree on the high ground and allowing Echo to just fly up and down. The lack of hit scan will be ending up being a big problem for GDS. The Kremet might not be able to land the arrows, and Junkrat not the greatest at shooting in an upwards direction. So it's going to be up to Moonlight and the squad to kind of open up this point for the rest of GDS. Let's see what's going on here.
Flux, that one's coming out from NASEF, though now they have an angry monkey in the background combined with the large Diva Bomb. That's going to do a lot of work for GDS Salmon right here. They're going to be able to push and get a lot of pressure offensively onto the NASEF defense, but I don't know if that quite matters here. The Kremet is shredding everyone nonetheless at NASEF County. Now their back foot have to retreat and give up a lot of this space to GDS Salmon.
Yeah, Moonlight has rejected humanity. He's returned to Monkey. And this is what's really going to be opening up for GDS at the end of the day. The aggressive power from the Winston, able to fully refill his HP bar with the Primal Rage, drawing a lot of the focus, and allowing the Kremet and Terag to just pop off with the damage. Riptire's ready. This could be the end of the map here, but taken down.
That's really unfortunate. Such good timing for the Winston for NASEF, but GDS had that tire, as you said, and that was probably their win condition. They're basically at the backup completely here, and NASEF is aggressing onto them, taking that space back and hoping to stave them off for another minute.
Right. 1 minute left on the clock. GDS have got to get this together so they can finish out this map. The only ultimates available for Masic at this point will be the Deadeye and the Damage Booster, which are a potent combo, but ultimately won't provide you with too much CC. You're going to have to find some kills. You're going to have to find him fast here. Moonlight, he's re-embraced humanity, switched on to the Reinhardt, and this is the Reinhardt-Zarya combo. Could be winning out the day here as he just steps onto the cart.
Oh, there's a defense matrix that Masic loves to get aggressive with, although the Hanzo does get that first kill. Dragon Strike now coming out, could be really dangerous, but Sully does not die before getting a little bit of value out of it at least, and there's a large Dragon Strike coming out from the Kremit. Zenyatta Transcendence also here to give them the sustain they need to push, but I don't think Masic has enough resources to defend against this, Spence.
We'll see. We'll see. The respawns are starting to come in. Flummox is on the Reinhardt, and he's starting to move out. They've contested the cart thanks to Sully's Tracer. Starting to get back on as the Gravitic Flux is available as well. They just need to make it on, but the Salmon have completely cleared them out, and they will be finishing out the map in overtime. Just barely.
Yeah, and they're, kind of the same theme as last match. Salmon definitely grinding out a win. I think that they got this, though, Spence. This might be their map. Although, we have to see Masic, though. Masic loves to just run into you and get you when you don't expect it, right? So we'll have to see how Masic responds to that. But, Salmon definitely showing the mental fortitude to win these fights and to make mid-game adjustments.
Yeah, this might be a repeat of what we saw last time on King's Row. We saw a trudge to the finish line by the Salmon, only to just get completely outpaced by Masic at the end of the day and end up with a much larger time bank because overtime triggered at the end of the round there. All Masic needs to do is get on to the final point with a little bit more time. So definitely feasible for them. They are an explosive team, and you definitely have got to be watching out. I like Flummox and JCSE on the Diva. I like that dive comp. On a map like Junkertown, you have so much ground to cover, so you've got to pick heroes with good mobility. Reinhardt's going to be too slow. You can't get onto the high ground to contest everybody, and it's not going to work out. So the adaptation from the Masic squad is something you'd love to see. Now, on the other hand, Salmon have pulled out the Genji. Very interesting pick. What's your take on this, Ryan?
My take is that I'm excited. That's all I'm gonna say. I want to see the Kremit pop off. I love watching Genjis come out. A lot of them are very talented and very, very fun to watch. So we'll see. Masic might have to switch off somebody just to counter this Genji, but I think the Kremit's pretty much got it. I think he's gonna pop off as well. Oh, never mind. Wow. One man was like, haha, no fun for you. And the rest of Masic is just literally running in. I wasn't even expecting that, and I can see the entire team.
That is absolutely insane. Wow.
Wow.
Supported by Chinfu, the damage boost most likely putting in a hell of a lot of work. Now, Masic has completely cleared the path for them. Only a last-ditch effort could slow them down here, but that's probably something that is not in GDS's best interest. They want to try to play this at the choke point. Flummox isn't even going to give him a chance to take a break, though. Gets hooked in. GDS finds their break.
Yeah, GDS definitely have to remind everyone watching right now, Masic County is up 2-0 in the series. In a best of 5, taking this match home will mean that they take home the series and remain undefeated on the day. So if you're GDS, you really want to get things done right now. Good hook coming down, but now we got a Zenyatta stolen by the Echo ult. No Graviton quite yet ready. Still got to charge it all up, and Funman is going off, and there's the grab, and everyone's going in. Masic County just playing Masic County Overwatch and doing Masic County things. But GDS not giving up without a fight.
Almost farmed up the second grab there. That would have been pretty crazy, but unfortunately, Masic not able to make too much of the Echo ultimate there. GDS having a great recovery. Transcendence giving themselves a little bit more sticking power. Even if it did seem pretty good for them at the end, able to retake the point after a good pick, so kudos to them for taking advantage of the situation. Now, Masic does have a tremendous amount of ults. This could be where they push in.
Yeah, Sully definitely looking poised to toss that bomb onto somebody, anybody in the back line, but when you got an angry Winston run around the map, it's really hard to deal with them. Masic County just winning that team fight outright, but not with much better pace at all than GDS Salmon had at this point in the game.
Following largely a similar track, they have roughly 30 seconds more in the clock than GDS had at this point, which is a little bit, but not a tremendous amount. GDS, this time, they're the ones with ults in the bank. They have the Graviton ready to go. This is their best chance to try to turn this game around. They want to try to find an opportunity where NASEF is all grouped up, but the nature of their team leaves them very spread out, and it might be hard to take advantage of Moonlight's Graviton.
Yeah, lots of ults coming out. The Kremet trying to get some value out of that Dragon Blade, but finds almost absolutely none. No kills yet either from it. Manages at the last second to get Twilight, but NASEF County is kind of pushing already. They have a huge momentum, and they are going to be diving straight into the back line of GDS. GDS responding with some kills, and man, Spencer, these scraps are really hit or miss between both of these teams right now.
Yeah, it seems like they're just slugging each other back and forth. Tarek has to try to get out of there this time. And the cart's largely stalled out, despite the kills being traded back and forth. It's going to go in the favor of GDS at the end of the day, but they're still going to be holding on tight. Whole Hog comes out, starts to push everybody off the point, and NASEF has no ults available left for them. They've got to figure out a way to farm up some ults, try to find a better opportunity here. Funman at 76%. If they steal another Graviton, this could be huge.
Yeah, these team fights have definitely gone into the area of scrappy, for sure, especially with this Diamond pot.
What is going on?
NASEF County just kind of wiping up there, but yeah, it's both teams are kind of pacing at the same right now. I think NASEF County up a couple extra seconds here or there in terms of timing, but it's going to get down to the wire.
Yeah, almost the exact same timing here. This is looking good for NASEF, though. They were able to completely wipe out GDS without using an ult at all, so they will have a lot charged up for this next push coming up. Moonlight has changed onto the Reinhardt this time, foregoing any further use of the Graviton, and Funman, he's got the steal ready to go. But GDS might just be collapsing here.
I thought that power drive was going to do it, but it looks like the grab is now. NASEF County able to pick off 3 and continually pushing forward. Now they're making much better time than GDS Salmon was able to make, but they still got to round this corner and have everybody with them to push.
Yeah, this is looking really good for NASEF. They have the Pulse Bomb, they have Funman's ult ready to go as well. And this could be where the map ends. Flummox just dives in, but the anti-nade could be doing a lot of work. Gets shielded and saved.
Wow, that one was a really close call. The Kremet now doing the Dragon Blade. Can he get some more kills than 1? Gets 2. Puts a lot of pressure on the NASEF County backline, and that's going to be tough for NASEF County. They're super overextended, and it looks like GDS will just clean the rest of this fight up.
Able to find the fight that they need, take back the momentum, and stake their claim on this cart right here. 2 defensive ultimates left. Koi could be the one that ends up saving the game. Siamese might just enable Moonlight to slap down some folks as well. Everything's going to be decided in these next few pushes. Tag once again on the Reaper, teleports up to the top side. And now GDS starts to take the high ground. You'll love to see this. They need to contest the air versus Funman, so high ground probably will be doing them a lot of work. Let's see what's going to unfold.
Yes, but oh, the angle from Funman could be dangerous. Funman's got to figure out how to kill someone, though it doesn't. Took too long to pull the trigger, and now GDS took advantage of that, just showing you how close this game really is. It's going to get down to the wire, just under a minute left on the clock. If NASEF can just get some time for themselves, that would be the most ideal as they push this payload forward to the point.
Yeah, just a minute left after a largely fumbled push by NASEF, but they do have a few more chances left. Funman trying to find the angle from above. Here comes the steal. He's on the Reaper this time. Looking for the Death Blossom. Are they going to be able to find it? Maybe
Damage
not.
from Koi is so important right here. They need Koi to stay alive. That's their trans. That's their sustainability. Shatter now going out. Sound Barrier countering it for NASEF County. Though no one has quite decided to engage. There's a Defense Matrix and a Death Blossom in the back line. Does it kill anybody? No! Yes! It does! And the Zenyatta Transcendence there to help GDS on their push. This is what they were looking for, just massacring NASEF County, and that is going to be what you are looking for if you're GDS Salmon right now.
Oh, 30 seconds left. NASEF has one more chance, but they have to do it in the face of a waiting Graviton Surge. The Salmon could be closing this one out, taking the first game off of NASEF in the entire tournament. This could be historic here. Salmon ready to go. He's going to drop him for his grab. He's got to get it out there. The double dragons as well.
Oh, there it is! The drag combo combined with the Graviton. That's going to be huge. NASEF County looks like they're going to lose their first map of the day. GDS Salmon coming back from the deficit. Just keeping that iron mental. Maybe a better metal than iron is probably
titanium mental. They're strong. They're not giving it up. But neither is NASEF as well. They're trying to get these touches. They've got JCSE. He's going to get eviscerated by Tarek. This is the power of the Reaper. Immortality field, not going to be doing too much at the end of the day. And the Salmon just have to continue mowing down the approaching members of NASEF right here. Nano Boost comes out to try to seal the deal, but the hamster balls found its way back on the point as well. One man. He's stolen the ultimate. They're still hanging on just barely, and it looks like they're starting to make some ground. But Tarek gonna put a cork in that. Perfect Death Blossom.
Yep, there's a Death Blossom for your Valentine's Day gift. GDS Salmon coming back, bringing a series 2-1, not letting NASEF County sweep again on the day. What do you think about that game, Spencer? That was very grindy.
Very, very grindy, very scrappy. The fights just kept going back and forth, and GDS were finally able to receive the pushes as intended. Death Blossoms put in some serious work. We had some doubts about the Reaper earlier on, but it did end up panning out for the GDS squad this time. I like the adaptations. I like the Zenyatta as well. Ended up working out very, very well in the favor of GDS, and the map also ended up favoring them as well. Not many opportunities to take advantage of the Maywall. Takes a huge point of strength away from NASEF at the end of the day.
And that's, if you're NASEF County, right, that's kind of a momentum killer, right? You were so on fire for 5 matches in a row, and now, you know, this team is giving you some trouble, right? GDS Salmon stuck to what they know, stuck to their fundamentals, really worked hard on grinding out these matches. Those are not easy things to do. They made some really, not risky, but they made some really interesting calls mid-game that could have gone bad if they weren't prepared to execute it, just as running like sort of a dive on Junkertown, right? And so you saw GDS Salmon, it paid off for them. They took some, I wouldn't say risks, but they took some, you know, they made some choices to go for some high-risk, high-reward plays, and it really, that gambling kind of let them really get the edge on NASEF and find their groove in that game.
Yeah, very, very true. Ultimately, it just came down to holding that final point. It was too hard for NASEF to get around. They just could not pull it off. The Echo did not work out as intended at the end of the map there. Not able to find the proper angles and not able to get too much value either out of the steals. There was one Reaper steal that went completely unfounded. No Death Blossom to be had, and that is going to be critical. You need to take advantage of every single opportunity when you're trying to push around that third checkpoint at Junkertown. But unfortunately, NASEF not able to pull it off. This time, though, we are moving on to a 2CP map, either Anubis, Hanamura, or Volskaya. We've already seen NASEF prove themselves on Hanamura, so they will be selected that one as the losers of the previous map. We're going to be starting off on the offense as well. So it could be going a little bit like the previous match that we saw. They're also swapping sides. This time, NASEF going to be on the red team.
Yeah, and as you kind of mentioned earlier, NASEF County definitely proved themselves on Hanamura. They just, for lack of better words, ran in and punched the other team in the face. And I'm going to expect to see that sort of play style. They love to just run in. Lucio, speed boost. Reinhardt, swinging a hammer. Diva, matrixing all of the damage onto the Ryan, right? That's kind of their MO. Or if it's not, Diva, it's going to be Azaria. And so it's just those things, right, that Massac County likes to do that really makes it tough for a team to react. And I think GDS Salmon is ready. I think they're going to be expecting this tempo from Massac County. I think they're going to be prepared for the tempo that they're going to have to play at, right? Just to play around Massac County. And I think they'll be flexible enough to really make it work here.
Yeah, I think that they will probably keep the Reaper GDS, and they'll probably make it work pretty well. It's a good pick for finding kills in the choke point, once again, shredding the shields. I think that this could be the best map to have it, just considering that Massac will be having to push through the point, push through at first. So it might be the ideal opportunity to find kills if they are not running the Mei. However, you got to watch out for Fun Man. You got to find a way around it. I want to see some flankers go around the top left window. If you are the attackers, looking at the point, you got to find some way around such that your entire team is not sealed off by that Mei wall. If you purposefully split yourselves up instead of having yourselves split up, you allow yourself much more flexibility, much more power in succeeding in this push. So you got to see it, or else we might just have a repeat of the earlier game that we saw.
Yes, and I'm excited to kind of see what happens. Seems like both teams are ready. We're about to head in. But Spencer, since it is Valentine's Day, I do have a question for you.
Okay, yeah.
Dark or milk chocolate?
I gotta say milk all the way. I've always had, a typical sweet tooth. So it's gotta be milk chocolate for me. Dark chocolate just a little bit too bitter. How about you?
I am personally a dark chocolate person. Everyone in Twitch chat, definitely let us know what you think. Dark chocolate or milk chocolate? I am a dark chocolate, 72% person. That's
72%. That's dark. That's real dark, my dude.
Dude, no. I know someone that eats 95%. That's crazy percentage. I could not even get anywhere.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah, I know, right? That's like an A.
B's at that point, am I right?
That's like an A+, dude.
Ridiculous. Well, I hope that someone special gives you some dark chocolate for Valentine's Day. I really hope that you get to enjoy your favorite treat.
Thank you as well.
Maybe either of these teams will be enjoying a special treat of victory as we get onto Hanamura right here. 17 seconds on the selection screen here, and I want to see what they're going to come out with. Ren, take us on a beautiful tour of the vista that is Hanamura.
Blizzard did such a good job at designing this map. I really like the cherry blossom trees and how they look.
If there's one thing that Blizzard always hits at, it's visual design. I feel like all of their games are incredibly striking when it comes to the visual style. Great use of the colors here. Nothing looks washed out. Everything is bright, vibrant, what you'd expect from a game with a tone like Overwatch. And makes it just overall more exciting to watch, more exciting to look at. And,
all right, so we actually get to see this comp coming out for... Oh, man, there's switch sides now. DS Salmon. And Brig. I see a Brig, and I like that. That means they're just going to run into, Massac County.
Yeah,
I like that a lot.
This could end up stopping Flummox in his tracks, and it might just be what GDS needs. They might have done their homework. Ooh, but look at that headshot from Flummox.
Yeah, I was like, whoa.
Massac not slowing down at all. They've already made their way onto the point. It seems like this is where GDS wants to fight. First kill comes out already.
Man, and there's the classic Massac County just running into your face. They are just doing a ton of damage and playing with a high tempo. I mean, I don't expect anything less of them. Fundamental Overwatch right there, taking out the people, clean up the fights, get you a point early, bam, and you're good to go.
Steamrolled that fight right there. Massac County giving us a taste of their good old aggressive style. Able to rush straight on in with the Lucio, and I'm not sure that Koi even got a chance to shield bash. So I'm going to switch that one up to the Zenyatta. And look at that, Massac not even slowing down. They're just going to rush straight on in here. No breaks.
Yeah, they are all gas pedal, no brakes. So we have Salmon in a 1v1 versus McCree. Do they finally get the kill? No, not quite, but people are being traded out. Siamese here trying to keep everybody alive, able to do so well. But man, Massac County just puts so much pressure onto the defense. It'll be really tough for them to really win this out unless they can get those spawns coming in for them earlier. Looks like they managed to win that mid fight and stave off another push from Massac County.
Yeah, but Massac took a tick there, which is pretty huge.
That is.
Considering that on Hanamura, the game is decided by the defenders on respawn, having a tick makes it so much easier to win the game here. All you need is, a big wipe. You're able to finally close out the point, take advantage of the Graphitic Flux that's coming up for JCSE, and it could be another fast game. He's also got the damage boost ready. And this time, Massac's going for the high ground.
Defense Matrix should be coming out anytime soon, but that's unfortunate if you're GDS Salmon because your Ryan gets booped all the way down. This ult to kill the Ryan, he goes down. Graphitic Flux worked out so well. Cleanup is here for Massac County, and they are able to grab one more tick. If they could do that, that would make this push all the more worth for them.
That's right. Look at them go, still tearing apart the GDS squad. They got one more chance. Here's the shatter, but Moonlight stopped in his tracks, gunned down by the Deadeye as well. Are they able to make it on? They are not. A very, very fast blitz from Massac County will result in a quick win.
Right, and that's just, like I said, classic Massac County. Running in your face, swinging a hammer in your face. It's all about positioning at that point. If you are GDS Salmon, you need to position yourself before they even get there. And I know they are, but they're not quite adjusting on time. They don't have anyone to scout and get information for them. So by the time Massac County runs into their face, it's almost over. The whole thing is just done for,
Lucio speed boost still hard to contend with, especially when they switched it up by going for the high ground. I bet you that GDS did not expect that, and they ended up getting taken down. The Maywall also very conducive to achieving those early picks in a surprise fight like that. So super, super difficult to anticipate and account for. But here comes GDS. It's their time to shine, their time to be aggressive, be offensive. They've got the Symmetra to try to rush on the point with a little bit of a cheesy play, and Kremit himself is on the May this time too. So maybe we're going to see some more splits. Walls coming up on both sides. Could be a little bit funny to watch.
You gotta love to see two Hammonds on in a game. It's always funny to watch them both swinging around the point at the same time. One team's trying to boop, get the other Hammond, but then they're getting booped, and the other team's trying to get the other Hammond, but they're all just getting booped by both Hammonds. It's pretty funny to see.
We're not going to be seeing any Hammonds, though, this time. This is so sad. No hamsters making their appearance here. Instead, it's going to be Moonlight and Salmon on the Reinhardt and Zarya combo. Probably going to be trying to rush in, much like the team before them did, but there's no Lucio to kind of support that here.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Massac County kind of just go all in right here super early. See the Symmetra. They know they're going to TP on a point. They might as well just try and get the backline while the backline is still trying to TP. But doesn't look like they're going to do it, though. GDS able to get some early kills and look very reminiscent of the Massac County push. Wow.
Yeah. GDS able to bust out explosively as well. Great teleported play, moving past the Maywall. This is exactly the kind of counterplay I wanted to see. Taking advantage of an alternate route. It wasn't quite the flank through the other window, but the Symmetric Teleporter will be doing a great job of moving them onto the point. Now that they've captured the first one too, there's a lot more avenues available to get in, so they no longer need the Symmetra. Instead, they're going to choose something with a little bit of higher damage potential. It's going to be the Reaper. Funman's on the Ashe, though. He will probably be uncontested. Let's see what happens as they move up towards the high ground.
Oh, that's actually a really nice wall. I don't even know if they meant to do that on purpose for Funman, but that totally blocked off all of the vision for Funman. Shatter now coming out. It's going to be really nice.
Yeah, this
is where Massac County.
This is where they start retaking it. Able to find a good fight. A great shatter from Flumix will set the tone of this. And they are starting to shore up their defense. They're not going to get blitzed like they just did to GDS. They're going to find their footing, and they're going to start to receive the pushes rather well. They've got some good ults in their bank to play defensively. JCSE on the Flux and Suli with the Deadeye. Both great ultimates to stop a push in their tracks. But Nano Boost And Graviton could be doing a similar thing for GDS here. It all depends how they combo it. It all depends if they're going to go for the high ground again, try to find the opportunity to group up Masic, try to take them down where they stand.
Yeah, that's definitely not ideal. If you're Sully, you really want to, or sorry, if you're Funman, you really want to be up there, but we have a lot of ults coming out. Gravitic Flux dropping some people down in Massac County. Giving the Massac County special, just running over the other team at the choke point.
Yeah, Sully also giving a little bit of a love tap to his sleeping brother Flummox there. And they're going to continue hard holding this very nice team kill. They did use the Flux, and now they will not have it for the next push, but GDS has 2 tank ults. They've got the Blizzard ready to go. They've got quite a few tools to get themselves in here. Maybe they try the front door this time.
That would be ideal, but also not ideal. They don't know Flummox is here. Flummox drops down. The Shatter's there, and it's pretty big. The rest of Massac County here to finish things off, and that's going to be a nice cleanup for that fight. Oh, Flummox with a great read, not even allowing a tick for it.
Yeah, this is very, very difficult to contend with. Not even allowing GDS the opportunity to drop their tank ultimates. But as soon as they do, the fight could turn around in GDS's favor. There's not much left in the chest for Masic. They've just continually used their ults to team wipe. So now that GDS is at the resource advantage, they might be able to turn this around. They're going to be trying the high ground again, since they know there's likely no way for them to get stopped here. They've got to just push on in and soldier forward.
The thing is, though, Spence, is that they really, even though they have the old advantage of, you know, Flummox is able to farm that Shatter, that would be really tough, but there's not going to be enough time. Moonlight finds 2 kills, Graviton's being used now, and the whole war chest is coming out from GDS Salmon right now. Although this is one of the hardest points to capture, Spence, we have to keep in mind that spawn timer will make it very difficult for GDS Salmon to really snowball the rest of this fight, especially with so much resources, but Moonlight is just popping off. Terry here in the backline could get the Death Blossom.
It won't even be necessary. Look at that. 4 members on the point. 1 tick already. Can Masic contest this? The point's going to go up very, very quickly. And GDS able to close it out. They stalled out, made Masic use the resources very, very intelligently. And then were able to pile all in with the majority of the ults that they had. So very well executed from GDS. They will be at a small time deficiency, but it's definitely still doable. Will Flummox and the gang be able to rush in and secure the point just like they did previously? We'll have to see after this quick pause. A little bit of a technical issue.
Yeah, that's a kind of lot to process there, Spencer. Like, it seems like both teams are really changing up their sort of play style. I mean, we saw Massac County definitely being very aggressive with everything, definitely being, you know, more on the offensive sort of side here, but it's really not like them to completely commit to a fight like that and just straight up fight it even if they were losing, right? We usually see Massac County kind of back out of there, and GDS usually doesn't push so much even if they could lose the fight, right? So we saw teams when they usually are more careful, be a lot more aggressive and go for it, which is great stuff. I mean, it's not bad by any means, but it's just very interesting to see that, right? Like, we don't really see teams change up the way they're playing mid-game or mid-series, but yet again, it is a long series, so these teams are trying to make adjustments just to beat the other team every second.
Yeah, I do feel like the Symmetra pick caught Masic off guard. Does seem like they weren't expecting that, especially on the first point. They ended up getting completely flanked and outmaneuvered and taken down very, very quickly there. And finally, on the second point, there's no space really left to retreat and regroup like Masic likes to do. So they were forced to fight it out in the face of a huge amount of ultimates, even after buying so much time. I feel like they needed to be a little bit more reserved in their ultimate usage, even though it did result in team wipes every few times. It only bought them about 20-ish seconds, 20, 30 seconds per big wipe there. And it enabled GDS to close it out when they had a plethora of ults to use themselves. So,
and that's the, like, you know, the double-edged sword of team wipes, right? Because if you get the wipe, well, yeah, you wiped everybody, but then also if you wipe them all at the same time, you know, without that stagger, it just you get those 20 seconds, but those 20 seconds aren't always necessarily worth it. Sometimes it's more valuable to use 1 or 2 ults and give them a tick and burn off a minute and a half versus 6 ults for 20 seconds, right? But I mean, those are hard things and hard decisions to actually come up with in the moment, right? Overall, macro-wise, Massac County definitely still in the driver's seat there, up almost 2 minutes compared to GDS Salmon here. So, it's just one of those things, right?
Right. Yeah, it is tough to contend with. And in terms of changes, it's very difficult to say. I feel like the team composition still works largely for Massac here. I still really like the Mei on this map. They just need to be more aware, I think. More able to find the fights that they need and less susceptible to getting the drop on. When they get flanked, things really start to fall apart for them. They end up getting shut out. Having Funman on the Ashe as well was a little bit difficult as well. He wasn't able to provide as much value as he needed to, thanks to the Maywall on the other team. So pretty difficult. Maybe if they had changed it up and tried to go around the other side as well, that could have panned out for them. But ultimately, pretty difficult to contend with here. It's just very difficult to say if there's any definite counter to these strategies. At the end of the day, it's going to be the coordination, going to be the focus fire, and enabling your teammates, not getting caught out, not getting caught with your pants down with no ultimates. And hopefully if they're able to get back on top of that type of issue, then Massac might end up winning out the day and winning out this set.
Yeah, I mean, our production had some really good analysis of the game, right? These teams are kind of differing in the way they're approaching these sites. Massac County opting for the in your face, and GDS Salmon opting for the TP thing. They kind of then those two things affect not just the first point but the second point. Kind of like how we were talking about on Junkertown, where GDS Salmon was just constantly switching just to try and counter the comp that Massac had, and so they were constantly getting behind in the ult economy, which is fine. It's doable if you're winning, right? But you're not always going to be winning. So when they chose for the Symmetra here, right, they weren't able to just completely snowball because there's not quite a place for Symmetra to be super effective necessarily in the way that this game is playing out on that second point. And so it's like things like that are super small. You wouldn't think much of it, but in the later half of the game, it's really important and it really affects the way that the game plays out,
Yeah, just the swaps starting to put a hamper on your ult economy will end up doing you in. Even though you might have a better character to receive a push, having the ultimate might just do you more good at the end of the day. Ultimately, though, we will figure out what happens, which team is going to walk away with the W on this map just after a short break. Got to get these technical issues resolved. Please don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly.
Thank you for joining us. And as we try and figure out all these technical difficulties, we're back from our quick break, and we are still in the middle of a match between Massac County and GDS Salmon. I believe Massac County up 2-1 in the best of 5 series. Spencer, we saw a very interesting game kind of develop, but what do you think this game is going to go like? We are right now on Hanamura, and we are in overtime.
Well, unfortunately, Massac County has lost one of their players. Due to technical issues and the rules of the tournament, they must continue to play 5v6 or else they forfeit the map. So they are putting it all on the line right here, trying to stick it out with just 5 people. It's going to be a huge disadvantage, but it's possible. It's doable. They can play the defense. They can try their best. Going to be rolling it out with Ash this time. No Mei. You need some consistent DPS, and a singular Mei is not going to cut it. So they're playing the best they can with the cards they were dealt.
Yeah, it was interesting to see how they developed, throughout the game. And unfortunately for Massac County, if they lose here, they basically give up a lead, right? They are up in the series 2-1. It's a best of 5. They are 1 game away. Quite frankly, they're a 2-minute hold away from winning. But, GDS Salmon is a no-joke team. They are good. They are going to take advantage of the 5v6. So we'll see how things sort of unfold here.
Yeah, now it's time to take advantage of the teleport play as well. The thing that got Massac on the back foot before, going to just teleport right on up next to their back line on the top there. Start getting on in. Ooh, but Funman picks up the first kill here.
Yeah, and wow, actually Funman gets 2 kills.
Oh my Lord.
And this is some really good, momentum that Massac County needs. Kind of just showing that they are good at this game, and they win the first push. Okay.
I do not believe it. In a 5v6. Massac County showing what they got. Titanium mental 1,000,000%. Look at these guys go.
And now the pressure's on, right? If you're GDS, you only got a minute, and you better get a tick. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You have to get a tick, right?
You better get at least something here. And they switched out to Symmetra, going for the Reaper this time. Probably a similar teleport play. Jinfu's going to take a little bit of damage there from the McCree. One man's left to try to defend this by himself. He's teleporting on here.
Yeah, they're going to try and get this Bob out as soon as possible to at least get 6 members on the field for Massac County. And now there it is in the back line. GDS not really countering that Bob. A lot of damage is coming out, though. The picks do roll in for GDS. Massac County looking to re-engage somewhere, try and get some damage in onto the team on point, but they find a Reaper in the background. Tierra putting a lot of pressure on the Baptiste, able to finish off that kill, and it looks like GDS is going to start taking advantage of that 5v6 and snowball the points.
Yeah, GDS had a little bit of trouble on that first push, but they are able to take it very successfully on this next one. Just walked into the front door, a little bit more of a successful straight-up pushing composition. Now they have the Earth Shatter and the Graviton ready to go, and it should be just a short while before they can close out the match. Both of those tank ults combined will be very, very difficult for the 5-man squad to overcome. The Dynamite might buy some time. Yep.
Nice Graviton for GDS right here on the left side of the map. And there goes the Shatter from Massac County, trying really hard to really win this fight, but those numbers are going to make it really tough. GDS doing the fundamental thing, playing Overwatch the way they should, taking advantage of their advantages and cleaning this up with textbook Overwatch. I don't expect anything less of GDS, Spence.
Yeah, very clean gameplay, using the ults exactly to their advantage. It's going to be Massac trying their best to hang on here. And if they're able to respawn and get the clear in, things could be looking good. They don't have the second tick yet. Still largely contesting. But it seems like it's only a matter of time before they get wiped out. There's just too many members of GDS to contend with. And at a man disadvantage, it makes this task even harder too. It's one less respawn, one less person to touch the point. And they are doing a good job of being consistent with it. Still contested. Second tick finally goes through. Hamsters respawn. And it's still a lot of chaos.
Yeah, we're just in the middle of overtime here. Massac County trying to hold on as long as they can. Literally just a slight percentage away from a tick, but nonetheless, GDS Salmon gonna close that out with a 2-0 push. Switching sides, gonna see what NASEF does on attack.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to make any ground here with the 4v5, or sorry, 5v6, or if they're just gonna get full held. Going to be very, very difficult. Once again, you just down a guy, and that just sucks. So, gotta just make the best of it. Gotta pick something probably aggressive, try to blitz him out. I want to see something like kind of cheesy. Maybe they go for all flank, try to dive around, get some early picks, swing the man advantage in their favor that way. But we'll have to see what they pull out. Fleming's going to be on the trusty Reinhardt right here. And we're seeing a lot of the same from GDS as well, keeping the Reaper and the Hanzo around for that verticality. Kremit can just climb up on the top platform, rain down some arrows. Very, very standard for GDS.
Yeah, and NASEF, 2 extra minutes compared to GDS. I mean, I think they can definitely make some headway. But as we said, it's going to be tough. 5v6, not impossible, but also a tall order in a lot of senses, right? GDS is no joke of a team. They have been holding on to this series very tightly, and, they're just going to play Overwatch the way it should be played.
Yeah, right. Mesa County rolling out with a fun man on the Echo, going for the window. I like the varied approach here. Trying to just open up an opportunity for themselves to get in, but it seems like Fun Man's going to get sniffed out. Takes a little bit of damage from Siamese. It will be very, very hard to push in.
I think Fun Man is actually getting a decent amount of work done. NASEF able to get up 1 kill at least. They gotta take this, even fight now that they have the numbers evened out. Though the Kremit takes out a support, really brings it down. But JCSE missed the Hanzo. Really wanted to get that kill right there. I think able to finish it off, but no, not quite. It's gonna be kind of messy from here, though. It looks like MC High School definitely making a presence. They get a lot of kills here.
Look at this.
Wow, they are winning this fight, Spencer. This is really good stuff from NASEF.
Starting to pick it up and win it, even down a guy. This is really, really impressive stuff. Fun Man doing so much work here. Able to be both the distraction and the DPS, opening up the opportunities for JCSE to find some hooks, help keep his team going. It's really, really, really good stuff. I like the Roadhog pick as kind of like the secondary DPS that they're lacking. Really helps make up the kill pressure that NASEF needs to keep on moving forward. And also the Baptiste going to be doing a little bit of that as well, able to put out a decent amount of damage with his triple burst. So I like what's going on. But Terag wants to put a cork in things. He's on the Bastion now. No mercy for the man squad.
And wow, yeah, Koi gets that kill right there. I was gonna say this is the angle you want, but unfortunately the Kremit looks away at literally the wrong time, and NASEF County able to get a few kills here. I don't think this push is gonna last much longer though. There's just too many members from GDS alive, able to just clean things up. But nonetheless, like I said, the pressure is still on, right? You have 2 minutes, you have enough time. You just gotta get a few ticks with some time on the clock. And it is a lot to ask, though. It's a 5v6. But, like I said, not impossible.
This is so rough to see. It's hard enough to deal with the Bastion with a full team. It requires a lot of coordination, even harder to deal with it as 5. So many ults available for GDS as well. They're going to be fully stocked here and ready to go. Just a matter of time before they crush the push from NASEF. But cheeky little echo damage.
Yeah, some basic rotations. I think they're going to get a lot of damage onto this Bastion. There's a kill for NASEF County. Baptiste stolen now from Echo. NASEF County unable to quite really convert this, though. They really need a little bit more damage there. Probably some more CC as well. And they just have to back up with 1.5 minutes about left on the clock.
Yeah.
Just a tough game to win, Spence.
Their only real hope is to find a pick with the Roadhog hook. Try to find something cheesy. They've got to figure out a way to even up that man disadvantage, and just rolling in through this top platform is not going to be doing it. Straight into the jaws of the Bastion. It's not going to be a successful strategy at the end of the day for NASEF. So Let's see what they're going to try to pull out. 50 seconds left on the clock here.
And the thing is, like, it's so tough, right?
Nice.
Because it's not just the Bastion you have to deal with everyone else, and it seems like they're doing a good job of that. Defense Matrix now out here for GDS, hoping to damage boost this Bastion, but NASEF knows that. They're going to back off. They're going to let them use their resources. They're going to make them, expend a lot just to take them out. But it is tough because one kill on NASEF and you're down, 2 people versus, having the full 6. So NASEF is definitely trying their best. It's really tough.
JCSE almost has the whole hog. This is their last opportunity for a push here. They've got to touch the point before the timer ticks out. Does involve running past the sight lines of the dangerous Bastion, but seems like they're going to be getting onto it. They made it onto the point. The Earth Shatter is ready to go for Moonlight, and it will be dropped.
Woo! Yeah, Moonlight just landing a fat shatter right there. And the whole hog, even though it's going to do a lot of work, I don't know if GDS have enough sustainability to really win this. You got to remember, the spawns are really close for the defense here. NASEF County really kind of on their back foot right now, trying their best to get through everything, but Moonlight is going to be there to kill everybody. Salmon is already nanoed, and there's just not enough people to contest point. That is going to be GDS taking the 4th game of the series, and the 2nd game for themselves.
Yeah, a little bit sad to see, but that is unfortunately how it will play out. JCSE securing the play of the game. A great flux early on to catch a lot of people in the back line. This was a great play, sealing out the push from GDS. NASEF County had a lot of great staying power throughout the entire thing, but the loss of their teammate was just too much to overcome.
It seems and you can see that they are a good team because, they won a couple team fights there, which is not easy to do at this level of Overwatch when you have, are down a person, right? You already lose one person in a fight, you kind of lose that anyway. So if you really are down a person and losing another, right, it's just really tough.
Yeah, right.
Honestly, not much to analyze in that game, Spence. We were talking a little bit earlier about the different paths, the different choices that these teams are making that really affect the outcome of the games. And, with the loss of one person, it kind of just boils down to, well, their DPS is gone. Luckily for them, they do have tanks and supports, but at the end of the day, you still need to have that sort of damage. And without anyone else to play, it makes it really tough. And NASEF County trying their best. Unfortunately, GDS Salmon is just too good to beat in a 5v6.
Yep. They are a team well worth their salt. Can't get by on that easily. We are receiving word that the player from NASEF County has driven to school, though, and he may be joining us soon. NASEF also gets their final choice of map. It will be a King of the Hill map, either Busan, Ilios, Lijiang, or Nepal pick, and it seems like they will be selecting Lijiang. So, headed back to China. Some good old classic Echo action will be soon to follow. Great opportunities for the May as well. They just need to get their dude back, and they'll be in full tip-top fighting shape in no time.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what NASEF brings out on this map. We've already saw them play earlier today against Sonoa, and they played really well. They had that Ryan Diva combo thing going for them. The classic Lucio, kind of boost yourself in, playing Smash Mouth Overwatch, just trying to get in everyone's face, all that sort of good stuff. It reminded me of the whole All-Star song, as I said that. We'll probably see some classic NASEF come out, but we might also see something interesting, especially if their DPS can't get back on track. Or, sorry, not get back on track, can't get back online in time.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so like I said, we're all just kind of speculating here. Really tough with the DC, kind of hard to figure out what's going to happen. It's kind of a crapshoot in a sense. Just see what happens.
Yeah, just a matter of time before they get him back. And, things have really heated up now. GDS have tied it up 2-2. It's match point. Whoever wins this will be continually advancing. NASEF wants to continue their streak. They want to keep on being dominant. This is where they got to prove themselves. Everything is on the line right here, right now. And when they get their player back, they've got to show that they have what it takes to take down GDS and keep on advancing. On the other hand, though, GDS. It's their big opportunity to take down big, scary, massive county. These guys rising up, trying to get through them. And it's been a tough fought battle. Such an even fight back and forth as we saw before. Either team could honestly take this in an even game, and it would be very exciting to see the conclusion of.
I'd have to agree with you there. On the off topic, Spencer, I don't think I've asked you this question because I haven't casted with you in quite a bit. I do ask all of my co-casters this question and Twitch chat, but pancakes or waffles?
Pancakes or waffles? Oof. Such a tough question. I think I gotta go with pancakes,
Pancakes.
Whether it just be for the Persona 5 reference or just because they go a little bit better with bacon, in my opinion, especially because you can put bacon inside of them. That's really it. In the infinite wisdom of Jake the dog, when you're making pancakes, that's a good time of the day. Yeah, look, take a look.
That's right.
Yeah. Dude, you can't beat bacon pancakes. Chocolate chip pancakes also very, very high up there. Sure, you can try to do chocolate chip waffles, but it's a lot harder to pull off if you're making them yourself. Pancakes, they're the layman's food. Anybody can make them. As long as you can flip them, of course, as long as they don't end up all over your stove. You can always make a good pancake.
I'm a big fan of banana pancakes.
Oh, yeah. A prime choice as well. See, pancakes are versatile. While waffles, you can only put toppings on them. Pancakes are much easier to have a filling alongside additional toppings as well, whether you want to put powdered sugar, maple syrup, or whipped cream on them. I'm very partial to maple syrup. I feel like I could drink maple syrup just as a drink. That's how much I like it. So pancakes are the ideal vehicle for that as well. I know some people would say that it's cringe.
Our production team is telling us that's
I say that it's disgusting. However, I say to them, have you ever tried it? Don't knock it. All right?
Have I tried drinking syrup?
Yeah, just try drinking syrup. Ladies and gentlemen.
Let me go work out really quick, and then let me come home and then try drinking syrup, and then I'll let you know. Another
thing I gotta also recommend on the topic of maple syrup is you can actually put it in black coffee, and it tastes really good. It functions like a sweetener, but it also gives the coffee a maple flavor. You can add some like milk or some half and half or something, but having it in black coffee is truly an experience. I used to do that all the time in high school, and although I've stopped doing it now, I still reminisce of the days of the syrup coffee. So that's something that I must highly recommend. So even though you're not directly drinking syrup, you're still drinking it. At the end of the day, it's still entering your body in a liquid format, just disguised by the coffee.
Fair enough. Our production chat is kind of going off. They're like confused and disgusted at the same time. Nonetheless, hey, good news for all of you. We are headed into the 5th game of best of 5. Suli is back. So we got both teams with both 6 players on each of them. Suli playing at the school right now in a different setup probably than from at home. So we got an exciting game ahead of us. Both teams on Lijiang Tower. We should be heading into the game anytime soon. But man, Spence, this is exciting. We get to see both teams go at it now, finally, like with everybody there.
This is very, very exciting. We're right on track. Almost ready to go. Almost ready to dive into this game, get back into Lijiang Towers. It's going to be good, exciting, good game of Overwatch. I'm very, very much looking forward to see how this set will conclude. Reddit there has also recommended maple syrup on fries, by the way. So I'm looking forward to trying that too. I'm so hungry. We've been casting since like 10 a.m. and I haven't had lunch yet, and it's really, really getting to me. I gotta say,
I've been sneaking in food mid-cast. I'm glad no one can hear me chew, but yeah, I've been sneaking
that clearly with your mouth full. That is a skill. You should be on some.
No. No, it's like a piece of a chip because I'm so hungry in the middle of the game.
It's been we've trudged through technical difficulties. We've trudged through the extended long games, but it's very difficult. We haven't had our assigned lunch break yet. We're just still providing the good old-fashioned casting labor. So very, very.
Yeah, sorry everyone. Our production chat is popping off. We're trying to both keep up as well as figure out what to say and what not to say at the same time. There's a lot going on. But go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Spencer caused a lot of controversy with the whole drinking maple syrup thing. I think that's what I'll leave that at.
What does Twitch chat say? I feel like that's not particularly healthy. I used to drink syrup from the bottle as a kid, and now I have type 2. I'm so sorry. Damn, that's not good at all. Either way, maybe you shouldn't drink it in excess. I recommend not drinking the entire bottle, especially because it can get kind of expensive. But a nice little shot glass full every now and then can do you some good. Can really pep you up throughout the day, give you that little boost of energy, nice little sweet, and you could be good to go. Speaking of good to go, both teams are finally ready. No, wait, only one team's ready. Only the GDS Salmon are ready. Massic, come on, guys, get it going.
They've got 6, but they're trying to set up Discord right now.
Ooh, they're ready. They're ready.
Oh, they're ready. All right.
Just get us into this game. Just get us into this game, please. Please. Yeah. Just gotta get in there. It's like the opposite of Freddie Mercury. Instead of just gotta get right out of here, we just gotta get right into here, right into Lijiang Towers. It's this close. We're teetering on the edge. I just need to get into this game and see these two teams fight each other to the death. Everything's on the line right here. It's the nice edge. I'm too excited. They have to finish this set or else I'm gonna go absolutely insane.
I think we're both going to go insane. We've been waiting for this game all day.
Also, I'm not trying to kill people, Twitch chat. Please, I'm just recommending a favorite snack line. Please do not accuse me of such heinous behavior. First, all right.
Yeah. Everyone's giving the face suspense. Everybody's dropping the emotes.
Some cappuccino Don Urino in the chat, but you know what? We take
okay. Since we have some time, since they're still setting up Discord.
Okay.
Okay. Is a loaf of bread a bread sandwich? I know you and I have had this conversation before, but definitely not on stream.
I think that it is, and specifically the thing that makes it a bread sandwich is the heel pieces of the bread. Because they're fundamentally different than the remainder of the pieces, it creates enough differential to call it as a bread sandwich. But
yes, I agree with you. Yeah. I was going to say because it's bread in between a bread, or bread in between bread.
Yeah.
And it's a sandwich, then bread sandwich. Or sliced loaf of bread, not just a loaf of bread, a sliced loaf of bread.
Yeah, of course, a sliced loaf of bread. I definitely agree. Now I'll hit you with another one of mine. Is a Pop-Tart a ravioli?
I would say no.
No.
Because it's not, you can't boil it, and it's not like the outside of the Pop-Tart is like bread or like
it's made of wheat though, just like pasta. Oh my god, we're finally getting in the game. can stop wasting time. Let's see what happens here, ladies and gentlemen. Things are heating up. Let's get right on in.
Alrighty.
Show us this beautiful, beautiful scientific spot. Look at all that data. Look at that. Those are the SpaceX spacesuits, everybody, right there. Elon Musk personally designed and sewed each one of those. You can see the ring of flowers around them represents each hour that Elon dedicated to crafting the perfect spacesuit. Now let's take a look at the team comps, though. Starting to see a dive composition forming for GDS here. They've got the Winston, the Diva. The core is there for them, and they have the Reaper to kind of assist with that as well. Kremit, though, continues to play Hanzo, keeping a very similar DPS core as they were before. And they're going to keep things pretty consistent. Again, I'm not sure if I agree with the Mercy fully, but could be good with the Hanzo.
You know, that was the comp that, was playing a little bit earlier today. Sonora, I believe. They kind of ran that Mercy, but I guess they didn't really have the Winston going on as well. I do like the fact that, you know, they have a Winston. I'm a big fan of semi-dive, which is what we're getting right now.
Yeah.
As GDS is really starting to take some space onto the Masic offense. And wow, these picks are coming in for Masic. They are exploding and ready to go. My goodness, it's like they haven't even missed a beat.
Yeah, which one is the dive comp here? Who's diving into who? Flummox cleaves through everybody like a broadsword, and he's just gonna open the path for his teammates right there, alongside with the help of Funman's teleport, helping to get everybody in position. The speed advantage, the positioning advantage, helps them get the drop on to the enemy team here, and they are going to just be holding them extremely far forward. It's a classic Masic strategy.
Yeah, Spence, wow, like Masic is definitely just on the same page right now. They're able to get all the kills and rotations that they need to really get things going for them and start off this game strong. Remember, this is a best of 5, folks. Whoever loses does not continue on. This is the peak of the tournament.
This is it. This is it. This is where Masic stakes their claim. This is where they show that they deserve to move forward. The switches have come in.
Oh, nice shatter from Masic. Does the follow-up come? Yes, it does. That's 5 people. Make it 6 for a team kill. Masic on fire. My goodness, it's like last game didn't even happen.
Yeah, I do not believe it. Masic has found their stride once again. This is exactly what to be, and they're doing it all without May, by the way. Making it happen with Funman on the Symmetra this time. The tank swaps, like I was saying before, have come in for GDS, but that just means it's going to be so long before they have their ults available.
Yeah, and the Graviton coming out. Masic, my goodness, putting their foot down.
Yeah.
They are not letting GDS have anything here.
This is just domination. GDS completely locked out. They have the Nano Boost available alongside the Double Dragons. Maybe this is the thing that they need to open up this game. Here's the Flummox's Shatter, though.
Oh, there's the Dragon Strike, and Masic, oh, they were very prepared for it. They had many escape routes right there, able to back off and disengage, but they do lose one in the process. Sound barrier now down for Masic countering, allowing them to push, and that's just going to be 100% to 0. Like, not even a contest.
Standing strong for Masic. Maybe they're going to give us a swift end to this set here. Already taken this 1-0 on Lijiang Towers. Next up is going to be another spot where they showed dominance here on the tower map. A lot of opportunity for the environmental kills. Twilight going to be having some fun alongside Koi 2, which Lucio is going to figure out how to get the environmental kills, how to take the most advantage of this. Otherwise, compositions are looking largely the same. Keeping Funman on the Symmetra. I think Symmetra is even better on this map here because you have the little walls and crevices to hide your sentry turrets. Mm-hmm. It works out so well in the end, and the positional advantage gives you time to set up as well. Look at how much faster they got there compared to GDS.
Yeah, that's just one of those things GDS is just gonna have to deal with as the match kind of goes on, being at a positional disadvantage or just having a slower, time to get to the positions they want to be in. And oh my goodness, Masic is just giving them the treatment, man. They're just on fire. That's a team kill to start things off. Wow.
They really took that last game to heart, and they are showing why they need to move on here. Staking their claim on the point. Early capture means that they're going to be building a hell of a lot of percentage here, and things are looking good for Masic. Flummox. Already 70% towards his ultimate. Funman better not get caught out, though. He's starting to get sniffed out.
And this is really, man, this is like the position you kind of want to be in, if you are GDS, but it's also a little awkward, right? But look, they had the vertical advantage. They were able to get some kills. They're able to transfer this into some sort of lead, but the problem is that Masic is just so much further ahead in ults that they have no problem being aggressive, and if you're GDS, you have to just respect that. Like, there's no way around it. You just have to respect that the ults are coming and give up space, and that's just what happened there.
Yeah, right. Now GDS at a significant ult economy disadvantage. They still are very, very far from either tank or ultimate. Look at from the back line.
Next again, going for the back line. Shatter, but he gets stunned out of it. And they know he's here now. The rotation onto the Flummox is there, but he's going to go down. Salmon takes him out, and Masic, a big misplay for them. As now GDS starts to look to go into them, but they haven't really taken advantage of the one-person advantage. GDS is now here. Funman looking to steal an ult. I think he's going to steal the Rhine ult if he can. Large Graviton coming out. It's going to be a huge play for Masick. He's able to grab the Lucio Funman, and now Masick is holding on to this lead that they have built for themselves throughout this match, bringing themselves 78% to 0.
Yeah, very, very nice here. 80% on the clock. Man, GDS have one more chance to push this in. They have the Graviton, they have the Earth Shatter basically available. They just need to get it in here. It's their last chance, 93%. It's now or never. Get on in there.
Oh, big grab combined with the E from the Reinhardt. That's going to be huge for Masick County. Call at the end of the game. That's one way to finish things off. And Masick County takes the series 3-2. Wow.
Man.
What a ride.
I do not believe it. Masick County put one arm directly out, followed by the other T-pose. Asserted dominance on top of the GDS Salmon here. No percentage given up, full holds both games. Masick truly deserved this win and truly deserved to finish out this set as they did. Very, very well played by them, and congratulations to Masick for moving on.
Yes, totally agree with you, Spencer, on all accounts there. Nonetheless, GG's to both teams. Now that that series has come to a close, we're actually going to go to another break. I promise this one will probably be shorter than the other ones. But thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for continuing to be tuned in. And if you just got here, stay tuned, just as everyone else, for the rest of today. We got some exciting Overwatch coming at you all, and we will see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. We are still here bringing some amazing Overwatch to you. However, we just switched out a caster, so I am now joined by Michelle Rowdy Tran. Michelle, how are you doing today? You just got here. What have you seen so far? And give me the breakdown of what you think is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I did join in for your last game, watched you and Ultravox just casting and, having a lot of fun with this tournament. And I think, current state of the game for Overwatch is pretty exciting. There's a little bit of chaos in terms of what, the player base might or might not agree on in terms of what is meta, but it's all about explosive firepower right now. Burst is king. That's why Echo is so good. And honestly, it's really exciting when we see teams in this tournament like play a DPS like her because she's so flexible.
Yeah, I totally have to agree with you on all those fronts. So you said you came in last game, right? And so what did
Yes,
you kind of
yeah, like
see?
starting with the drinking syrup debacle. Would
Yeah, we
yeah.
were definitely talking about that off stream, but why don't you just give me like your sort of breakdown of GDS Salmon and what they're kind of all about?
Well, GDS Salmon is just they're a solid team, well rounded, and I say they have a good chance of moving forward in this tournament. I mean,
And
because again, I want to reserve breaking down more of like when I'm actually in there casting them because I pick up more when I'm actually like in the hot seat.
fair
That's why
enough.
I'm saying just from a casual viewing standpoint, because like when you're in Twitch chat, when you're watching the Twitch stream, it's just like, oh, it's fun and games. I'm not on the clock yet. I don't have that giga brain, let's talk about meta, mindset yet.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, you gotta
And
pay me to have me
okay.
analyze your
Oh,
teams. Come on. No,
all
I'm
right.
joking. No, I love doing this type of stuff. So that's why I'm really excited to see Gia Salmon, play for, from the caster standpoint, you know.
Yeah. Okay, then I guess I gotta ask you the question: is a loaf of bread, a sliced loaf of bread, a bread
No,
sandwich?
not this. What is this nonsense? Absolutely not. A loaf of bread is just like, it's a loaf of bread. Bread is bread.
So
I
it's not
just
a bread sandwich.
No, it's not a bread sandwich because a loaf of
Fair enough.
bread is like okay, like if you're eating a loaf of bread and you're eating slice by slice, you're just eating bread. But if you're eating like a stack of slices of bread, then you're just weird, It's like that doesn't make it a bread sandwich. You haven't done anything to transform the bread into said sandwich.
Fair enough. Fair
Because
enough.
you have to make the sandwich. You don't just pull it out of the bag.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. All right. I'll move on from the question then.
No, you're not gonna ask me if Pop Tarts are ravioli too.
No, I don't know why. No, that is no. I would never ask you that because they're not. They're
Yeah, they're
just not.
not. Yeah, Ultravox's argument that like, oh, it's because, Pop
It's
Tarts are
wrap.
also made of wheat just like pasta. It's like, no, the breading out on the outside of a Pop Tart is supposed to resemble pastry, not pasta. Pasta is made of wheat, but it's been needed to develop gluten, which gives it that like chew, you know? So that's why it's like they're not the same thing. You can't just look at it and be like, "Hearty har, a Pop Tart is ravioli."
There you go.
I'm pretty sure the entire country of Italy is just, rolling in
Offended.
their grave because it's just like, "What
I'd
have
be
you done?"
offended if I was from Italy. I'd
Yeah,
be like,
exactly.
no.
Thousands of years of culture and tradition just down the gutter.
Down the gutter by some processed, like, fake fruit and frosting.
Yeah, I mean, I love Pop Tarts, but let's be
I'd
real,
have
they're
to agree.
not good for you.
Oh,
You
no,
know?
they're
Yeah, it's like, if possible, please, consider your choices.
not.
Reconsider your choices, if you are constantly eating Pop Tarts.
I think I eat Pop Tarts like once a year.
Oh, so it's like a special occasion?
No, it's just like at the store. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about you. I forgot about those Pop Tarts. And then I'm like, oh, I'll buy some, and then I'll shamelessly eat them over a period of 3 months.
You
I should have
ration
said
out
not
your
eat it
Pop-Tarts?
once a year. I should have said buy it once a year. I think
And
the
then
proper
that
was-
box of Pop-Tarts you just ration out.
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
the
every
sugar
time it's, like-
content, yeah, of a
Every time it's
Pop-Tart
like
will
1
last a
a.m.
year.
and I'm doing like a coding project and I'm like, this sucks. I will just Oh, sorry, I got really distracted by the fact that it was a Genji. But yeah, every time I'm doing a coding project, I'm like, yeah,
Alright,
this
first
sucks, like the
contact
Pop-Tart.
has been made.
Yeah, so we've just seen like GDS really reminiscent of, you know, Masek in the way that they're just super aggressive. You just see them kind of just pushing or getting pushed back right now, and you know, I feel like GDS has kind of struggled early game with very aggressive tempo teams. As you can see right there, you know, like they kind of struggle to really respond to that sort of push.
Yeah, I mean, they lost Moonlight very early on in that team. They were at a massive disadvantage. You never want to be without your right in a right. Ooh, Siamese taking big chunks out of the Zarya's health pool right there. Protecting the sleeping Genji, oh no, sleeping Mercy, very nice.
Yeah, and that's crazy that you can even like farm up Nano so early. Some solid kills here for GDS, but keep in mind, everybody, that point is still under the control of the red team here, and that's just gonna be a crazy sort of team just shut down. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Ooh, Orion picking up some crazy kills right here.
Yep, melee for the kill. Oh, didn't get it. Gonna have to back off here,
Yeah,
Orion.
the Diva defense matrix just in time to save the Ryan. All right, but looking at the ult economy right now, FaZe actually has his Earth Shatter. So right now in the defensive position, you know, they definitely have the advantage in order to catch this push coming in. Orion getting a little frisky with the Diva, has to jump out because getting a little low there.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where, oh no, Diva ult now coming out.
Oh,
Screw
no.
the coloring. That gets one kill for Salmon. Bob now coming out, but Simon's looking to grab a very aggressive angle here. There's a lot of kills going down on the field on the side of GDS Salmon. They're getting kill after kill after kill, starting to turn this around, but at what cost? It is also very, very, very after the other team gets a sizable lead, and GDS finally, you know, getting themselves a foothold in the game.
Yeah, Sly Fox getting that tempo res onto Koi so that, you know, Ana doesn't have to walk all the way back from spawn, making sure that the whole team is grouped up for this defense, because they have a lot to make up in terms of percentage points on this capture point. Ooh, Dragon Strike
coming out from GDS. That's pretty deadly onto the Platinview offense. That's got to feel good, though, you know? 2 kills, force them to back off, give yourself another 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah, here's Moonlight standing there menacingly with the Earth Shatter at the ready. FaZe also has his Earth Shatter as well, so looking forward to the Ryan v Ryan mind games, as I'm sure both are aware of the other's ult charge.
Yeah, they've definitely got, like, a full war chest here, so that's going to be really interesting to see. Dragon Blade now out. Ash gets attacked right away. 1 going down, make it 2. Orion here to give them the Platview special. Hello, buddy. He just got 3 kills and a 3K. That should be a lot of... Oh, that should make it really close here. I was going to say that should be the match, but it wasn't quite at 88%.
I mean, they are reaching the 90% mark right now. It is danger time as GDS. They really have to win this next team fight and quickly in order to flip this point.
Oh, nice charge by FaZe. He still got Shatter, goes down onto the Rhine. They get 1 kill. Now it's a 5v6 in favor of Platview. Riku here on the outside looking to pressure off that Ana. Not much heals left for the GDS Salmon offense, and that should be a pretty textbook cleanup for this team. Platview here to just finish things off and take the first point of this map.
That was a handed victory. 2 successful team wipes back to back in order to secure that point. Dominant play right there. And that was off the back of Orion's massive Dragon Blade, you know, immediately diving for the backline, getting rid of those long-range threats in Ashe and Hanzo, and then just, you know, letting the rest of the team snowball from there.
as our wise advisor would tell us, our old supervisor, very much so.
Very much so, yes.
Very much so.
I mean, right now, in terms of meta, looking at the DPS picks from both teams, Ashe is just such a solid pick because again, she can reposition with her coach gun, and we've seen before. There's lots of utility with that. You can protect, teammates as well with the knockback that comes with it. And just an overall solid pick because of her, mid-range. So she can stay further away from the action. Again, current state of the game, you don't want to be face tanking so much. Oh, look at these two Ryans going at it.
Yes, I was just about to say that, Michelle. Moonlight was in a really awkward position, kind of getting attacked from all sides, but luckily it has the support of his team. That Zarya is getting really charged on the side of GDS Salmon. Flatview looking for a really good entrance into the fight, but haven't been able to take down any of the isolated members of their team. And that's going to cost them right there. GDS Salmon starting to just press forward and taking point.
Yeah, like I was saying, he's just putting in the work on the Ashe pick. Just so great. And as I was saying before, current state of the game, you don't really want to be caught face tanking too much because it requires so many resources from your healers to keep your tanks up if they're going to be constantly taking damage that way. Map geometry is key if you want to survive.
Ooh, Graviton now appears, dropped down on point, 2 people caught in it. Although GDS unable to convert that into any kills. Salmon now getting nanoed and is really high charge. That's really dangerous if you're Flatview right now and you're still fighting for point. They're just stalling that timer, giving themselves percentage points, and gonna force a soft reset from Flatview here.
Yeah, Salmon on the Zarya pick. So good. Again, getting that max ult charge, sustaining it, and then getting that nano boost means that you are ubercharged and you are doing a massive amounts of damage. More than any other DPS in the game currently. Maybe other than Echo with her focus beam.
And Dragon Strike there to start things off nicely with a shatter in return, but unfortunately for GDS, they couldn't get any really significant kills out of that. Now we just have Riku here looking to finish things up. Ana's going down. Lots of damage being thrown out. And, Flatview just playing really textbook, even though GDS is trying to hold on to point and, give themselves as many tick points as possible. It's really smart, though, to toss that Bob out there at the last second.
Yeah, because Bob acts as a 7th member of the team. He can stall points, he can take space for you. He's basically a combination of turret, bastion, and an off-tank, really, because he has such a deep health pool. Right now, Orion has that Dragon Blade. Looking for the opportunity to drop it.
Yep, here it is, Michelle. You called it, but left, unfortunately, unable to really get a kill out of that, and GDS takes him out. This is the entrance that GDS was looking for. Flatview having to back up so much, but Salmon is so highly charged. Just so hard to deal with them. Mercy just trying to B-hop her way, but unfortunately, there's no B-hopping in this game. GDS Salmon taking this entire point and pushing Flatview all the way back to spawn. Man, what a push.
Yeah, even though Orion went down early, he forced out the Zarya ult on the other team, meaning that they didn't have enough utility to flip the team fight.
I feel like Shadow's going to be used here. Moonlight's got to see the
Moonlight's
entire
gonna
team.
seed a little bit, give up that ground, make them come to the point. Again, this is good use of map geometry because, you can shoot, you can break a shield, but you can't break the map.
Oh, High Noon combined with Dragon Strike combined with Graviton. Who wins this one? Looks like Flat actually won that one. That's a solid ult trade for them, and they're just taking everybody out. GDS, unfortunately, couldn't hold the point, even though they had 99%. But Flat still has a regularly tall order to ask of themselves. They have to hold on for another 40%.
I mean, we've seen them do it before on the first point of Nepal, so they can definitely come back from this and force it into a 99-99 situation. Salty on the Ana right now. Getting bailed out by Teal's Valkyrie, keeping the entire team up.
Yeah, that daisy chain does a lot, Just provides so much value. You get to stay far away, everyone gets healed, there's a block shatter. Now if you're Flatview, you gotta feel good about that one. Graviton thrown out by accident doesn't really catch anybody in, and Dragon Strike there to meet it as well. And now Flatview's feeling confident about pushing GTS all the way back to their spawn, and they're gonna try and hold them out. Someone has to touch point. Does someone go Sombra here? Does someone go Tracer? If you're GDS, you're kind of on your back foot, but there's not gonna be enough time. Wrecking Ball won't get there. Platview takes the first map of this series.
Yes, Platview will be taking the pall. And looking at Platview's comp, it's actually a pretty textbook version of a, I would say, more brawly comp. Again, because you're depending on Zarya and Reinhardt to take space for you, but then you do have, that tankiness that comes from having both an Ana and a Mercy, like all that sustain, on the team. you know, with that Ana and Mercy. It's a lot of healing getting pumped through the entire team, which is why I think that Platview is so comfortable with phase tanking against Moonlight. Because a lot of times Moonlight gets caught out.
Right, you can,
Again,
you can
yeah.
Ana nade, Mercy pocket the Ryan, and then also pocket Ryan with your Ana, as long as no one else is taking damage, right? And the face tanking is fine. Also, it kind of limits, the amount of charge that the other team is getting if they can only really shoot at one person. You know what I mean?
That is very true. But I would say this is a older style of play because, like I said right now, current meta to the game is focused more on, more flexible DPS picks, less reliance on tanks. Basically, the best tanks in the game currently are probably Sigma, despite his nerfs, and Wrecking Ball because they have so much mobility and they're able to soak up so much damage when they need to. Otherwise, they're able to evade and basically not take any type of damage. You know what I mean? So, versus, Ryan, in order to get value, Ryan has to be in the middle of the action because he's a melee type of hero, and with his shield having reduced health compared to what it was at the beginning of, the game being launched, it's just that seeing Ryan fights are exciting and they're fun, but overall, I think that they're not as efficient in terms of gameplay. But again, if both teams kind of have that gentleman's agreement to just have that Rhine fight, I'm not opposed to it.
So, how do you feel about an Orisa then?
No, Arisa's not good right
No,
now.
at
State of the
all.
game. No. Because she's so dependent on her shield, and shields get shredded currently because of all of the burst damage that comes out from all the DPS picks. Like imagine, you take an Echo, you're going against Arisa. You can fly over her shield, or you can just burst through it, with even your primary fire and also focus beam on an Orisa shield. That's like taking a lighter to a piece of paper. It's not going to be there for long. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Like
Yeah.
unfortunately, like Orisa is just not in a good place in the state of the game right now.
Yeah, I think it's like you said, because shields are so weak, it's
Mhm.
just really easy to shred her down. And then you have just the whole thing where it's just like Arisa doesn't have a lot of mobility, and then even though she stops people, or she can't really get CC'd, it's just really tough to play her anyways because Ryan is much more, I guess, game changing, especially with Shatter as his ult.
I mean, Ryan is always a solid pick, as in like he's never bottom of the meta, but right now I find it really hard for him to see him ever ascending to like top of the meta, So like I said, if it's a Ryan v Ryan, it's good. It's all good. You're on an even playing field. But if you are Ryan playing into more mobile heroes, you're in a lot of trouble because you're a melee hero. You're forced to, get close enough for your hammer to make contact in order to get any damage. And if you want to swing your hammer, you're going to have to drop your shield. And that's the main reason why you've been picked in the first place for a team comp because of your shield. So it's
That
just
makes plenty
like
sense.
it's a little bit of a lose-lose situation if you are a Rhine going up against a tank that's not a Rhine. But like I said, if both teams have gentleman's agreement to play Rhine v Rhine, it's all good. It's all Gucci.
Fair game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
What do you?
Zarya looked so dominant coming out from Salmon and coming out from Not Pleasant on both teams. Zarya looked so good, in the context of this matchup. But in reality, in the current meta, again, she is not a top tank pick, I would say. It's just that because you're running that, Ryan
Right,
Zarya
right.
combo
Mhm.
with the Hanzo Dragon Strike to pair with the Graviton looks so good because of the context, right?
Yeah,
And
Graviton Shatter, you have
mhm,
2 combos right there.
exactly. So that's why I'm saying it's a bit of a textbook um like example of this team comp. The older off, you know, you know, like off tank pick with the Zarya and just the like a little bit more brawly, a little bit more sustain, not quite death ball or anything like that, not quite
Not
goats.
goats.
It's not goats. It's just that it is a more brawly playstyle because we've seen so many times, on Nepal, just there's the capture point. Both teams are on the capture point. Rhines are swinging their hammers, and all the ults are piled on into the middle. You know, that's a very straightforward way of playing Overwatch, I would say.
Yeah, very, I don't wanna say vanilla, but it's very vanilla, not vanilla, but it's a very classic, I would say, way
Yeah,
to
it's a
play
very
Overwatch.
classic way of playing Overwatch because the school of thought of like, oh, you have to, play the objective in order to win the objective. That's not necessarily the case anymore with the current DPS options that we have nowadays. Like I said, Echo, very mobile. If you can get like, and then also because Mercy is so good, Far is a viable pick as well. You know, if you can rain death from above and pocket, that pick, then you can bypass a lot of like shields because shields you have to place them, they're static. That's why
Mhm,
Risa's shield is static. Not great. Ryan's shield against like an aerial threat, not great as well. But like because Ryan can maneuver his shield, it's less so. Sigma's shield is like I think the best deployable shield in the game currently because you can put it wherever you want and you can fire long range damage at the same time,
mhm,
which is something Ryan can't do.
mhm. Yeah, 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 I see what you mean.
Hmm.
Um, I would still like to see another team come out with Dive. Sorry to, like, totally forget the
No, Dive
conversation.
is great because Diva, I think is an underrated pick currently because yes, she's not
She was
super
back for a
strong.
while.
Yeah, she was back for a while, but she came back from a really hard fall from grace. Like she was
Yes.
bottom tier for a very long time as a tank pick, but now I think she's a little underrated because, she's meant to mitigate threats in the moment, like not long term, not sustained. It's just like we saw for a moment back when who was it? Orion was like trying to pick off phase in front of their respawn. He couldn't quite do it because the diva was there to protect, to play like um, protect the president with the Rhine, with the defense matrix. So in clutch situations, diva is meant to protect teammates, allies with her defense matrix, you know, and then her rockets or her missiles and her damage, they're meant for burst, not sustained damage.
Mhm.
So that's
Yeah,
why it's hard to utilize her because it's kind of like threading the needle with her,
yeah.
where
You
it's like
like,
your
burst
timing
isn't
has
as
to be good.
viable in Overwatch as it is in other games, or,
Mhm.
like, I guess I could rephrase that a little bit, but, like, burst is just not as strong, right? Like, compared to extended trades,
No,
I
I would say no, no. Like I said this at the beginning. Right now, burst is king,
Oh, burst is
but
king.
Burst
Okay,
is king right now, but
fair.
because okay, so Platteview versus GDS right now is I'd say unconventional because they are playing that more traditional brawler style, let's
Fair
just
enough.
meet on the point and duke it out kind of situation. So I would say they're not really reflecting, what is considered like meta at like top tier or closer to pro level, you know?
Mhm,
Because again, they like to play more evasive, comps where they're not going to take any damage at all,
mhm,
because the reason why you don't want to take damage is because that means you're not siphoning any type of resources away from your healers, which means those can get pumped into your DPS instead.
mhm.
Because the tank role, supposedly is that you're tanking and you're not dishing out damage, you know?
Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
that's why if you can put resources towards your DPS, you'll have the upper hand. But again, this is all theory crafting. So it's
I know
like,
you love your theory crafting.
yeah, like I'm just theory crafting. Maybe Twitch chat is just like she has no idea what she's talking about. Currently, what we're seeing right now coming out from Platview and GDS Salmon is the way to play the game. What are you talking about? That's how I play my games, you know? So it's just like clearly she doesn't know what she's talking about. You know?
I think you know what you're talking about. With that being said, though, we are gonna deal with some production difficulties. Actually, not some production. One of the players has to turn their PC and get it all working again. But we are gonna take a little break since they haven't quite shown up yet. And stay tuned. The game is about to hit. We will see you soon. Well, that was definitely the quickest break of today. We are now back into the game. All members are present. Everybody's online. Their PCs are not shutting down for no reason. And
Yes.
we're ready to go.
Speak of the devil and he shall appear. We were just mentioning how Orion he's connecting to the server, and lo and behold, you know, stable connection. Voila.
Right
Okay,
after we
yeah,
broke.
so yeah, right now we are getting, you know, an insight into GS Salmon's spawn room right here on Kings Row, one of the oldest maps in the game. You know, it was present at launch, and honestly, one of my favorite maps.
Really? Why?
Because it's just it has a nice design, and you can see how, you know, the map geometry, it was built with a lot of the heroes in mind. Like right now we see Riku struggling to get into the window here, but again there's these perches all around the capture point, you know, for, you know, long range damage dealers, and also all of the choke points are very conveniently Rhine shield sized. So on a map like this, it totally makes sense to roll with Rhines.
Yeah, and we've honestly seen Ryan being played on it, like every single, you know, series. You know, Kings Row's actually been played every series. I think it's just a really well put together map.
It is
and
such a good map.
yeah, everyone likes it.
It's also because it's very self-contained. Because a lot of the newer maps, the reason why they are disliked even at pro level in terms of competitiveness, it's too open and there are too many flanks available. Oh, phase is getting really low right now. Gotta back up and give up some ground.
Yeah, it's really tough when you take a lot of damage early in these like damage trades, because you just have to give up a lot more space than you'd like. But look, FaZe now has Shatter. Literally, if one misstep is made by GDS right now, they're just gonna get a face full of shattering.
Yes.
But you know, you gotta toss it out soon because you don't want to let Moonlight build it up. You know, if you are.
There goes the Dragon Strike though.
Yeah, wow, that was a very late, you know, response to that Dragon Strike. It didn't really go so well for GDS, and Platview is just looking really strong. They burnt about a minute and a half off the clock, and you know, you gotta feel good about that.
And you could tell that Orion was very tempted to drop that Dragon Blade on top of the retreating GDS team, but had the restraint to hold back and save it for the next team fight. Because looking at the war chests right now, you know, you definitely want an offensive, ultimate going into this next team fight.
Oh wow, what a well-timed grab and a well-timed shatter that was. The Dragon Strike got completely demolished from it, and wow, GDS Salmon just waltzing into point, pretty much taking it in one fell swoop.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Orion could use the Dragon Blade to distract and bait out the, you know, the ultimate, like the Graviton from Salmon, and then deflect it back, but was unfortunately caught in it because Salmon actually dropped it further back, and in the back line than was expected or
Mhm.
would have been, you know. Okay, I'm trying to gather my thoughts here because I'm reeling from that last team fight. Basically, usually gravitons are dropped to snare like front lines.
Speaking of gravitons being dropped, Michelle, I have to cut you off right there. Graviton coming out from Platview, combined with the Dragon Strike, gonna do a lot of damage. Pretty much shut down the whole push that GDS Salmon had going for them.
Yeah. Anyways, thank you, not pleasant. That was what it was saying. You drop the graviton to grab their front line and disrupt, their Rhine, and then it's just they went ahead and did just that. So again, great example. Oh my God, the Death Blossom. Oh, this is nasty.
Yeah.
Okay, so it got red.
What type of flowers do you want for Valentine's? Oh, I want Death Blossom.
You want Death Blossoms? I want a big old.
Oh, speaking of Death Blossom, so huge! Oh my word! A pentakill from Tierra G13. Oh, what kind of flowers do you want for Valentine's Day?
Death Blossom.
Oh
Your
my
Valentine's
God.
wish was fulfilled.
Thank you.
My.
Oh my gosh. What a
Looks
play.
like Tara
what a
is
play.
your sweet, sweet Valentine today, Volkella.
Yeah, I got everything I asked for on this day. Man, but looks
He's
like a lot of
going
rock
in.
shatters going right there. FaZe diving into the heart of the backline along with Orion, who has a Dragon Blade, able to convert a couple kills. Platview looking good, man. Looking so good right now. I mean, both teams are playing really well.
No,
And
but
here's
this
another
is
draft drop just for you, Michelle. Salmon picking up 3. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are in top form today, but especially Platview, it seems like this is definitely a map that they're very comfortable with. They're staggering their ultimates just right, in order to have, so they'll have like one or two ultimates built up, they'll use it, and then off the back of that ultimate usage, the rest of the team fight, they have, the rest of the team build up their ultimates from that fight. Ooh.
Oh,
Kermit going down early, unable to use that Dragon Strike.
yeah, that's really unfortunate. That's going to cause a disengage from GDS, but now it just gives them more opportunity, for Platview to build up their ults, like you said, and get on an even ground here.
Yes, but Riku and Orion have switched their DPS picks to
Oh.
more again. So there's some bursts coming in from Orion on the Doomfist in the tight quarters of there he goes. Of King's
Yep.
Row. That's a deadly pick.
And also, that's just really good because you get that zoning potential with the Doomfist. But look, Teal gets rezzed, Ryan goes down, Salmon looking for someone to just toss the deep laser on. Salmon is so charged right now, it's not even funny. And there's another grab! That's the third grab that Salmon is charged this round. It just shows you the amount of work that is going in just to get these kills, and it's just crazy.
Yes, Salmon is a force to reckon with, absolutely just burning through the enemy health. But look at that! Delete Teal!
Wow. They had to waste an entire shatter just to get Salmon down and out of there. But, the Platview spawns are going to be in favor for them. Dragon Strike now out. Unfortunately, not really going to get the value that GDS Salmon was looking for. But nonetheless, if you're Platview, you got to feel alright about that.
Exactly, and Orion very close to that Meteor Strike on the Doomfist. And again, there are a lot of walls, that Orion can basically punch targets up against and deal massive amounts of damage.
Yeah. And
Alright.
around there, that's just the best place to play Doomfist, right? Because there's, walls everywhere, right?
And
It's just
also,
really bad.
he does have a little bit of verticality, actually no, he has a lot of verticality in his kit, in his movement. So he can take advantage of those higher perches that we can see Riku on the Ash, taking space on. So so the other team has to respect those angles because Ash is considered like a pseudo sniper in the game. So you have to respect those sight lines. And Orion can then take advantage of that where they're afraid to peek Riku. so that he can literally jump out at them and just like slam into the ground and then pick
Mm,
them off. Pick off a
mm.
squishy target.
That's actually really smart. Yeah, I never even
Hmm.
realized that. Yeah, I also noticed that it also provided a lot of or I guess Orion just requires a lot of aggro, right? And you're kind of just mentioning it's just, really good for all that sorts of good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Doomfist's kit like is hard to play in terms of like consistency, but if you can pull him off, he's supremely deadly because again, so much damage potential, and also he does have an ability that grants him shielding, temporarily, so he
Hmm.
can survive a team fight, like get
Yeah,
in, get out.
and then you have the ult right here, like that should
With
just
the
really put
graviton,
in a
oh,
lot of
that's
damage. That's
nasty.
a nice combo, but doesn't really get a kill out of it. Trying to combo the abilities, Orion goes down. Now we got the Valkyrie here for Platview, trying to keep use the daisy chaining to keep everyone alive. But oh man, wow, they're just getting a bunch of elims right here. Platview putting in a lot of work. Riku's really close to getting this Bob. This bobble could be huge, but there's a nice shatter coming out from GDS Salmon. Death Blossom coming out as well, and now the fight's starting to turn into the way of GDS Salmon. They're just wiping everybody off the field right now. They gotta maintain this push though right here. That Bob gave a lot of stagger time for the spawns for them to come in, and it's gonna be really hard to just get on to point.
Terra right now just trying to be really aggressive on the point with those Hellfire shotguns, dishing out so much damage up close.
Sheesh. And it's just ult after ult after ult after ult. My goodness, who doesn't have an ult at this point? But nonetheless, GDS Salmon finally walking it all the way to the end. The last checkpoint. Platview is really going to try their
We have
best.
the emergency hamster!
Yes, to really hold them off here. But man, GDS Salmon is just so on fire. Everyone's going down so quickly.
Okay, so a lot of staggering coming out here as everyone's picking stall picks right now. Everyone's rolling out.
Yep, and there's another Death Blossom, and that'll be it. I thought I was going to end faster right there, but
Yeah, they were very close to triggering overtime there, but, the timely delivery of your Death Blossoms on this Valentine's Day, shut down the respawns coming in. Yeah, I will say, I was surprised that they actually did end up picking stall picks, because I thought that they were going to just stick to their guns and roll with their team comp and just kind of duke it out.
Mm-hmm.
But, a lot of teams, especially on Kings Row, they do end up going for the stalling option, trying to force it into overtime. Because if you extend overtime long enough, the team on attack, if they make a big enough mistake, that means you can wipe them off of the cart and basically deny them that third capture point.
Yeah, and obviously that's in your best interest.
That is in your best interest. But, Platview really did make a good effort, and they pushed, GDS Salmon to use up their entire time bank. Even though they did actually manage to get all 3 points, they have no time left in the time bank. So, if Platview can complete Kings Row faster than GDS Salmon, I do believe they take the map.
Yeah, I think that's you have a lot of merit with that, right? I also
Or if they have to, force it into the next round, they'll be at an advantage because they have more time in the time bank. So that means that they are going to have more time to push the cart further.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of teams lose just because of time bank, not necessarily because of skill, right? They just didn't have enough time to play the way they're most comfortable. My goodness, that is a beautiful E right there from Riku, just throwing down the Hanzo logs at heads. And the kill for the Mercy! That would have been very nice.
Very good bubble coming out from Not Pleasant to save Teal.
But yeah, whenever it's like
no, I am looking at the wrong side of the map. Oh my goodness.
Whenever Hanzo is being like used, it just feels like trunks are being shot at your head. Like I don't know, man.
Okay, apparently the devs said that actually the hit size on Hanzo arrows are like smaller than the Mercy pea shooter pellets, and I don't believe that.
I don't
That's what
believe
they
that.
said.
No
They
way.
made an official statement that that's the case, but it was like I don't believe that.
I don't believe that. I don't at all. It's,
Yeah, exactly.
They're lying
It
to us.
really doesn't feel that way. Oh, Siamese dropping that.
Well, here we go.
Oh,
Sierra
honest
G.
Terra.
So aggressive, you know, with the Reaper. I mean, it just puts so much pressure onto that back line and forces you to really reevaluate where you are at all times.
Exactly. Both Reaper and Hanzo have such great shield break potential that it puts a lot of pressure onto FaZe to, you know, not lose his shield.
Ooh, Shatter combined with the Dragon.
Nano boosted
Nano boost.
Orion.
And that's going to be really nice. Orion picking up a few kills. Solid work from Platview here. Orion just wanted to get so aggressive, taking everyone out. And, you know, these teams are just showing their maturity.
And he's
and their
just
ability
bullying
to... Wow.
Honor right now.
Yeah.
He's bullying the grandma.
Woo.
Why not?
Hanzo versus Genji.
Shimada Bros showdown.
Yep.
Yeah, so I actually haven't talked a lot about the Hanzo pick. So Hanzo is, again, really good in the current meta because of his storm arrows. Just, again, burst his king. So I believe with the tempo that you can fire off his arrows, you can do something like over 400 damage in, like 2 seconds or something. I don't know. I don't remember what the timing is. Ooh.
I thought that was going to get a lot of
own
kills,
Dragon
but
Strike.
they had enough space to back out, and Riku has the response. It has the Dragon Strike to toss. Now they're going to start to engage. There's a Graviton as well. This could be a big play. Riku grabbing 3. That's going to be some solid stuff for Platview. Finishing things off right here with just getting the Ryan out of the fight, out of the picture. But that's a great stagger nonetheless for them. And a lot of ults have been charged.
And if you notice, the tempo at which Platview is pushing this cart is insane. They still have more than 4.5 minutes left to finish out this map. That is going to be really hard for GDS Salmon to stall out, essentially. Especially because Orion is so close to his next Dragon Blade as well.
A play like that right there, taking Sierra out of the picture, is so huge. Now we have a Dragon Blade, Orion in the back line, trying to find somebody. He's also nano boosted here. McCree goes down, able to dash out, and there goes a Shatter onto the ground. No more picks, though, for GDS Salmon. And now they're here. Death Blossom on the cart could be big. Not quite. Platview getting back into the mix of things here, though. They are able to just start trudging their way onto the point. There's another Dragon Strike, but the sustain and the resources it takes to take out any member of Platview is just so high that, you know, GDS Salmon cannot quite keep up. And as you said, their pacing is just so much better. As the payload hits the point, GDS Salmon find themselves down 3 minutes and 48 seconds.
That was insane. Okay, so GDS Salmon just wasn't able to break up the momentum that Platview had built up through, you know, just rolling through the map. Just, again, I don't really think that the cart stopped at any of the checkpoints at all, really. You know, they just kept this insane pacing and just pushed it right up to the end. So right now, just GDS Sam is in a tough position.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
they're kind of on their back heel, you know. They've been in this position before, though. They came back against MC High School earlier, you know, and now they're a little bit on the back foot trying to defend, right? But they're playing for a tie at this point, I believe. They can't win. So it's kind of do or die, you know?
It's not a tie, actually, because they have no time left in the time bank. They are forced to defend. So essentially...
what I was saying is they're playing for the tie, like...
Oh, yes. Anyways, so right now, Platview, if they get a single tick, basically a third of this capture point, they will take the map.
And, you know, classic Platview start here. Aggressive yet methodical. Trying to get things going for them.
So
playing
deadly
right
on
here
this
on this
Hanzo.
corner. You know, they're playing just as aggressive as we saw MC High School playing, and this is just massive, massive amounts of damage being poured into the GDS Salmon backline, and that's gonna be it. Tick is taken. Platview takes the map.
That is right. Riku doing so much work on the Hanzo. Again, with those storm arrows, the burst is king. Able to take... Okay, we're gonna see your delivery of Death Blossoms
Yes.
right here.
My Death Blossom. Thank you for my Valentine's, Tara.
That was so
That's just
good.
crazy. That was like a perfect TP right there. Just right into the
Really
middle of
was.
everything. But nobody was there. Like, right in the middle of everyone, but no one was also there either, so it was great.
Yeah, Salmon had our not Salmon, but Not Pleasant had already utilized all of Zarya's kit, essentially, and didn't have anything to protect against that Death Blossom at all. So it was just insane.
Mm-hmm.
So
And so-
satisfying to see a Death Blossom go perfectly executed.
And so, Michelle, I guess I gotta ask you, what is the adjustment that GDS has to make here? I believe they're down 2-0.
Yes, unfortunately. I mean, GDS have solid players and they honestly have, good synergy with each other. I just think that their focus fire probably needs a little bit of work, or like their communication on who to focus down first in a team fight needs a little bit of work. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because I've seen so many times where FaZe is very, 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 very low, but gets bailed out constantly by Not
By
Pleasant.
supports and everything.
Mhm. Exactly. Constantly gets bailed out by Not Pleasant. So that to me tells that either they're not applying enough damage to finish off the Rhine, or they're ignoring the support that comes in to basically save the Rhine.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I mean, okay, Riku is an insane Hanzo, and I think maybe has a little too much leeway to do what, he wants.
Yeah.
So potentially, they're gonna have to expend more resources towards taking Riku out of the fight early, so that they're lacking that DPS in a team fight, so that way FaZe doesn't have, isn't able to go around doing what he wants so much because he has to protect the team because they're down a member. So maybe something that pivoting a little bit on who to target.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very reminiscent of GDS Salmon's sort of series against MC High School, where they were pretty much not focusing on two focal point players in the offense for one team. And I think they just got to adjust. They adjusted really well in the last series, but this series they don't seem to be adjusting as well. I think it's also, like you said, they haven't really played against a really good Hanzo and a really good tank, right? Like those specific combination, right? They played against a really good McCree earlier, but McCree is different than Hanzo.
McCree has no mobility compared to
right?
Hanzo. Hanzo can climb walls. He also has his side strafe ability where he can jump, and I believe Hanzo also has generally a smaller hitbox than McCree. So it's just like McCree is a great DPS, like a great mid-range DPS, and his Deadeye is like viable now once they've made those changes to it. But he has no mobility. The poor cowboy. Once you get on top of him, he has no escape, essentially. You really have to then expend resources such as a Zarya bubble, a Baptiste lamp, or dump a bunch of healing onto him in order to sustain a McCree. Versus a Hanzo who can, quickly backpedal and get out of, range of like dangerous DPS, or like get out of a situation quickly.
It's one of the reasons why I really enjoyed playing Hanzo in ranked, because you just have a lot of options. You're flexible. You're viable in a lot of different situations. And the instant headshot is really nice as well, right? So it's just the closest thing you can get to Counter-Strike, I guess, in a sense.
Yeah. All right, now we see GDS Salmon just making their way, onto the left side of the map. Classic approach to the high ground. Oh, and they're scrapping it out right now.
Orion managing to get the first kill into the Orion. That's actually going to lead to a large engagement here. Everyone said press W. The call is in, and they are pressuring GDS Salmon all the way back. And looks like Platteview still feeling good, feeling strong.
This early in the game, nobody has any ultimates, so they can pursue, you know, the enemy team, you know, for free. Especially if they're down 1 or 2 players. You know, they're already at a huge disadvantage in the team fight. Might as well get extra ult charge out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, looking at the ults right now, you know, Salty very close to that nano boost. FaZe has the Earth Shatter.
Ooh, Shatter gets blocked. That's unfortunate for Platteview. Not what you want to see if you're them right now, but they have the Dragon Strike. Oh, they baited the entrance. Unable to find the picks there. Really wanted to. The Ryan for GDS Salmon gets so low, but he doesn't get down. He gets saved by the Nano. And now look, Koi's going to have the Shatter set up, and Plattview's not going to be in a position where they have the resources to really stop it. They got to get picks now before anyone can really toss out those ultimates, as they are. Riku finding the Reaper, but the Kremit and everyone else from GDS Salmon is already on site. They're just tearing everyone down from Platteview, and that looks like the point is going to be taken. Now we hit the point B, one of the most notoriously difficult points to take in Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, it's very good that they didn't take too much time capturing point A, because that means that there's in the time bank to dedicate towards point B, because Anubis is one of the hardest 2 CP maps in the game, because, you know, respawns coming out from the defenders makes it so easy for them to stagger, even with changes to the game to try to mitigate that type of stalling tactic. It's still something that happens.
Is they gonna shoot the graph from here? Yep, there it is. The graph is gonna be shot from above. There's Rico with the 3K, and Platteview cleaning that up really nicely. Give Rico a 4th. My goodness.
And Kremit just, you know, falling back, just running away with the Mercy.
So what do you do if you're GDS right now, Michelle? Like, what can you do?
I mean, right now, you have plenty of time. You can regroup, you can build up your ult charges, and then basically do a full team push and go for a fight. Because again, you have Rhines on your team, and Rhines are most effective when they're in each other's faces. So you really want to build up that Earth Shatter, and then go for the engagement. Right now, though, they're telegraphing their approach very, very obviously.
Yeah, Shatter now down for GDS Salmon, combined with a Dragon Strike. That's going to give them 4 kills. Only 2 members left from Platteview High School, and there's not going to be much to sustain on the point. There's not going to be a lot of contest. GDS Salmon looks like they've done a wonderfully well done push, like really well executed, what I really meant to say there. But man, wow, 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. That's really good on Anubis.
That is a respectable time bank to have left on Anubis, especially since you've finished out the map. I will say, I was surprised that worked out so well for GDS Salmon, mostly because they were rotating so slowly and approaching point B so slowly from the left side that way. Usually you get caught in that side room and honestly, completely murked. You know, it's such an enclosed space with everyone chucking in their ultimates. It's just kind of like a murder cabin. Everyone dies if you get caught in that. But I think because they had Terra on the Reaper, they were able to basically shield smash faster than the other team was, and they basically muscled their way through that team fight.
I see.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think that would work, because
I didn't either.
Usually if you're gonna take that approach and go for that, you know, all-out team fight, you rotate quickly, usually taking a Lucio with you, and you try to, you know, not telegraph it, but it was like so obvious from Plattview's perspective that it's like you could see, like you saw all the members of Plattview just closing in on them in that room. I was like, they know you're there, and you're still going very slowly towards point B. Like, I'm not sure if this will work out for you, but it did. Okay, so they're gonna go with the sneaky Sombra pick now from Platteview. That's
yeah, I was trying to see
very
how it's
interesting.
gonna work out.
Oh, and Teal is actually on the Lucio pick as well. It looks like they're gonna try to blitz this. So basically,
Yeah.
farm the EMP as fast as possible for point B, and use the Lucio to ferry them through A and to B, basically.
Oh,
they're
I
basically trying to
see.
take this one and then done.
Very interesting approach. I like how you mentioned that because I didn't really realize that. As the teams start to engage.
It is a gamble, though. It is a gamble.
Yeah, gamble, they're not quite winning right now. That's a lot of kills they gave up to GDS Salmon. And if you're GDS Salmon, I mean, that's quite a bit of ult charge you don't really have, and that they do.
Yeah, so essentially what they were trying to do there was just farm up the EMP off of this team fight, win point A, immediately speed boost towards point B, and drop the EMP on them.
Yes,
Like-
it looks like the re-aggression, though, is definitely going to work. Flatview taking everyone out really quickly, but I think they're going to go with what you said now, Michelle. Look, they have Riku at 86%. They're going to want to try and farm up Riku as much as possible. Oh, that should give Riku the ult.
There we go.
Yep, there it is.
Riku
Okay.
will have that EMP off of the passive ult generation.
Uh-oh.
It's
Ooh.
a little bit dangerous, Riku. And Riku's not with the team anymore. That means they're gonna have to slow down their tempo.
They are, but it
To let
doesn't
Riku
look like
catch
the one
up.
is slowing down. Maybe Riku's gonna come in for an awkward mid-fight, EMP. Here it is, Riku in the backline, looking to EMP everybody. Drops it, and everyone's caught in it, plus the Dragon Blade and the Nano. That's gonna be huge for Platteview High School. Go right, taking out 4 people. Platteview has the straps. They are going crazy in this game, and that is what we are here for. That is NASEF Overwatch, everybody. Platteview taking this map with 4 minutes and 47 seconds. Oh, I stand corrected. There was a bot here in the middle. Everyone here is late. Sound barriers now coming down. Shatter's coming down as well. Is there enough sustain for Platteview to handle this? I am not sure. Now, FaZe here diving to the back line. Platteview still looking strong. People are going down one by one, and the Lucio's bumped off the point. And wow, Michelle, that is, you call that like no tomorrow. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, that was a sound tactic, and honestly, that is some high-level play right there. The execution was a little bit awkward. Their timing wasn't quite there. Like the gears in the machine were sticking a little bit, but in the end, I don't think GS Salmon was expecting what they were going for, and were completely blindsided by the tactic, and really just got swept off their feet. That was so... I mean, I loved it, okay? From a tactical standpoint, I was like, I like where this plan is going. I'm just not sure how they're planning on pulling it off, And now, of course, because both teams finished with time on the clock, they're going to switch sides again and then go for another round. And of course, right now, Platteview has the advantage because they have more than a minute.
Right.
Advantage left on the in their time banks.
Right, and Plattview's also still got to feel really good about that, right? All you do is go a little cheesy comp here, try and burn some minutes off the clock, force them to take 1 point maximum, and then you're good, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, yes, Orion is on that cheeky Junkrat pick, so you're firing off a lot of, trash damage, and you're honestly just a nuisance with your traps and bombs, with the knockback and whatnot.
Yeah, that actually really is a nuisance. I was just watching how much damage Orion just did, and already at 30% ult charge, that's really Orion finds 2.
Oh.
Everyone's stuck in the tiny room. Platteview goes in, and that's going to be a clean wipe.
Yep, you gotta respect the Junkrat mines because he's got 2 of them, and if he stacks them, most squishies are done for. The Hanzo v Hanzo. Okay, oh my gosh, no. He's hiding in enemy territory. Oh no!
Oh,
He has to return
no.
too.
Yeah, you're gonna pay for that one, Orion. Riku does manage to get a trade kill onto the other Hanzo, though, as GDS Salmon now starting to push in, not quite with the positional advantage that they were hoping for. Terra back here in the back line. Nobody knows that Terra is here. So that will give a lot of opportunity for the Reaper to deal damage, but there's no sustain. No one's helping out Terra. Terra goes down, and now the Platteview defense is looking good, looking strong, able to pop their ults off, get a couple kills, and clean things up, leaving the clock at just under 40 seconds. GDS Salmon, not any ults in the bank, and they're going to have to work something out here, Michelle.
Yes, I mean Siamese is the closest one to an ultimate right now, and that's all they have to work with. So they have exactly one push left to try to capture point A, and really, if they're unable to get any progress on point A, then that means they're gonna have to also go for a full hold against Platview when they're on defense. Oh, this is tense right now. FaZe dropping in. With
Yeah,
the
that's such
shatter.
an awkward place to be in. GDS Salmon, excuse me, doing it again, and it just doesn't work. You can see people like Riku and Orion just throwing kills, getting kills left and right. Like, everybody's getting deleted, and GDS Salmon gets held to 0% in this overtime.
Yes. Okay. Again, that combination of Hanzo and Junkrat, you have burst damage that is rather unpredictable because of the nature of Junkrat's kit, but it is burst damage nonetheless. If you accidentally step into a double stack of mines and then you also get like Hanzo arrowed, you're in for such a bad time, even if you're a tank. Okay, so right now, Platview is looking good. They have the time advantage. All they need to do is get a third of the first capture point, and they will take Anubis.
And this is they're up 2-0 in the series. They got to win. Or, GDS Salmon's got to win. There's no, there's no choice.
Yeah, GDS Salmon, they have to hold Platview to, just, they have to hold them in spawn. They have no options right here in terms of, giving up any type of leeway on this first point. Because usually a lot of teams, in order to, deny ult charge or to, group up with the team for the next team fight, they'll seed point A and then just put all of, the eggs into the point B basket because it's much, much easier to defend. Alright, so they're gonna go with the Gambit for Riku on the Sombra again. Just lurking in the back line.
Oh, that was a really good reaction there with the Zarya bubble. Because if that Hunter goes down, it's game over.
Salmon
really
protecting.
My goodness! Oh, Terra!
Oh no!
Oh, Terra was caught off. That's not what you want. Orion now here to clean things up. Platview High School really just throwing it down. There's not much left to say. It's textbook Overwatch. Everyone's getting cleaned up. Platview gonna take this game, this map, and the series.
That is going to be a 3-0 sweep for Platview against GDS Salmon. And of course, player of the game goes to Orion.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, but what a scary player to go up against. Like, very formidable DPS. And also just plain lucky, because look at these. Look at these. Just look at them critting. Why?
Man.
That must be so frustrating because those bombs just ricocheting at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
It does a number on you.
Yeah, it really does. And look at that. Everyone giving their respects to Orion, giving him the upvote.
Yep. Everyone got to give that to the players. And with that, everybody, we have just concluded that series, and we are now headed to a much longer break before we go into the grand final. So everybody stay tuned. It is the end of the road for me, though, so thank you for everyone who's been here since 10 in the morning and earlier. If you are working on this event, we thank you for hanging out with us. I will pass this torch off to Spencer Ultravox Cameraman and Michelle Rowdy Tran when the grand finals comes up. It's been cool casting with you all. Stay tuned, and you'll see the grand finals.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the grand finals. We have MCHS Patriots versus Platt in a good old best of 7. I'm Jamel Aceman Hopkins, joined by my two wonderful co-casters today, Michelle Rowdy Tran and Joel Raven Rosado. How are you both doing today on this fine evening?
Yeah, I mean, I'm having a great time with this tournament, getting to some good old. And you, Raven?
Yeah,
Right on.
I'm I'm super excited. I love to see the highest level of play that these high schoolers can put out, and it's super awesome to see people my age even just putting out this high level performance and getting these high action games going, and I'm really excited to see how it goes.
Absolutely. I'm glad everyone can be here to join us. MCHS will be starting 1-0 in the grand finals on the winner's side. We will have a best of 7 in MCHS. We'll only need 3 wins to move on. So we are going to have no reset. We are getting ready to go. And what are your guys' thoughts on this map coming up right here on Busan? Looking nice and sunny right here.
I mean, I personally like Busan as a map. This point in particular, there's great potential for some environmental kills. And honestly, I mean, the story behind the map is also pretty cute. It is, the base that Diva's mech team, lives and trains in and is deployed from. So there's a lot of Easter eggs present on the map. But that's like a lore, angle to things. But in terms of gameplay, what do you think, Raven?
It's really interesting to see how these kind of teams, with the environmental kills that are possible on this map, it's very interesting to see how a team can try and play off that. You can already see on Twilight is already on the Lucio. He's going to be looking for these environmental kills already. And along with the fact that you have, maybe you can flex some DPS picks to try and get that as well. Ash, something like that, Junkrat. It's really interesting to see how these DPS will play on this map.
Honestly, I think that Wrecking Ball is a great pick for this point on Busan because he has so much optimability potential. Ooh, fun man, having to already prop that cryo free.
Already some huge plays coming out here. Zarya's just going absolutely ridiculous. 100 charge, just melting all of them. Tanks, DPS, healers, they're all being melted in the face of this Zarya. I really like to see this. Tanks are already being really productive here.
Yeah, although Flummox actually went down really early in that last team fight, JC actually was able to carry, the front line as the Zarya. So that's some high-level play right there.
Absolutely.
Charge coming in from Flatview here.
Already got the charge right in there, and we're going to have a little bit of right on Ryan, but it is going to eventually go in the favor of JC. We have some really nice energy built up on that Zarya there, taking 2 picks and securing control at that point.
Amazing. That's exactly what you want to see from JC. This high-action Zarya gameplay. Shielding and more shielding, just turning into all this damage being put out. Zarya here is doing most of the work here for these tanks. These Reinhardts are just kind of here to soak up damage and try and make space for their Zarya here. And that's exactly what you want to see. JCSE going really, really hard.
Right here, we got the Nano
coming out.
To drop down with a huge shatter. That's 4 kills already. That is a gigantic wipe coming through for Flatview. Orion getting it big. Solely going to have to hit the reset. And that is a nice flip to start off these grand finals.
Yeah, nice and early 1000-degree blade coming out from absolutely wipe the enemy team. And Riku on the Hanzo with the Dragon Strike ready to go.
Orion, that's exactly what you want to see. Salty just boosting him up, and Orion and VHS just absolutely going ham. That Reinhardt into the Nano Blade is exactly what you want to see, but some more kills are going to be coming out here from MCHS.
Yeah, MCHS dropping a lot of kills, getting right back onto the point. A lot of ults still in their back pocket. They're going to flip this point once again. Both these teams have a lot of resources coming up for this next fight, but it's going to be MCHS on the forward, getting the momentum and starting to hit them as they're coming out of their spawn.
Yeah, MCHS actually in their team comps, they have gone for a lot of hard CT options.
Oh, that's going to be a nasty sleep on the Suli there. Not going to be able to make too much of it. Platview just trying to recover, but it's going to be MCHS absolutely dominating that spawn room door. Not a whole lot of room to work with. It's going to be a quick reset with the Reinhardt for MCHS, getting a pick and establishing dominance with only 15% left.
Yeah,
Beautiful
again,
play there from the May. actually. May getting all that space down with the Blizzard just so they can push up and have all that immortality field coming out around the corner. It's so hard to play around that. You can't really push up past that because there's just the threat. But a huge shatter coming down.
Immortality field, not going to save too much here. Not Pleasant has the surge ready to go. Drops it. It's going to be falling down in favor of the Lucio ult. And now JCSC trying to build up the energy, trying to do some DPS here. And Chinfu as well. Doing a little bit of DPS on the side of the support role there. Orion, though, with that awesome sword, trying to chop them all up here. 3 kills. This is a fight going back and forth over and over again. DPS fighting on the point versus the Baptiste, but that immortality feed going to keep him up. Reinhardt helping his buddy out. 2 more kills for Flume X, and that is 100% objective secured for MCHS.
All right, that was some great coordination coming out on the side of MCHS. The BAP putting down that immortality field was absolutely clutch to keep both him and the Reinhardt alive just long enough for respawns to come in, and also just to generally finish off that team fight and capture the point and just, you know, moving forward. Okay, so again, looking at the team comps, Suli and Funman are on the McCree and the May. Both have hard CC in their kits, and honestly, that is a huge thing that goes towards locking down Orion, because Orion has been having a lot of success with these Dragon Blades. So I really think that they're going to look towards locking him down. Well, you know what? Never cast while they're in spawn, because Funman just decided to ditch the May and go
going for the Echo.
So we're not going to engage the Orion, I guess. Orion on the Genji. Probably just gonna go fly in the sky and just, you know, rain death from above.
I do like
there we go, death from above.
Funman just absolutely popping off here on this Echo, going for these early picks. Echo, I really like this pick here. He can actually aim to try and stop Orion's picks actually with not Pleasant's barriers. He can steal the barriers and try and lock down and try and build up enough charge just to try and lock down Orion while he gets this Nano Blade. Really, really like this Echo pick here, along with not being able to deflect the Echo beam. Just absolutely a nice counter pick. I love it.
Exactly. Orion can't fight Echo directly in the sky. You know, he only has his shurikens as long damage options, so Echo is generally safe from Orion.
It's going to be the Patriots taking the control of the point initially here, but another team fight starting to break out. Members getting a little bit low. Suli finding some kills off screen right onto Salty and the Ana for the side of Platview here. Members are falling apart. Orion not going to be able to find a pick, and it is going to go right back in control of MC High School.
Yeah, Chinfu doing a lot to keep his team alive on the Baptiste. Just really well-timed immortality fields and the burst healing coming out to boost Twilight's healing aura.
Absolutely beautiful hold here coming out from MCHS, but a little bit of a fight maybe coming out here. Bob is coming out already.
Shatter ready to go, and is actually going to be Orion sitting there. Doesn't have this Dragon Blade popped just yet. We're gonna have a lot of members of Flat trying to contest this point, scrambling up and dividing their attention. Orion chilling in that back line, 50 HP, and still keeping a calm head, while Riku doing the DPS on the Ashe. This is definitely a winnable situation right here for Platview. If they're able to pry open this point, Orion's really looking for the kills as Twilight falls down the Lucio, and another juicy headshot coming out from the Ashe. Salty has the Nano ready to go, but it looks like Platview have it point secured and have a lot of resources when the retake comes through.
Yeah, Platview's team play right then was excellent because they sent Orion out towards the backline to distract the entire team of MCHS to draw attention away from phase was critically low, and that allowed him to recover enough to re-engage in that last team fight. And they flipped the point, and now, you know, they're sitting pretty right now.
Huge Nano Blade coming out here though.
Grab, shutting him down super hard. Funman doing the damage from above. They're going to be sitting on that ultimate, looking to get the hammer time come through. Orion not finding a whole lot of value out of that Dragon Blade. Suli getting the pick onto Reinhardt as well. Orion 15 HP, going to eat the sound from Twilight here, and Flawless has the shatter, but is not going to be sitting on top of that point here. A lot of members MCH High School scattered, and they are trying to recover this point here, trying to get as much of the percentage as possible, but it looks like Plat is going to be the ones on the back foot and retreating. This is an unfortunate turn of events for them, and that is going to be an 81%.
Beautiful grab timing there.
Actually, I would say that wasn't too bad on the side of Platview, because what they were going for were forcing ultimates out on the side of MCHS, making them spend resources while waiting for their team to basically respawn and
Hate to
regroup.
cut you off, but that Shatter's gonna cut off a lot of members of Flatview right here, and Flummox looking for a lot of action in the middle. They're still trying to contest this point at 99, but members are dropping left and right to that Ashe. I keep saying the name again. Riku doing a very good job on that headshotting pick. Teal, a little bit of a dance on the side with the Lucio, and that's 3 members right on top of the point. Flummox cannot compete, and the point flips right back in favor of Flatview. So like you said, resources burnt on MC's side, that allowing Flatview to just recover the point with ease.
Riku
Yep, and
absolutely
honestly-
clicking heads. Sorry.
That Bob was also really, really key because you can't ignore a Bob that's focusing you down. You know, he is just a souped up Torbjorn turret.
Riku just absolutely clicking heads and taking names left, right, and center. That's what you love to see from an Ashe. Picking off important members just so that way that you can create space for the rest of your team is really amazing. DPS putting in the work here for sure on the side of Flatview.
This fight's gonna make or break the next round for them. We're going to have Not Pleasant trying to build up that energy, but they do have Surge all ready to go. That's a beautiful grab, and we're gonna have Riku popping off on the sidelines here. Not Pleasant in a little bit of a tank 1v1 here. Everyone's trying to melt everyone here. Fun Man taking a little bit of a cosplay attempt, getting onto the right heart, but JC solo ulting Riku. I heard enough of him. I want him out of this next team fight. 99 to 99, but that overtime in favor of MC High School.
Yes, MC High School were able to come back from that and handedly win the point because they were already at 9. And again, Orion taking, play of the game. Not surprised there at all. Actually, this is from the first point of Busan.
We gotta admire also that nice, beautiful shatter as well to help complement that. But Flatview might not have been able to take down, but took the highlight reel. And, that can honestly be the real win in these cases.
Yeah, I mean, took play of the game and also took the map off of Flatview's hands.
Really just amazing. 8 kills coming out of Orion and only 3 blades. Huge plays coming out there. Really, you just see that Orion is really just the center of play here. They're putting so many resources into him and just putting him on these hard carry champions. Like Genji, along with the Nano Blade, Shatter, and damage boost from the Mercy is so deadly, and you need so much lockdown to just try and keep him down. That's why you see all this Zarya, this Mei, all of this hard CC coming out just to try and stop Orion. And in the end there, we actually saw him switch to Tracer because they just put so many resources into having to try and stop that Genji. So it's just very difficult for Orion to try and do anything there with all that hard CC on that team.
Well, the Tracer pick was also because both teams were approaching 90%, so that meant that there was a very high chance that the game was going to go into overtime, and Tracer is one of the best hero picks to stall out and contend a overtime basically capture point. So yeah, because she's so slippery, and also with her blinks, that means that she can camp out different corners of a capture point out of sight and just keep the overtime timer running in order to buy time for your team to respawn and regroup.
One thing I want to bring up is that in the losers bracket, once Flatview got sent there, they did not drop around as far as I know. I'm looking at the...
Yeah, it was a commendable performance.
Yeah, exactly. So both these teams are honestly playing very tremendously. Dropping that first round, how do you two think that Flatview will adjust themselves? We see that a lot of these team compositions are more what the teams are comfortable with, right? Like Orion on that Genji. They don't really tend to swap off. They're feeling very comfortable on it, and it pays off for them, even though they're not picking up the rounds in that first round right there. So do you guys think that any change in the team compositions is in order, or are we going to have more of the same and just maybe different macro decisions?
Okay, so honestly, I think it's just because they're going up Chinfu Baptiste. Because we've seen so many times Orion dive into the line, drop a Dragon Blade, and then walk away with basically nothing because Chinfu was able to time his immortality fields so well to the Dragon Blades. So I think it's more of switching up their tempo and basically baiting out those types of sustain utility from the side of MCHS and then going forward with their team fights.
really Platview, they're playing around Riku and Orion really, really hard here. So I think doubling down on these kind of hard carries, like Ashe is really, really what you want to see Riku on. You can see him picking off people 2-3 seconds before a fight even like looks like it's about to start breaking out. And that's really what you want to see. Maybe a Widow pick might be a little better, maybe, but Ashe is really putting in the work as well. So Riku and Orion just pouring as many resources into them as possible. Teal and Salty on the Mercy and on the Ana here are really just like empowering these two, and as long as they can properly play around Riku and Orion, I can see Platview taking names off of MCHS and just absolutely dominating, but we'll have to see what happens.
I don't think they really can put any more resources towards Riku and Orion because their tanks, and honestly healers as well, you know, because you cannot ignore the fact that there's a lot of hard CC on the side of MCHS. And ignoring anyone to prioritize the DPS would jeopardize the entire team comp because Mei is the devil. And honestly, if you slip up against her, that means it's freeze town for everyone involved, and it's no fun.
And interesting that you brought up the Mei. Actually, I really like how MC High School used the Mei pick to just split up these fights. You know, basically doing what Mei should be doing.
Yes, actually, Mei currently is a better Rhine in my opinion. She has so much utility outside of just, you know, absorbing damage, and her ice wall is in some applications more sturdy than Ryan's shield is, because with Ryan's shield you have to worry so much about it breaking. You have to conserve HP in order to have it available, because if it breaks it goes on cooldown, whereas with Mei's wall, once you pop it, it's going on cooldown, and if they break through it, they break through it. You know, it's gonna dissolve anyways once its like set timer is up, so you don't have to worry about managing its HP. So you can put it up as like a deterrent, closing off choke points, and then basically freeze people through it, you know, once they start breaking through. So it's just like, it's so annoying to play against. That's why I say Mei is the devil.
All right.
Especially here on King's Row. This King's Row choke point on defense is so pushes up, the wall goes up, and they're locked off of the rest of the team. And it's really hard to try and get any pick off of that.
You can drop Snowball from around the corner as well, and the freeze will still apply. So it's just like, as long as you have line of sight, it's just, you're gonna get frozen. It's so ironic that Funman is the one, like I've said before, it's absolutely no fun playing against a Mei.
We're going to be jumping right here on the King's Row. MCHS only need 2 more wins to clinch this series here. Platview looking to get on the board, and we're going to drop on with Platview right on the offense, and Orion sitting on that Genji looking to find some action.
Yeah, and opinions on this map, because I've already said before, King's Row is one of my favorite maps.
King's Row? Already 2 picks coming out already, though.
Yeah, we're jumping right into action. Platview not letting you finish that thought here. Flumex gonna have to retreat. There is no contesting that. Already, Blitzkrieg onto the point for Platview, and they're going to get a lot of work done getting that control. It looks like MCHS have no other choice. Fall back and let them take up all the space.
Actually, we've seen Platview play King's Row, and it is a map that they're very comfortable playing. So it is no surprise that they're able to, you know, snowball into the point and take command so easily.
Beautiful push there from Platview. It's very interesting to see how MCHS is trying to play this kind of iron wall comp with the Reinhardt and the Mei, just trying to set up as much like defense as possible. But Platview just completely rushing straight through it. They don't care about the Mei wall. They don't care about the Reinhardt.
Ooh.
But a huge purple nade coming out there.
That was a nice sweep into nade. Flumex is getting caught in the middle of everything, looking for some way out here. Salty's gonna get over the backline here. We got the Dragon Blade though. Orion feeling himself right here. That's a triple kill already. And Platview, 4 picks, 2v4. It doesn't matter. We're gonna have Reinhardt sitting there, just gonna look for the reset, unless we're gonna get the 1v1 on the Diva right there. But still, Platview feeling very comfortable on King's Row, like you said, and it's really showing. Whole lot of time left on the time bank.
Honestly, I don't think that the switch up with JC on the Diva pick was very good at all, because right now you have an uncontested Zarya coming out from Not Pleasant, and it's not pleasant at all, because the Zarya, like, you know, the Zarya doesn't have to worry about zapping the other Zarya's bubble, so there's just been so much damage coming out from Not Pleasant.
Alrighty, we got another little bit of damage coming through from Chinfu. The beat is going to get dropped here. MCHS getting a lot of space taken back. They're going to try and hold at this next choke point here. And Riku in the back line having to dance with JC a little bit. Looks like they're going to just fall back, except how much ground they have taken and recollect themselves as MCHS look to reestablish the iron defense.
Yeah, I still question the utility of JC on the D.Va right now because JC's been holding on to the same ultimate since point A was captured. That's a long time to hold on to one ultimate and not being utilized properly.
That is going to be another snowball coming down. Twilight getting the pick. Riku does not have enough health to dance toe-to-toe with D.Va anymore. Orion gonna be the next one up to the ring, but once again dropping down, and a lot of the members of Platview after that strong offense, a huge purple nade, not gonna be able to take advantage of it as MCHS sends them all the way right back to their spawn room and another reset, buying themselves the time they need.
Okay, so I see what they were doing there. Basically, they were waiting for Funman Blizzard to be charged so that they can use the old bait and switch with the D.Va bomb. While everyone else was clearing out for the bomb, Funman basically dropped a Blizzard on their heads without them even suspecting it.
Really amazing smoke and mirrors play there coming back up, but a huge grab, 5 people!
Oh, that's gonna be a really nice Dragon Strike from Riku, picking a few kills to start off this fight. Salty has the nano, looking for actually the melee fight versus Funman and Platview. Every single time they get all 6 members right up to speed, it's gonna be steamrolling for that time out here. Looks like they're gonna be able to take this point. I'm not sure MCHS can touch before they pick that up, and it is going to be still a large time bank to surmount.
Yeah, May's Ice Wall just has nothing on Magic Dragons. They go right through them. So that was just a great combo play coming out from Riku.
Absolutely amazing. Not Pleasant going for that huge graviton surge into Riku's Magic Dragons. It's just amazing, that entire combo. The Maywall has nothing to do with it either.
That's nasty.
That is going to cut off a lot of members. MCHS not going to get too aggressive with it. They want to be conservative because one pick and Platview will start to steamroll. A lot of ults in the war chest here for Platview as well. And they're going to be starting to use one with that nano blade. It's already coming down onto Baptiste's face. Double kill, triple kill. I can't even say it quick enough. And JTSC getting the return pick from that as well. Dropping the 2 DPS. And now a lot of Platview's momentum is going to start falling apart once they lose those DPS. But no, Not Pleasant likes to sit on that Zarya, and they could be building up a bit of charge. It is still a hotly contested point that is going to tip over to Platview for that next fight.
Yeah, D.Va is too fragile of a tank to be contesting the cart all by herself. You know, she's got one of the biggest hitboxes in the game, so everyone's gonna be critting on.
2 hammer down coming out right onto the point.
Huge down barrier, and Suli not gonna be able to pick anything up from the Deadeye here. Orion trying to meet Suli face to face, blade to blade, and they're gonna be the ones on top. JCSE looking for the high ground as Riku looking for some picks as well. They like to be a headshot machine, but that big shield in the face does not allow just that. And Salty with the rest of Platview try and recover from this fight. They still got 2 minutes left on the clock, and MCHS doing a very good job recovering on this map.
Yeah, both Twilight and Teal have switched on to the Lucio because they are basically anticipating a drawn-out fight on the payload to try to finish off this map.
Drawing out that high noon, not going to be able to pick anything else up with it except some shield damage, but Orion Nanoblade, we just saw this already here. May gonna hide in their little cocoon of ice, but it doesn't matter. That's 4 kills already for Orion, my god, and that is going to be Chinfu eating the laser beam from Not Pleasant, and that is finally Platview taking over this round, absolutely steamrolling through.
Orion
Yeah, I was
just
gonna
laughed
say.
in the face of that CC. That was amazing.
Well, I mean, I was anticipating a dual froggy dance payload, you know, in overtime. But when Orion has anything to... Then with the Dragon Blade.
I feel that Platview does a very good job of realizing that, hey, MCHS want to play a slow game, want to stall things out, especially with that Lucio pick like you said. But time and time again, at the choke point, push through, trust each other, and they're making it work. So kudos to them what does MCHS have to do now that they're on the offensive?
Well, I mean, Kings Row is one of Plattview's best maps. They're so comfortable on it, and honestly, the tactics that they use and pivot off of are very, very well like ingrained into the team itself. So it seems like they're almost playing like off of habit, where they don't have to make a lot of like hard conscious decisions in terms of what tactics they need to use. So that's why I think it's so hard to go up against them. They just have an answer for everything because they're so used to playing on the map. So right now, MCHS, I think what they need to do is perhaps, instead of focusing on forcing Platteview to play to their tempo, they should look to disrupt,
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting. The MCHS is going to try and have to play like they're gonna try, instead of reacting proactively, they're gonna have to do everything reactively. Orion, you never know when he's gonna end up coming out with a huge nanoblade like he did almost every time there during that.
That's a filthy wall. Looks like it's just gonna be broken down, and we're gonna have a little bit of a soft reset as both teams staring at each other. That wall's not
Yeah, I
good.
mean, unfortunately, Stooley, Titbuck big to fit through that gap, so, looks like you can walk through it, but you can't, hips too
Ooh,
wide.
big Reinhardt pick coming out there already onto
Oh,
Flums.
Funman, why are you in the backline already picking up that kill onto Reinhardt? It looks like it's a 5v4 in favor of MCHS, but they're going to have that defenders or attacking spawn advantage right here. A lot of ults ready to go, and going to have the division coming through. Really teetering on the back and forth between the full commit and just not doing anything, but it's going to be finally that Baptiste ult dropping through the members of Platteview, forced to step back a little bit, but MCHS finally finding themselves onto the point.
Flumix just holding on to that Earth Shatter.
With the Shatter, there it is, and JCSC dynamic tank duo slamming that Genji right down in the face, and it's going to be MCHS picking up that first point and starting the ball rolling.
All right, so moving forward, Platteview have a lot of really good ultimates in their war chest to basically halt the momentum of MCHS on this next team fight. So, I mean, I'm honestly looking forward to the Graviton Dragonblade.
Wall versus wall here.
Might already be coming out here.
With deja vu from both of these teams. The Graviton Surge is going to hold Orion and the rest of MCHS in place. It looks like a lot of votes spent. No real picks coming through except for Flumex, and it looks like Reinhardt is not happy being up against that May wall. This choke point is starting to be a little devastating. We do have the Nanoblade from Orion ready to go, and a lot of ults in general for Platteview as MCHS start to inch up.
Again, Platteview is so comfortable with this map that they know when teams are going to want to win a team fight in order to build their momentum and continue pushing the cart forward. So they know when to pick certain team fights in order to like maximize, the disruptiveness.
The beat coming through. Salty looking for that Nanoblade. Already taking some guys as Orion shuts down Qingfu and the rest of the backline getting, not even backline, it's gonna be Zarya that takes the next knife to the throat from Orion here. Platteview establishing dominance once again, recovering the point, and MCHS gonna have to back up as that ninja's sitting in the window throwing stars at you.
Yeah. At every corner, that is when Platteview will engage in a team fight, because they know once they wipe MCHS, it's going to be hard for them to come back and fight on that corner because they're making use of map geometry as shielding.
Just playing this corner so hard. The window already coming out here. Just so many resources being poured into not letting anybody pass this corner. A huge grab coming out here.
President dying for that surge, but it looks like it can be worth it. Orion trying to build up that ult charge, but you're too far away to make too much happen. Nano coming through on the Reinhardt. He's going to be swinging that hammer extra hard, but he's still Orion looking for the picks left and right. That Shatter coming out big from that Reinhardt on the side of Platteview here. 4 picks and another recovery from Orion. And just like you said, Platteview playing with the geometry, finding those picks and establishing that momentum before MCHS can really mount their offensive. And I think that's what's really costing them all this time as they're trying to get forward.
Yeah, they know this song and dance like the back of their hand, because every time MCHS gets really aggressive, trying to go to confirm kills, Platview will back up and, use the map as shielding.
Already here, just consistently, that's a really nice shatter to 3 members, but the beat is gonna get dropped from Teal. Twilight looking for some action in the backline here, trying to get some kill, but Orion's dashing in the backline. That's no good. MCHS deciding to just contest the point, smack that Zarya that's nice and frozen for you, but Orion, like I said earlier, still looking for picks left and right, not pleasant, diving right in. I'm gonna do this all myself with 100 energy, pushing MCHS
Oh, that is
off
nasty.
here. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely
Aggression. Time and time again, Orion taken to the stars, but not by themselves. It is going to be the entirety of Platview being super aggressive.
Yeah,
This geometry
been...
is just...
Go ahead, Raven.
This geometry is really just Genji's playground, especially with all this hard CC coming down here on the side of Platview. But a huge charge coming through, gonna pin the Reinhardt.
That is going to be Twilight getting the environmental boot as well. Or JSC, oh my goodness, that's 6 kills already in the blink of an eye. That's gonna be a nice little fake, reset the momentum, and not pleasant. You can't do that much as a solo Zarya against Flumex running right at you. And it looks like Platview gotta do what they do best, recover the point as quickly as they can.
MC High School said that they were sick and tired of being reset time and time again, so they were gonna win that team fight no matter. But
Really
they burnt so much time off of the clock, so they very well may be able to stall them.
High Noon sniping away, not pleasant here. Zarya, JCSC uncontested in that front. Gonna try and shove people off, doing a very good job trying to build up that energy as Fun Man. Trying to do the wall dance versus the other May on the other side. Riku switching off of the hit scan in favor of a little more utility and building things up with the wall, but Zarya, Char getting the snowball and the graviton search here. Fun Man not gonna be able to free themselves from Orion and their deadly blade. Teal looking to help out his teammates as much as they can, getting the peel away from the fight so they can just force MCHS as far back as they can, getting as much utility out of that Reinhardt as well. And it looks like Platview recovered the point and are burning that time bank, and just that's gotta be sucky for MCHS right there. They want to start converting this into a tie at least.
Yeah, Platview is officially at an advantage on this map right now because MCHS, their time bank is, it's less than what Platview have. So they really want to push this last point and capture as soon as possible to give themselves as much as advantage.
We've seen this story before, but it's going to be the Gravity Surge and the Earth Shatter, shutting as many people down as possible. The CC is going to be a little too much. Orion sitting in the backline. Nice pick onto the Baptiste here. You need to turn around, my guy. As Riku is going to be the one that started off that pick. Gonna be Platview shutting down another push, and there is not a whole lot of time left. It looks like we have MCHS maybe 1, maybe 2 pushes left if they're lucky, but Platview are really set up to not let that happen.
Platview here really playing this corner around. Window coming out down already. Orion getting 2 picks with a deflect.
Already, it's going to be 3 kills from Orion. Didn't even use Dragon Blade, and Pleasant gonna try and set up the rest of the team. It's just pushing the rest of MCHS off the point. That's gonna be a really insane rotate if they can make it, but it looks like it's just gonna be Platview burning out the time and being content with their 3-2.
Oh, that is wonderfully timed
there coming out
right there.
Amazing. Platview takes the win on 2 Kings Row, putting the score now at 3-1.
Is it 3-1?
I think it is.
I believe it's 2-1.
2-1.
2-1. My bad.
All good.
Orion here, huge Dragon Blade. Already come out. You can
Always
see
with
Salty
these
just
extra
waiting
crispy-
with the nano.
Yeah, extra crispy Dragon Blade coming right up.
And what I really like is that we obviously can't hear their comms, but Salty and Orion, no matter the circumstances, it feels like Salty can always find Orion as he dashes up. No hesitation, and Orion falls to the ground, slashing as many people as they can. These matches have been very, very exciting. I like to see Orion having the pop off and actually converting that into control on the rounds, because we saw a Platview. They're, like you said, very, very comfortable on the Kings Row pick.
Yeah, and I will say, when you asked me before on what Platview have to make in order to find success against MCHS, I think MCHS actually made the adjustment for them because the majority of the first half of the game on King's Row, JC was on the Diva. And again, I don't think it was the most optimal pick going up against a Rein Zarya combo because you do not have a bubble to defend your Reinhardt. You know, like JC just didn't have a bubble to defend Fumix. So Diva's defense matrix can come into clutch, but not against a laser. Defense matrix can't eat a laser, so that's why I was really wondering why they were so adamant on using the Diva pick. Again, we did see them combo it with the May Blizzard with the old bait and switch, but once Platview saw that trick, I don't think they ever fell for it again, you know? So I really wonder what the call was on the Diva pick. Raven, what do you think?
It's super interesting. That Diva pick really kind of messed up the tempo coming out there from NCHS. They really needed that Zarya to even try and like contest the Genji a little bit. Genji really had a playground there, especially on that corner, pushing back on King's Row. He just had so much CC to play around with. The May Blizzard, the May freezes, the walls, and the Reinhardt hammer downs. Just so much to play around with. He didn't even need the blade. No blade, no nano, no problem there for Orion. Just absolutely having the time of his life, blading, getting so many melees, even getting deflect kills. Two huge deflect kills came out at the end of there, just deflecting a fire strike. So much to play around with, and absolutely nothing that MCHS really could do about it. Orion, that's really what you want to see, that huge carry potential off that Genji.
And usually when Zarya is in picture, Orion has to be careful because you don't want it going back in Zarya's charge to play with. You know, that just means more DPS coming out of the enemy Zarya. But again, with Diva, you know, if you can deflect all of, you know, the incoming projectiles, that means that you're going to force the Diva to use their defense matrix, which drains a major resource. So, yeah. I really don't know. Okay, so moving forward, I mean, I can see JC is on the Zarya. And Suli and Funman coming out with the Pharah Echo combo. That is going to be tough for Platview to deal with because it is going to be an aerial. It's going to be an aerial fight now.
All right.
Suli and Funman, as long as they stay on top of as long as they stay on these Pharah and Echo picks, this is going to be really hard. Rico and Orion both not on any hit scans. They're going to have a really tough time shooting Suli and Funman out of the sky with Twilight and Chinko on the ground. It's just going to be very difficult to try and see anything contesting Suli and Funman. Although here we do see the switch there, so.
Oh my goodness! Because I was gonna say, FaZe and Not Pleasant were not gonna have a fun time going up against two Rocket Queens in the sky, you know.
Orion getting that cheeky pick, the classic Junkrat kill off of spawn on the Twilight. Little bit of a tempo adjustment. We are going to have a side swap on this infamous Hanamura choke point, and it is going to be Platview sitting in the nice blue colors for you all watching at home.
Okay, so
already a shot coming out.
All right, Immortality trying to wait that tire out is going to be shot down, but that's a really good ult timing right there for Orion. He's building up this ult charge like no tomorrow, but it is Junkrat at a choke point. You can't expect less, essentially.
Alright, Twilight trying to climb over the wall. Cheeky pot shots off onto the May.
Orion here just coming out with all this spam, forcing MCHS to just kind of try and not die even. Just all this spam coming out through all these angles for Junkrat is really hard to play around when you're trying to push through this point. Two windows coming out, not really going to do anything, but a hammer down coming out.
Oh, shut down
great,
by the wall. Good job, Riku. And it's going to be Blumex, not knowing to do without that charge. You're sitting out in the open like a sitting duck. I'll just swing my hammer instead to get space onto the point here, but Blumex shut down finally, and now Not Pleasant. Not going to get to use the Surge, as a matter of fact. JCSC shutting him down with the Zarya here. It looks like MCHS getting control, looking to establish some fun, and Salty jumping up has to come right back down, taking over control of that point and finally breaking through the Hanamura choke.
Yep, they were able to handedly win that last fight. It took them a little bit of time to get through the choke point, even though they have Twilight on the Lucio, which generally on Hanamura, if you have a Lucio, you just speed boost past the choke point, and ignore it. But I think they were going for some ult charge, so they wanted to, do a little bit of poking at the choke in order to get that ult charge. And not pleasant from the high ground.
An interesting maneuver from the tank over there, but not pleasant. Getting a nice surge, not too many kills dropping through as Funman drops the Blizzard and dropping not pleasant to retaliation. The snow too cold for Orion as he gets frozen out, and Teal gets the res onto our Reinhardt DP, our tank 4 over MCHS, and now Funman sitting in the middle of the Blizzard. Riku picking up 2 of the kills, and the Shatter as well from Flume X. Nice pin as well. Very hotly contested, back and forth. We have Funman trying to do a little bit of damage, finding a chink in the armor for the Reinhardt, but is just going to be sitting there, holding the left click, trying to hit the outplays with the wall before they eventually fall. And JCSE gonna have to reset with the rest of MCHS.
Yeah, a little bit of prolonged fight there on the point. Well, they were able to at least get 1/3, like a tick on point B, so that's actually some pretty good progress on the snowball there. Okay,
Really
Orion now on the Echo. Alright, let's see what kind of havoc he can basically rain with, one of the Rocket Queens in the game.
Sully is really gonna have to try and put in the work here to shut down Orion and Teal onto that Echo and Mercy, but huge window coming out and 2 Fire Strike kills immediately.
Yeah, that's the support gone for MCHS right here. That's going to be a huge shutdown in terms of the momentum. Funman gets a retaliatory pick, and not pleasant, looking to hold down this choke, build up their energy. They don't mind you shooting at that shield right there. But MCHS realizing the situation, starting to peel back, and they're going to hit the reset. Looking at these war chests here, we do have some utility ults to go for both these teams. They're actually going to start pressing the map pedal to the metal once again here. We have the window available to them, and a lot of members sitting in the immortality field, not fearing death as the Blizzard drops from Funman as well. Sully takes to the high ground, shutting Anakin down from below, essentially, as we're looking to try and find some picks onto that Mercy here. But a little bit of the McCree duel. Riku going to be on top of that high noon duel here. Funman going to drop as well. Riku doing so much work with Orion taking to the skies as well, raining down the damage and eventually falling to some more laser beams from the ground. Artillery strike. JCSC dueling with not present here, but they're building up that ult charge or the shielding on the other Zarya here, looking for the energy at almost 100% here. Really dropping the damage, though that immortality field is getting knocked out. So JCSC dominant Zarya with the surge to just establish it as well here. The Tracer coming through on Funman as well. There's going to be a long fight coming through. High noon not going to be used to really do them damage, and that's already going over to MCHS.
That was an intense and prolonged team fight on the Hanamura. So many ultimates being thrown around, especially on cooldown. I hope. I think there was a lot more tactics involved, but really it felt that way because it was just constantly ultimates being popped as soon as they were charged.
Yeah, honestly, that fight was so prolonged. It was very, very hard to even tell who was in favor. At one point, on 1 second, it was MCHS in favor, and then it was Platview the next second, and then it would swing back and forth like a pendulum. Just absolutely crazy momentum swings going on into these fights. And it's going to be really interesting to see how Platview is going to try and take back this momentum and try and take back Hanamura and just get as much momentum as possible to try and keep it going.
Yeah, and the way that the capture points on Hanamura, you don't really have anywhere to hide. You're going to contest a point. You're going to contest it out in the open. So that's why it was just crazy seeing everyone pile onto, the point and essentially being eviscerated, because there's no other way to contest the point. If you're going to hide in the back, then you're not going to be able to prolong the overtime or maintain that contest. So it's just, it's tough to see each team trying to juggle bodies onto the point and
I'm
maintain
very excited to see how this DPS is going to work out here for Platview. Teleport already going down onto the point behind everybody. Orion's going to be able to get so many picks here too. Reaper just in the middle of everybody. You're excited to see how this is going to work.
That is a huge disruption to start off the fight. I don't care about the choke point. I'm going straight to the point. It's going to be Platview patented aggression, but that patent's pending as Twilight gets the pick on the not pleasant here. Teal, nice environmental boop here as Funman, trying to shut down all those turrets, shutting down this offensive, and MCHS starting to recover this fight slowly but surely. There's not much left that Teal can do except dance around and try to get out of there. So really
yeah, I think Teal's gonna
start.
escape. There we go. Teal gets away with a little froggy life. That's actually really good because that means that, you know, Teal's not feeding any ult charge, which is probably what you don't want to do this early in the team, in the fight.
Very,
So
very
they're back to-
interesting.
Yeah. They're back to poking at the choke, though.
They're back to poking at this choke, except Riku and Orion are still on the Symmetra Reaper, so they're still going to want to try and TP onto the point. They're not looking for as much poke as may be possible. Riku is going to put down a lot of pressure onto maybe a Reinhardt shield there with how much damage. But the teleport already coming out!
No, Windows teleporting on through. We're controlling it. You're the ones on the offense right now as Platview gonna get chunked out here. 2 Deadeye picks coming out from the high noon here. Make it 3 kills for Suli here as Flumex starting to just swing that hammer forward. JCSE looking to get the ambient damage from Zarya here. That's gonna be another really explosive fight.
That was a lot of ultimates and utility being burned on the side of Platview. They dropped the sound barrier, which was the biggest thing to have come out of that last fight in an attempt to win and get some progress on the point. But unfortunately, they just couldn't wipe MCHS.
2 ults in the war chest.
Oh,
here.
Riku! This is interesting rotation.
It is interesting. They're trying to break they're trying to break
What just
MCHS.
happened?
And what even happened there?
We had a lot of members of Platview over to the side there. It looked like they had the big flank,
I
but
mean, I've seen people ignoring the choke point. I've never seen people ignoring point A. Just
it's gonna
as
skip
a
ahead.
whole?
We're gonna go to the next choke point. We'll see y'all there.
We'll see you on the other side, everybody.
it's like I'm not sure that's how the game works. If you decide to just, I don't want to play this point. I just want to go to B.
Right here, looks like we're gonna just have to force another reset here. Orion gonna be jumping away, looking for the health pack, but 60 seconds left. This is starting to get do or die territory here, and Reinhardt for Platview, jumping into the thick of things, gonna get punished out here. MCHS very grouped up, close together, and shutting people down. This seems to be a stark contrast compared to King's Row, where Platview just jumped on in after everything, got the picks, and somehow made the situation work. When you're at this choke point, even though they've broken through, they're not able to secure any ticks on the point.
Yeah, that's because MCHS, they're always able to have at least members of their team survive in order to contest.
Hammered down, but Orion going to start spinning in spite of it. The beat is gonna get dropped from Twilight. Lots of defense, lots of shielding coming through, and Suli getting the Deadeye off to the side as well. Chinfu looking to help keep their team up. Nice flashbang, gonna actually bang the eardrums out of Teal. Gonna shut down another push, and MCHS feeling oh so comfortable holding up that defense.
Yeah, that was a full hold for MC High School right there.
Very interesting plays coming out there from Platview. Platview tried to look for so many alternative angles to try and get onto that point A. They tried ignoring the point, going onto the side, teleporting behind them, teleporting up into the left. Nothing really ended up working for them. So many alternative angles just not working out. MCHS just holding an iron wall there on point A. Very solid defense for a very creative offense.
Actually, I think we just saw the answer as to why nothing that they tried worked, because Suli just never played with the team. Suli always played an off angle, off on his own as McCree. So always had the Deadeye in response to any push that Platview had. So, you know, while Platview dropped like Gravitons and Blizzards and rounded up the rest of MCHS, Suli was just off on the side saying like, howdy, partner, and just popping the Deadeye. Like, I think we
This town
just
ain't
got
big
the
enough
answer.
for the two of us, and it's gonna be Suli shutting them down time and time again. We are
Yeah.
3-1 in this series right now in favor of MCHS. There is a lot of ground to recover in this best of 5 if you're rooting for Platview, but we've seen really, really explosive gameplay coming through from them. If there's a team that could do it, I really do think it would be Platview. Joel, you've been watching this series along with us. Do you have any thoughts on like the team compositions, or does Platview need to adjust their playstyle? Because we've seen Orion are trying to get the pocket picks, trying to get the DPS going through, but in some cases it's just not working.
Well, Orion, he on Hanamura, especially on attack, Orion tried to get a little creative there. He tried to pull out the kind of exotic picks, the ones that you don't really expect, like the Reaper, the Symmetra, stuff like that. It's really not his kind of playstyle, I think. Orion is really kind of from what I've seen, the center of Platview. He is kind of like the core as to what they play around. As soon as Orion goes in, everybody else goes in. Orion gets a pick, that's when you decide that you need to go in. Orion needs to be on these kind of things that can like start like engagements, like maybe sort of like a Genji, like what he's been doing, or maybe something like a Hanzo, something that can sort of get the position to enable the rest of his team to try and play around him, something like that. Reaper didn't really work like that because they just had so much CC and they had this iron wall that you just kind of crash against. You can't really do anything into that, but it's very, very difficult, especially on Hanamura point A, just to try and like, especially Genji, I think really wouldn't have worked there because they had the Mei, they had the Zarya, so it's very difficult to see what Platview could do, especially with that the plays that they made were just kind of iffy for me. The getting creative doesn't always mean a win, and we just saw that there.
Well, I mean, I think the reason why at one point they were rotating so far out was because they wanted to give the runaround onto MCHS because they wanted to basically, I think, wrap around and hit them from the back. But again, that was never going to work because they always had Suli posted up on an off angle, as a mid to long range DPS or hit scan. So it's just they were adjusting the wrong thing on their approach to point A. And I don't think anyone on Platview really realized.
Yeah, as soon as you sort of failed, like maybe the first and maybe even the second attempt, you should try and recognize that, oh, maybe this alternative kind of approach isn't going to work. Maybe we need to try and stick to some of the more standard stuff, like trying to break down these shields and trying to break down this iron defense that MCHS has set up, and maybe just try and break through like the normal way instead of trying to play something creative there. So we're here on Dorado now. It's going to be very interesting to see how MCHS is going to try and keep this momentum and try and close out this series very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, one of the oldest answers to point A of Hanamura is actually a dive composition. But from what we've seen from Platview, like we know that that's not necessarily a composition that they're comfortable with running. So it's just unfortunate. I don't think that they had a varied enough hero pool in order to put together a team that could easily overtake point A of Hanamura. But now we are on Dorado, as you've pointed out before, and this is an escort map, and we've seen Platview play very strongly on escort type maps. King's Row being, a hybrid map, which has a significant portion of escort in it. So usually I say never cast while they're in spawn because they're just going to change it up on you. But seeing Suli on the Tracer kind of makes me a little excited because we haven't seen a lot of Tracer play yet in this tournament.
It's very interesting to see how Suli is going to try and get these picks off. Orion, I think he's trolling a little bit here with the Stormbringer pick. He's probably going to switch back to Genji, especially seeing that Sully's already on the Ana. Yeah, we see it here. A little sad to see. I would have liked to see Torbjorn here. But here we go here. The Sonic Arrow coming out. Winston coming out onto the side of MCHS, actually. It's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to play around that instead of a Reinhardt.
Actually, Winston's actually one of the weakest tanks currently in the meta because there are so many burst options that can absolutely shred a Winston, and he does tickle damage back, so it's just not ideal, but it's Flumix, so I think his positioning might actually pan out and work out for them.
Platview already pushing up past the gate, though. Very, very interesting first push. You already saw a pick coming out here onto Suli, so they can get a little bit of space here without having to worry about another DPS being in the way in the backline or anything like that. But you can see Flumix trying to pick up a little bit of picks here. He's trying to 1v1 on the Orion, but Rico comes to
not against the Shimada Bros.
35 HP!
Yeah, not against the Shimada Bros. They're gonna burst you down like nothing else.
I understand. I'm pretty sure they want this Winston pick just to try and prevent Orion from popping off on that Genji too hard. Looks like we're gonna have actually the Nano Monkey. Flumex's gonna bump their head on the ceiling, but they're still in the back line. They're deep frying left and right here. It's gonna be Twilight that steals the kill feed, but it's gonna be Flumex getting the damage done for them. And it looks like Funman and the rest of the squad of MCHS recovering that control over the point. JCSC saying that name over and over again because they're doing a lot of damage on that Zarya, forcing some people back in Platview. Finally gonna have to hit the reset button.
Ooh, nice shot, long range.
Very, very interesting to see how Platview is going to try and push up past this. They have the Nano Blade ready. They have the Dragon. They already have a Beat too. Building up their way up to a Zarya here. Beat going to come down though for Teal to start the engage. Blade not coming out just yet, but a huge grab coming out.
That's a really nice surge there. You don't want to burn too many ults on one push, but we're doing it anyway. Orion, purple, doesn't even care. Gets the kill, double kill, right on top of Funman there. Dropping through dangerously low here. That monkey is going to stop Genji in their tracks. Not before two people are taken away, though. It looks like we're going to have MCHS recovering that control and looking to push it right back into the spawn room of Platview.
There might have been a little bit of miscommunication on the side of because they really staggered their ultimates in a non-optimal in that last fight, like really long. And ready to go.
As my team would say, right blade, wrong time, pretty much. You just need this kind of, with Orion being this carry and Salty on being able to enable him like this, you really need Orion to try and while your main team is back on the ground, Orion's trying to look for these off angles to try and get cheeky picks here, maybe onto Suli or Funman or Chinfu, just trying to get like huge picks. But we see another pick coming out here from Funman onto Riku.
Yeah, Riku gonna be on the losing end of that DPS duel one time. Flumex going to get the nano, or just to finish off their ultimate here. Flumex looking for something, gonna jump right back into the safety of their team's arms, and Salty gonna be the one sitting on that nano, but no one should really drop it on top of just yet. But Bob coming through, Funman getting the pick, and Dream froze to be temporarily, so I'll keep talking like it's not, but we are gonna get right back into the action as it looks like Fumix gets the pick onto Not Pleasant. The rest of Platview starting to recover, and we're gonna have a Dragon Strike come through as well just to finish off that fight. It looks like Platview trying to recontest, but they're hitting a really interesting reset.
They only have 10 seconds here. They really need to pull something quickly. Maybe they have a little bit of a trick up their sleeve. Orion's already dead, though. The Nanoblade isn't going to be there to save them. They need something very, very desperately. Valkyrie and Nano coming out. Orion's up. They just need to stall enough time for him to come out here.
It's going to be the Platview Orion looking to dish out the damage. Really nice Fire Strike. Going to be the forefront, the last bastion of defense, trying to contend with this point here. Orion's going to be trying to chase that monkey out of there, but that monkey's going to jump right onto his teammates. Not going to be able to make as much space as possible. It looks like Platview going to drop with the blade right on the face of Funman here. Not having too much fun getting their head chopped off. As Orion getting the damage from Teal as well. That's going to be insatiable. Just annihilating through, keeping themselves alive. And we are still fighting in this grand series right here for Platview.
Yes, actually, FaZe coming in clutch as the Reinhardt swinging his hammer, dealing weave through enemy team for buy enough time for Orion to come back and clean up the rest of the team fight.
Very, very beautiful there on the side of Platview. They recognized that they needed just to stall time for Orion to come up. They recognized that he had the blade and that there was an opportunity there for them to try and pick something back up here, and they didn't have to give up that fight. So the Valkyrie and the Nano coming out to try and stall as much time as possible. Very, very beautiful. Orion there.
Orion's a little bit of trouble.
Fine.
Orion actually seems to get out there a lot. He's so slippery like a snake.
I did. It was just, you turn around and you see Orion next to 3 of your squishies, and you just waltz right out of there. But it's going to be off. Starting off that fight right in the face of Teal. Going to be dropping down one of the healers, Platview. Orion jumping into the back line right there, trying to dash out with Sui here. Both of those slippery DPSs going to not meet each other. It's going to be the Zaryas that actually get the combat down. Orion, you know you don't like him having to deal with that Winston. Suli and the rest of MCHS recover the point and force Platview to get reset again.
All right, FaZe is getting res right now. Tempo res, making sure that the main scheme for this next push. But Suli sitting with that pulse bomb. Oh, going for an assassination attempt right now.
Oh no, it doesn't
It
get the
sticks!
stop.
The stick
Oh, no!
misses, and Riku picks up the kill onto Suli. So unfortunate.
That's
Yeah,
gonna be
from
a
that
big-
camera angle, it looked like it got the mercy, but it actually got to the corner of the wall instead. Flummox dies in midair. Ooh.
You hate to see it, but Flatview gonna take advantage of it. It's going to be FaZe right on top of the point. Once again, the big, strong tank for Flatview. We want to get as much time and much control as possible for them because that's a Dragon Strike if I've ever seen one, but they're going to just sit on it. It's going to be the Nano Blade that actually gets dropped through as Riku bides their time. The rest of Flatview feeling very happy with the control they have. They're going to try and contest the res before it comes in. Not going to be able to make it happen. The Dragon Blade is what's going to be the answer to it, though. Fun Man still not having fun versus Genji here. Orion is just having a ball. Riku in the back line, getting a little bit of sonar arrow coming through the rapid fire strike, and that's just going to be a clean up for Flatview, I feel. Overtime ticking, no one there to contest, and that's 0-2 right now. Just one more point if Flatview wants to clean it out.
Yeah, I mean, both Riku and Orion had some really excellent trigger discipline trying to fight 3 squishies in a hallway. It's so tempting to just drop your ultimate on. But they, they bid their time. They let the cart catch up to where they were on the map, and then engaged and picked them off without using their ultimate.
It's very interesting. You have to see. I don't know if it was intentional or not on the side of Salty and Orion, but Salty actually nanoed Orion early, and that forced everybody that was inside of that
A scare
to
tactic.
back out.
It's a warning.
Yeah,
it's a warning.
It was kind of a scare tactic because Orion didn't have the blade charged yet, but he still forced people out without even having to blow it.
Is going to be a little bit scary. That nanoed Reinhardt as well. Return surge, and that's a Dragon Strike on their end. Flatview going to respond to that. No kills just yet, but Orion punching Ana right in the face there. It looks like Flatview regaining the momentum. A lot of picks being dropped out. The entirety of their composition feeling very comfortable on this point. And it's going to be 20 seconds to try and stall this out for MCHS. They're not going to have a whole lot of time to really get them off this point because they're already getting at the end.
Yeah, JC has switched on to the Diva, going
Hammer
to
down.
contest this point.
Sorry to cut you off there, but Orion's trying to cut the people off. But Fun Man, oh, he's bringing out the Doomfist. He's had enough. He's going to be having some fun here. Double kill already, fighting on top of the point. And it looks like Fun Man's staying just barely alive, but he's going to drop away from the point, as a matter of fact. One member to defend, and it's going to be Lucio. Never mind, we got the Wrecking Ball, Infinite Stall, trying to find some space here. And it's going to be really tough in this overtime. You're buying as much time as possible. 2v4. Baptiste keeping that hamster alive as much as possible. Riku has the Dragon Strike. It's going straight into their spawn room as Flatview looking to shut them down, trying to get this point contested. The stick is not going to be nailed down there. Riku still dishing out the damage and biding their time. Teal, you're falling a little low, buddy. You're going to have to fall right back into the arms of your team. As FaZe Reinhardt dishing out the damage, but Fun Man still coming on time, trying to shine. It's still going to be Flatview that clinches that fight.
And honestly, Teal came in so clutch in that last team fight, able to keep everyone with that Mercy 55 8 second, and also at the very end, a very risky res. Just right on top of the payload, a gamble to keep the team fight going. But I think Doomfist ulting actually took him out of, again, he wasn't able to contest because he was up in the sky. So a little unfortunate on the timing for the Doomfist Meteor Strike.
Very, very unfortunate. But Teal, actually, I think he was the MVP of that last fight there, staying alive for so long, just dodging and weaving in between all these punches from Fun Man, actually being able to get the res on the FaZe and just saving the fight. Absolutely amazing play.
I honestly
exactly. Just the Mercy, giving Mercy some love because these are overworked and underpaid.
Yeah, like both Teal and Salty, they're like the working in the shadows, and they're the ones supporting Orion and Riku's dastardly little plays, because those nano blades are coming from Salty building up that ult charge and really helping Orion out there. Orion's just left clicking when you think about it, but it's still kudos to them and Flatview. Now we have MCHS that has to overcome the 0-3 deficit.
Yeah, Salty is out here having to calculate trajectories and, precisely aimed nano grenades, whereas Orion is just like, haha, Genji Blade go burr.
Gonna see here Flumix coming back out here onto the win.
Getting
He's gonna try
targeted
it
early
again.
on.
Cool. Getting that pick on the Fun Man this time. We have the Echo into the skies before they got shot down by an arrow to the knee.
Riku putting out all this damage here. Winston going to try and contest up on this high ground, but it's not really going to work very well. After just that small confrontation up there, he's already 1 HP and he's staying there even. Twilight and Jinfu not really going to be able to do much to try and keep him up that much. Winston here is just very, very unfortunate. He's in such a weak spot right now.
Yeah, usually Winston, when Winston has a high ground against you, that is where he's at it. Playing from the ground, so it's pretty hard to contest when you have a tickle cannon.
Oh, Teal wanted that res, I feel, but they're gonna have to sit.
Teal was really looking for it, but it was a little too
They're just looking for a teammate at that point. I feel the Dragon Strike is gonna jump through to the choke point. 3 people drop in favor of NCHS. It might be a tickle cannon, but eventually it'll shine through here and is shutting down that Genji as Fun Man dropping out some damage, getting some knowledge bombs getting in the way of the choke point, and it looks like Flatview might have to backpedal a little bit because Fun Man with Chifu, the dynamic duo in the skies, are gonna make some space and get a really nice time bank for that first point.
Yeah, ever since Echo was released, the pharmacy wombo combo that was so iconic to this game, has been, a little bit phased out because Echo is honestly a superior Pharah than Pharah. It's sad to say, but, Echo's kit has just so much more flexibility.
Very, very true. And a sleep coming out here on the Fuma is going to be creating a little bit of space here for Flatview to just buy a little more time. But that huge charge coming out from JCSE just absolutely melting everybody.
Beautiful surge right there. Can't make too much work of it. Suli getting a nice stick onto the Ana though. A lot of healing potential getting dropped away. Not before Teal resets that button, gets Salty back. But it's Suli in the backline still dancing with these supports. You don't really want to have that when your team's dying right on top of the point here. Suli just gonna chill out. They're finally gonna send Riku. A little bit of a dance up here in the back rooms, but Suli's not gonna be making out of there alive. Now we have a 5v6 and Flatview going to be trying to regain control as MCHS gets the reset. Oh,
yeah.
Nanoblade coming out from Orion, looking for a little bit of this. Oh, the baseline on the police!
We're going
So clean!
With that one. Nice little reflect there. That might not have gone too much, but it was still a nice play for the highlight reel.
Oh my goodness, the disrespect, sleeping in Ana, just with her own sleep dart.
As Phoenix would say, that one's going in the highlight reel for sure. A huge grab coming out here, grabbing to Dragon Strike, gonna be starting out this fight.
Oh my goodness, Riku, that was too filthy. Headshot into headshot there. The Dragon Strike's what's gonna finish off Flumix though. Fun Man, rest of MCHS, they're gonna have to back up once again. They have a really nice time bank, but they're gonna need to spend it efficiently. Teal got fun buttoned from Fun Man.
Those pesky little mines.
He's doing so much damage.
Just dodge. So insane.
But Echo taking out onto the fair.
Zarya!
That's so unfortunate.
You hate to see it. Fun Man has the surge built up. You're gonna shut down that Nano Ryan before he can do anything about it. Zarya onto Zarya. You don't like playing against 3 tanks when you're just a Ryan with a shield. And Flatview gonna step back. They're gonna give up some of the momentum, and MCHS really hitting their stride on this next point here. Riku gonna say hi to Famex a bit as he's getting on his way out as well.
Just a very, very interesting play here. That fight looked like it was going on to the side of MCHS until it just suddenly wasn't. Those two Zaryas just really putting in the work. Both at nearly 100 charge for almost that entire fight, but they somehow still ended up having to back off. But a huge Graviton coming here.
Yeah, both tanks locked up. Dragon Strike to zone off MCHS from taking advantage of it. Earth Shatter coming through from FaZe. Teal keeping the teammates alive. A whole lot of members of MCHS sitting in the Mortality field, though. You're not going to find any picks in there. Teal boosting up Orion. We don't have any ults for Platview to hold anything off, but same can be said for MCHS. They're going to have the advantage. They're going to be playing defend the point as it's going to be Platview. They have Nano Blade ready to go. Don't even hesitate, as a matter of fact. They're jumping right in here. I don't see the Immortality Field being dropped. It's going to be Orion slicing and dicing the supports in the back line here. On fire, unstoppable, and that's Platview recovering that point. 1 minute left to go if MCHS want to push through.
How messed up is it that it seems like Orion's Dragon Blade is on a shorter cooldown than Chinfu's Immortality?
That's so unlucky on the side of Chinfu.
It honestly feels that way because Chinfu like dropped that Immortality early on in that team fight and didn't have it off cooldown by the time Orion came back with the Dragon Blade. It was just like, oh, that's unfortunate.
We're going to see MCHS here trying to take a little bit of a high ground fight, trying to force a window coming out here. Going to see if they can get a little bit of a pick here.
Through the window, but Orion's gonna be the one dropping Suli. MCHS getting a whole lot of DPS on these separated tanks. Can't do too much. Fun man. Pin versus pin. A little bit of a headbutt. The Dragon Strike gonna dance on top of the point. Not gonna get the... Oh my goodness. And that is gonna be Orion shutting down Flumex as well. Looks like Platview still recovering the point. 10 seconds left. It's time for the emergency hamster. Are they going to be able to touch in time? You're cutting it awfully close there. They're going to have to sit on top of it. Flumex looking for the opportunity. Suli barely is able to touch, but gets the stun right on top of it. It's overtime. Do or die. Dropping the beat. As Funman drops Salty down with Suli getting another pick onto the front line as well. And now that swinging the hammer at a ball, it looks like baseball, but you're not going to get the kiss. You're not getting the home run. And now the Hanzo dropping Juliet for JC and Suli getting the pick on the teal here. A lot's going on onto the screen, but Dragon Blade, Orion stabbing in the back of Suli. Not pleasant, shutting down the emergency hamster. A lot of stall potential lost. Orion trying to get the pick on the Fun Man. We're dropping off the point, and that's going to be Platview bringing the series back 3-2.
All right, Platview stays in the tournament as they take Dorado away from MCHS. All right, we're going to see, I believe it's the Dragon Strike that, yep, right here. Yep. Okay.
Okay, let's see it.
Where? Yeah. Charges up, and then... Oh, does it
Not
just...
even the dragon.
Okay,
He's
we
just
don't even get to
heads.
see it. Yeah, we don't even get to see it because, yeah, Riku charged up a Dragon Strike there, dropped down, and then let it rip. But,
Well,
you know, the highlight reel doesn't run for that long, so...
You can't headshot with the Dragon Strike, so you know what? Hitting those 3 clean, I understand. The Magic Overwatch machine pinpointing that instead.
Mm-hmm.
What an exciting series we have right here. MCHS, they had the extra round coming into the series, but now essentially 3-2. Platview, this is very realistic for them. This is an exciting series. What are your guys' thoughts on it?
I mean, I think this just further proves that Platview's map of choice is, escort-based maps, because they do so much better on like King's Row, Dorado. So moving forward, it's actually going to be MCHS's pick for the map. So Platview might actually be in trouble if MCHS knows to pick the map type that they're weakest on.
Very, very true. Platview has been really, really strong on these hybrid and these escort style maps. But Lijiang Tower, another control map coming out here. It's going to be very, very interesting to see kind of what Platview has up their sleeve to try and pull out this win here. Because otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble here. They're really going to have to pull something creative just to try and take this ground from MCHS.
Mm-hmm. The last control map that we saw Platview play against MCHS was actually Busan, the first map that they played on. And they did, I think, pretty well against MC High School. So, this might not be a wash for them, and they might actually be able to tie up the series.
Mm-hmm. I think very explosive gameplay comes through from Platview, and when you're on the choke point, we've seen them still take advantage of that explosive, right? They had the Symmetra teleports onto point, right? And although they're able to shake up the action, that choke point doesn't really allow them as much creative freedom as we like to say.
Yeah, I mean, because Hanamura is a 2CP map, and 2CP professionals, despite despise playing on 2CP type maps. Whereas Lijiang Tower is just purely control. So that's along the lines of like Nepal and Busan, meaning there's just one control point each time you play. And the choke points are really like they're on both sides of the map. It's like a mirror design. So you don't have to there's no defender bias, when it comes to choke points. Because at that point, if they're using a choke point against you, you're already trapped in your spawn, in
Yeah.
which case many more things have gone wrong.
There's a bigger issue.
Yeah, there's a bigger issue.
Bigger.
If on a control type map in Overwatch, if they're using a choke point against you, I think more things have gone wrong than you've realized because at that point, you're stuck in spawn.
Well,
Anyways, so
we hopefully won't see any of that. We're just giving the players a little bit of a mini break right here, a little more time for analysis. So we've seen the team
Yeah.
compositions come through. We saw Funman having a whole lot of fun on that Echo, really diverse character pool, I would say, on that DPS pick. So do you think having that wider variety of DPS choices in comparison to, although Rico and Orion are performing very well, they do have their archetype of the initiator for Orion either being Genji or something similar, and then Riku trying to be the sharpshooter, hitting the headshots. There's not a whole lot of room for a utility pick like the Mei, really, except for when they do really have to pick it up to mirror it. All right, good talk.
No, you have to let the colors,
Yeah,
ruin on your question. Anyways, so
Is-
I think that Riku and Orion's main picks, they're rather well rounded when paired together. Because again, you have the Genji going in for close combat melee kills, and then you have Riku covering off angles on the Hanzo. And Hanzo with his kit is also super mobile and able to reposition very easily, very quickly. So that's why I think they're paired so well together that they don't really need to switch off of those picks very often. Whereas with Suli and Funman, the DPSs that they choose, the roles are much more niche because Mei is great for CC, Mei is great for locking down slippery targets, but Mei is also slow. Whereas like Tracer is great for backline harassment, but Tracer's actually pretty fragile. And if she's caught out, then it's hard for her to rejoin team fights, because she's so squishy.
Very, very true. Suli and Funman here, they seem to like to flex their picks a lot just based on like what they need at the moment. And usually it's been the Mei on just to try and counter Orion a little bit. But really what you want to see, Orion has on his Genji has been really, really just absolutely tearing apart these games. And it's very unfortunate that Twilight and Shinfu, both of them, they haven't picked up Brig yet. Brig is such an oppressive counter to Genji
Brig
here.
is a very good counter.
And they haven't really picked it up yet. It's very, very unfortunate. This game would be so much easier if they just had that Brig for the Orion Dancer.
Well, the reason why Shinfu is the Baptiste is because that immortality field is so crucial. It's a cornerstone to MCHS's playstyle. They like to go for risky pushes. They like to go for deep dives, and they like to go for like all or nothings. So having that immortality field to supplement that type of risky playstyle, or to just bail out, when their tanks have gone in too deep. That's why Chinfu is consistently on the Baptiste. Twilight, on the other hand, likes to be on the Lucio in order to ferry around Flummox, who is usually on the Rhine. So, I can see why they don't want to necessarily go for the Brig pick. But you're right, Brig would counter Orion, because getting a shield smashed in the face does not conduce to a good Dragon Blade.
Very, very, very true.
Very much so. So interesting analysis on the picks on why we don't have Brig just yet, I suppose. I guess it is just when all of these rounds are really high stakes in grand finals, right? If you're not used to running the Brig in general, or you're just haven't had a team composition that suits it, obviously, if you try to just shove it in, at the last minute, you can create more problems than you're trying to alleviate. You can tunnel vision too hard on trying to just be a shutdown for Orion. So interesting arguments for both ways. I do want to talk a tiny bit about the tank lineups we've seen. For the most part, we saw Reinhardt, Zarya consistently. However, we've been seeing Flumix dabble a little bit with the Winston as the answer to Genji instead of going for the going for the Brigitte. Do you have any opinions on any other different takes that could be brought up on this hybrid point? Anything else to maybe just try and sustain longer, or is it really just Zarya or Reinhardt 24/7 if you're not trolling?
Zarya and Reinhardt. Okay, Reinhardt is consistently solidly of the meta, like not good, not bad, solid pick. Again, it's just, and then Zarya complements Reinhardt so well that's why it's usually if you pick one, you pick the other. But I will say, for a control point like this, and for this meta overall, with Burst being king, Sigma and Wrecking Ball are actually two of the best tanks that you could probably use. It's just that if you're not used to the Sigma, and if you're not used to the Wrecking Ball, like you said before, trying to force those picks might do more harm than good, specifically Sigma, because he's gone through a series of nerfs to try to rein in his power spike, but he's still really, really good.
Very, very true. We're getting started here. Really excited to see Riku and Teal on the far Mercy. So iconic, especially on this map. You have so much plays to work off of. Funman is going to try to answer a little bit into the sky with the Echo pick, but he's not going to have a Fair to really, or he's not going to have a Mercy to really pair off with him. So Riku's just going to have a lot of free range in the sky, firing these rockets here. But Orion actually gets picked off by Funman already.
Going for some environmental kills right here.
Riku and Funman doing a very good job getting as pretty much free damage as possible here. Funman looks like Farah just has to keep ignoring him, but Riku, there is a flying robot laser beaming you to death. Teal is going to be the one that's really just keeping them alive, and Funman realizing that. Fall back, Genji, Orion in the back line still, and we are contesting this point. Air shot, I'm sorry, just a headbutt coming through here, and Funman still trying to dish out some damage. FaZe getting 2 picks. It looks like something that could be converted into a momentum shift. Getting on top of that point, Riku has the rocket barrage ready to go. Orion is not the usual answer to a flying echo, but today it'll work just fine. Funman is going to shut down Salty right before. Never mind. We're going to have Teal get the res through, get the points coming on top, and that is a flip going over for Platinum.
That was an unexpected, scrappy team fight coming out from both sides. We really haven't seen that, you know. There was a lot of just DPS on DPS action, where usually they would try to stick with their game. Ooh, great.
Yeah. Smacking Funman right in the face with that rocket. Gonna be able to pick up a lot more kills here too. Riku making so much space here with all these picks coming out. Far Mercy, this is really what you want to see. Just amazing play.
Yeah, I mean, Funman is flying around unassisted from a support. So basically, if he takes some of those direct hits, he's out of the sky.
I don't get to say my in between a rocket and a hard place fun now because the timing won't work. But just right there. What we do have right here is MCHS trying to stay alive in this choke point. Immortality drops, and that could be the opening they needed. The surge getting dropped from Not Pleasant. That's not a pleasant ult to get hit to. We have the beat getting dropped. JCSC getting the pick on Orion. That's a big damage deal with Flatview not being able to be in this fight. Not Pleasant ring around the Rosie, trying to find their way out before JCSC taking out the Genji, taking out Not Pleasant, and it's going to be an Ana that doesn't get dropped. It's going to be the shield that drops, and saving Grace FaZe going to help the rest of Flatview retreat back to the home ground and get healed up.
Really amazing. Oh no, Riku, so unfortunate. No fuel, no boost, no life for you. Hammer down already coming out there from Flumex.
Immortality, you're shotting down a lot of that, and the pin as well. Flumex has had enough here. MCHS contesting the bridge. This could be the dreaded choke point on Hybrid you don't want to see. It looks like Riku, when they came back, they got Chinfu down. Solely, though, gonna shut down FaZe. Front line getting dropped, MCHS getting the reset, and they're still going to be sitting on the point, forcing Platview to get reset again.
Riku is coming back in from that embarrassing... But yeah, that was just unfortunate, because I think Riku really expected solid land underneath their feet when they landed, but just miscalculated.
It was a tactical reset to get in time for this next fight.
Oh,
Earthshatter's gonna get
block
eaten.
pattern.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Window from Chinfu gonna bring up the damage. The environmental kills the 3. Dropped for MCHS. They're gonna be happy on this point. 96% rocket barrage from above. Immortality not gonna let that come through though. Chinfu is putting in so much work to keep their team alive. FaZe though, phasing through 2 members of MCHS. Twilight gets the melee pop. 80 health. Can you drop that FaZe? He is gonna get eaten up by the music from Lucio on Twilight. Orion switching to the Tracer like you said earlier. Lots of time to build up. They're gonna have to keep on dashing and trying to find something. JCSC not letting it happen. 99% and the beat is gonna make it drop. JCSE, you animal, getting 3 kills and the Surge solo ult. Take them all. 99%. 5v1. Can this hamster be what saves it? Not quite. Energy is too huge on the side of MCHS.
Yeah, JC was cleaning up on that point. No matter how many bodies Platview threw at the point, you know, JC was just there to sweep it all away and say, nah, this is ours.
JCSC is just your man. Orion and Teal coming out onto the point, beam them down. Riku coming out, trying to desperately just try and stay on this point. JCSE, beam them down. Ball going down, beam them down. JCSE is just so amazing at just holding that point so long. And his Twilight and Chinfu just keeping him alive for that long either, too. Just so impressive. That hold is just so good. Coming off of that play there. We're going to have to see Platview try and pick up the slack here. Otherwise, it's going to be in a very over for them, actually. Suli and Funman actually switching back onto the Echo. It worked very well, but Orion and Teal now are on the Far Mercy, so we're going to see how it's going to end up working out here for Funman.
Yeah, right now it is 3-2 in favor of. So, if MCHS pick up this map, they're going to win. They're going to win.
A whole lot at stake, and when we see that, we see Orion switching up.
Oh, not Pleasant going down.
But Flummox shutting down a whole lot of early initiative. Point opens up, and that's going to be MCHS. Gonna establish with a strong first foot on what could be the last round of the series here.
Yeah, I mean, right now, looking at the ult charges, Suli is way ahead in terms of ult charges, very close to, you know, actually Flummox too, 60% to an Earth Shatter. Man, MCHS, their war chest is looking a little healthier.
I'm going to see Funman here just trying to rain down as much damage as possible, but Twilight ending up picking up onto the kill onto Not Pleasant on the Zarya here. Crusader Slam just dropping Nano coming out onto the Reinhardt too.
Funman, he's gonna dish out a whole lot of damage right there. Oh my goodness,
Funman is gonna delete.
You're just barely getting out of there. Thank goodness you have your angel in the sky, Orion, to get you healed or get you flying out of there. Funman consistently on the harassment job against the pharmacy comp of Platview, and it seems to be working as everyone inside is sitting pretty for MCHS.
Yeah, I mean, Funman actually gets picked off.
Oh, rocket barrage, and it's gonna be Orion sitting right underneath them though. Is Suli shutting him down? Oh my goodness, the rapid fire hammer cannon's gonna be dropping people as well. Looks like he's gonna get answered by a big hammer, and Platview converting it over, trying to stay alive in this tournament. Their redemption arc, if they want it, has to start right here on this round.
Oh, Salty switching onto the Moira. I'm gonna say that's a bit of a risky pick, because although you can basically heal multiple targets on your team, the healing output that Moira puts out, oh my gosh, Funman going in deep.
That's a little too much fun you're having right there. The Reinhardt not going to be useful enough right there. The beat drop. We're going to have MCHS starting their ironclad offensive, trying to push through, taking picks out. Echo versus Echo. Funman, you can't find the laser beam right there. We're dashing through the sky as JCSE on the ground is going to be trying to recover the point in favor of MCHS. Not a whole lot you can do left for Platview. It is going to have to be another hard reset, bring everyone back together because you do not have a lot of time left to push.
Yeah, again, with Moira output doesn't overcome a lot of the damage thresholds that other DPS and tank heroes deal out. And right now, Coalescence isn't particularly a strong ultimate.
Oh,
So
huge surge. That's not what you want to see from Platview right now. It's going to be a dead eye, though that Riku answers that with Coalescence, keeping everyone up. And it is a duel right outside the gates of the choke point. Oh, getting a snipe with the Coalescence. As a matter of fact, Orion, what did you drop onto them to get that double kill? What just happened here as Platview gets a wipe, gets the point back, although we are at 99% for MCHS.
you know what? I said it was strange. I said it was like business. But you know what? If it works, it works. Salty on the Mora, here for it.
I like that Moira pick, to be honest. It gives Teal and Orion so much just time to play around themselves instead of worrying about the rest of the team. And we saw it work out. Huge!
Melted! Destroy them with laser, Zarya, Orion. We need to take as much ground as possible, and it's happening for Platview here. Beautiful surge into all those laser beams, energy, and fun stuff. Now MCHS, they're gonna hit the reset.
Yeah, I mean, technically, if they get Riku onto the Symmetra, they're gonna have a full laser comp because Moira with the Coalescence is technically another type of beam.
You know what? We're just gonna have the Star Wars laser beam composition. We're coining it now, but we got a lot of people coming right onto the point here. MCHS gonna keep barely alive. That immortality field's keeping Flumux until the heals can come through, but a lot of damage to the Coalescence on the other side from Salty. We're seeing it again. We have the window available. You're gonna have to drop it because we're running out of time to push through. Chinfu dishing the DPS beat as well for Platview. For the rest of MCHS. Gonna get them onto the point here. 99 to 99. This is do or die right here. We have Riku getting the picks, double kill already. Chinfu dancing around, sitting under the immortality field. Gonna get eventually dropped. Focus with the Earth Shadow. We're gonna have Twilight as well. Everyone's moving and grooving. FlumX looking to get some damage done. A lot of members are coming back from the spawn room at this point, but Teal keeping their team alive. It's gonna be Zarya, not Pleasant. He's stealing the thunder from JC, trying to beat a star Zarya of the show here. They want this round to stay in the game, and it's starting to convert over to them. 4 members, JCSC dropping a beautiful surge. That's a lot of damage, but not enough energy to really take advantage of it. Immortality as well. Riku coming in with the Tracer. We have a Lucio dancing on top of the point. Twilight gonna get shot down, and that is a secured point for Platview. They are still in this.
Yeah, they fought tooth and nail in order to secure that point. So right now we are tied up 1-1. So whichever team takes this next point, it's okay. So on the side of MCHS, if they secure this point, it's gonna be a win for them. And then on the side of Platview, if they secure this point, they stay alive in the tournament. A lot is at stake right now.
A lot at stake there. We are going to have to see the A game being brought out from both teams if they want to stay alive in the tournament. We're at the 3-second mark, so I think those picks are good. We're gonna have Symmetra, Junkrat on the side of Pleasant. We're gonna not see that at all. They just TPing a little bit from tempo. Going back on the McCree, my bad.
These team comps are actually very much so mirrored. The only difference here is Salty is on the Moira instead of the Baptiste on the side of Chinfu here. It's going to be very interesting to see how who plays the better team comp here. Suli already going to pick onto Riku though, so it looks like MCHS is already going to be in favor here a little bit.
Running them down. Oh my goodness gracious. MCHS shutting them down, pushing them forward. Suli, you are one man with a gun and you are dishing out a whole lot of damage with the rest of your team. MCHS gonna get that first touch onto the point, and they're gonna be very happy to try and close the series out. Platview are in recovery mode.
Yeah, I mean, McCree in comparison to every other hero in the game is full magic. Nah, I just need a gun.
Nano machine, son. Nah, I have a gun. And Salty is gonna have a Coalescence gun. It's gonna be dishing out from their hands. Fun Man not gonna find too much except a kill onto Teal. Salty hidden from the back line, trying to do some DPS with that Moira. Junkrat not gonna use that ult when they're down. And Flumix, you know they're gonna swing that hammer to an Earth Shatter, not picking it up. Just actually gonna pick up a 1 kill onto Riku. Fun Man trying to get back to point as quickly as possible as the rest of Platview looking to shift the momentum and get the point before too much percentage is leaked away over to MC High School. Looks like they're finally giving it up, and Platview right back on the board, really close to that Gravitas Surge, and that is going to be huge coming up in this next fight.
It's really interesting to see. The McCrees here are really putting in the work here. Suli and Riku both. The fights have been so very reliant on them so far. Suli getting 2 picks started off the fight and actually got MCHS 49% at first. But then Riku getting another 3 picks ended up winning back Platview the point. So the McCree is just really what the center of the team comps here are so far, and they've been putting in the work, and it's very interesting to see. Riku getting another 2 picks here, though.
Riku really shoving him back. We're gonna have to backpedal it up. MCHS, not too much to contest except for a pick on the teal, but they're gonna be hiding in the trenches as the fire is raining down from the bunker of Platview. That's 4 ults all ready to go. That's a very scary uphill battle to climb into, but MCHS, they're gonna go up it one way or another. Starting to recover, going back into the next team fight. JCSC jumping into the middle of everyone. That's a beautiful 3-4-man search your window. Suli, oh my goodness, that's a dead eye through the window. And Funman looking to hit the stun, getting a very, very nice couple of picks here. Your legs trapped, but you're gonna not care. Already MCHS, 6 people on point, not dropping a member and not dropping any time, as Platview gonna have to come back.
Right now, they're pretty even in terms of percentage on the capture point. So right now, Platville is looking to just get to the point and make sure that the difference doesn't grow.
We see Orion here, maybe looking for a cheeky pick here in the back.
That is cheeky.
What is that? Oh,
So cheeky here.
Oh,
wait,
it was unfortunate because
that was so huge over there for Lucio right there. Twilight saving grace on their team, not before Orion got the kill though. MCHS still in control. That is getting very close to the final hour here. We're gonna have Riku switch to the Sombra to try and make or break this last push.
Riku here just absolutely looking for a desperation pull here. Maybe if he can contest for a little bit longer, maybe get a hack onto the Reinhardt, maybe he can get a little bit of plays here going down. He's gonna look for a pick on the Suli, but it's not really gonna work. But Not Pleasant pulling out a very, very nice Graviton here.
Yep, the Surge not gonna pick up a kill. Suli looking to shout the damage. They have Deadeye. Step right up, and it's going to be 1 down for Teal. Getting killed out. FlumeX as well. 3 members for Platview. This is starting to look very dire here. Suli making another kill, trying to find something stunning him out. JCSE, the overtime clock is ticking, and that is going to be MCHS taking the series right here.
Very, very clean play here from MCHS. Just absolutely, they slipped a little bit ahead. They slipped a little bit behind here, but they ended up pulling it through again. A very beautiful, beautiful play here. Amazing.
yeah,
Funman. Go
it
ahead.
boiled down to a bit of a mirror match. But you know, Funman versus Orion, Funman pulled ahead in the Junkrat game.
Very much so. GG's to both teams right there. That was a very, very exciting series. Kudos to both of them. Making a lot of highlight reel plays, making a very exciting split to watch. Be sure to join us next week. The fun doesn't end this weekend. We're going to have our Overwatch Scholastic Final. Nice 2-day event. A whole lot more Overwatch action coming your way. As always, I'm Jamel Aceman Hopkins, joined by my 2 wonderful co-casters here, Michelle Rowdy Tran and Joel Raven Rosado. Tune in next week for more exciting gameplay, and thank you to everyone for stopping by.
Bye.